Hello. All right, couple things before we get started. Hello, welcome. It's me, Psycho Bunny, aka Leah, here to play Mistonia. I don't do introductions, so I'm trying. We are back at it. This is, I think, the fourth stream this week. All because of a mistake. But hey, I'm here. Just a note. This started performing yesterday, and it's now very there. So this is a fever blister. I get them quite frequently. She's kind of making my neck hurt a little bit, but I'm not sick. It's just literally the fever blister, which just they appear on me every so often. So that's that. But we do have breaking news. Borushi Hana's fan disc has an official release date now, which is May and not August, which means I have made changes to our official schedule for this year. I will update it on Discord later, but this is what it looks like right now. So now, instead of playing Illusions of Itahari in February, which is this month, we're going to start Borushi Hana so that we can have it ready and be ready to play Borushi Hana's fan disc in June, which comes at the last week of May, which is why June's fine. So the sooner we finish Borushi Hana, the sooner we hop into Otome Daisuki. Oh my gosh, I don't have that name memorized yet, and that's the Japanese poster, so I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. I might have to add like the names above it just so I have some reminders on here. But yeah, that's what the schedule now looks like. Atahari is now in August instead of Borushi Hana because of the change. Nothing too crazy, nothing off the wall. It just means we're going to be playing a different game after this one than originally planned. And then just some minor tweaks here and there. If, for any reason, we get ahead of the game, we can start Itahari a little bit earlier. We'll see how it goes. I don't want to play two games at the same time because then I feel like I'm trying to focus between the two so I don't forget too much that's happening between the two. So that's not going to be my goal this year. I want to relax. I want to enjoy. I want to have fun. I unpaused the wrong screen. Perfect. So yeah, so anyone who's wondering, Atahari is not going to be our next game anymore because of that change. That does mean that our official schedule will be updated in announcements. I think that's where I had it posted originally. So yeah, I'll have that posted with the update as well. I'm looking at this and seeing we have our holiday card from last year still in our thing, so I'll mark that off. All right, perfect. But yeah, so that is the update that I have for you guys. Thank you, Asia, for posting that in our Discord and reminding us so that we know. And I was able to update it because of that. So yeah, that was a fun update. I don't know if they've announced anything else. Actually, let me check. Let's see if they've announced like any other versions yet. Borushi Hana. Winds of Fate. Let's see if there's any update. Ooh, no. Please just search it. Just search it, please. I don't like this new thing where it does like waves. Hi, I'm new to the channel. I'm actually watching your playthrough of ASCOT. Hang on. Right now. Oh my gosh, ASCOT. What starts with an A? Because my brain went to amnesia, but that can't be right. Abbreviations kill me sometime. Ascot. Oh, Ascot, sorry. Oh, that makes so much more sense. LOL. Just kidding. It wasn't a typo. I just read it as like initials because some of these games do have lovely initials in there. But I'm glad. Are you enjoying him so far? I'm still on the fence even after playing it. Let's see, Borushi Hana news. I need news, guys. They have an official website. I won't stay today, but I hope I'll be here next time. Oh, I hope you do come back. We are going to finish Lucas's route today. I'm staying until it's done. I like him and his sexy neck tattoo. I am a sucker for tattoos, so I feel that way as well. I also like that he's not as expected, you know, like he had that. You could tell from the beginning, but currently there's no news about there being a special edition yet, but it does say there will be a plus edition on the website. So Borushi Hana will have some more information coming soon. But yeah, we're going to finish Lucas's route today, and then I'm going to be starting John's route on our next stream, which might not be until next week. I was pushing as many streams in as I could with my schedule conflict. But yeah, thank you for being here. I'm glad you're enjoying him so far. I look forward to more tattooed men, honestly. I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker. But we're currently on chapter 3 for Lucas, so that's what we're going to continue from. Oh, I love you, Queen. Hopefully I'll catch up by the time John's here. Yeah, I won't be streaming, I think, again this week. So it'll be, today's my last stream this week, and then my next stream will be on Monday of next week. So if you catch up by then, I'll be streaming Monday. Thank you so much for being here. Calypso? I'm going to go with Calypso. It's like I pick one word and I stick with it. But alright, we are going to hop back into Lucas. We're on chapter 3, and then once we get through chapter 3, hopefully we'll get the Astray ending. This could be a long stream. My goal is to finish his route before I end today, so I'll keep it in mind. Bye. So this could be a pretty long stream. I was hoping, I actually ended kind of where I wanted to yesterday. So I'm glad with that, because I am in chapter 3, because there's 2 chapters, but the little side stories can like get really long, and I get really nervous, so... We're about to meet up with Leonardo again. So if you don't remember Leonardo, he was from Alfred's route, and he is the little kid with the one wing who runs the Ravens. I can't think of their first name. Whatever Ravens. But he lied and said that he's part of the Blue Robins, which we know he's a liar. But we decided to go anyways because they were saying that the anti-royalists have been using the Blue Robin as a way to get people to come by. So we're here with John, if I recall. Alright, 20 minutes or so later, I arrived at the alley. Leonardo called out to me right away. So you really came. Are you gonna kill me, Leonardo? Of course, I want to join the Blue Robin. John was nearby, keeping watch and ready to react in case anything went awry. This boy is the only one here, and there's no other members of interested applicants. Ooh, goodness. With no moon tonight, the back alley was sunken in a dark and dense fog. We could barely make out each other's faces. As I looked around us, Leonardo took a step towards me. Ho ho ho. Alright, now then, let's start the ceremony. First, a question. Do you think that our society is rotten? Was my answer going to affect whether I could join? I selected my words carefully. I do. Only a handful obtain riches and fortune, while the vulnerable and are downtrodden. Such a word is rotten to the core. Such a world. Interesting. Who do you think created such a society of misfortune? It's the Queen, bro. It was obviously the Queen, but I hesitated. Was it safe to say it out loud so headlessly? But if I don't earn his trust now, I probably can't join their group. In that case, it's the Queen. Her very existence drives this country down a mistaken path. I know people who have suffered because of that woman. The Queen should disappear for good. Ooh, girl. Not that not that close. I wasn't acting. I truly believe those words. That woman murdered my family. I lost count of how many times I wish she never existed. He must have sensed something from my tone because Leonardo sucked in a sharp breath. In that case, do you have the resolve to put your life on the line and pour your heart into the Blue Robin's anti-royalist efforts? He said it outright. I knew it. This organization is a group of anti-royalists. Are you truly the Blue Robins, my guy? I do. Yes, I do. I'll risk my life and put my everything into these activities. What if I tell you to kill the Queen? Guy, it was on my to-do list. I can do that. Really? How many people have you murdered, Leonardo? You little jerk. I don't know. You never killed before, have you? You talk fierce and all, but can you act on those words? His doubt got on my nerves. No one could understand my resentment and despair, not even the anti-royalist. Of course I can. If I had the chance, I'd kill the Queen this very moment. I won't let her off the hook, even if she bawls an apology. I'll never forgive her for killing my people. Never. Girl. girl too open. Without thinking, I revealed the Harbiant fury within me. Leonardo looks startled. Leonardo, you probably shouldn't be out here recruiting you little kid. Okay, you made your opinion clear. Well then, as our new member... Before he could finish, shadowy figures suddenly lunged into the back alley. Freeze! Ooh. Tip? What? Hang on, I'm checking to see if we go astray here. Oh, we're very close to going to astray. You detestable traitors. Looks like the tip was accurate. What? Why are... The next thing I knew, a handful of officers had us surrounded. No way! They had the worst timing possible. For a split second, I feared that Leonardo had sold us out, but the shock on his features proved otherwise. Oh. We got a tip that tonight anti-royalists would meet here. I'll make you people spill everything you know about your organization. Resistance is futile. Come over. Who translated this? Because this is the second time that we've had a verbatim Star Wars quote in here. What? In the spur of the moment, I pulled Leonardo's hand and broke into a run, weaving through the gaps between the officers and coming our way. I just picture them just like running in between them, no hesitation. Damn it, what are you standing around for? Stop right there. I can't afford to be arrested in a place like this. Not like this. I ran past them, sprinting to where John stood guard. I gave Leonardo a hard shove and yelled, I'm leaving him in your care. Leaving him? What are you doing, my lady? Weren't you going to flee together? Even if we got away, they'd start an extensive search for us. If that's going to happen, I'd rather use my hand. Dummy, we need to run. Shaking off John's attempt to detain me, I dove into a group of officers on our trail. As my hand grew hot, I tapped their shoulders. She's like, what was that? I used the other power of my face sight, casting illusions on them. I used the other power of my face sight, casting illusions on those I touched. I made them see a woman entirely unlike myself running away, then hid in a dark corner. She slipped away, chase her. That pesky woman sure is fast. They gave chase to the one in the illusion and sprinted to the other side of the street. Looks like I shook them off. She's like, I did it. Breathing a sigh of relief, I stepped back into the street, but then more footfalls resounded. The site from the tip is around here. Oh. There should be an advance team, but I don't see them. Are they on a chase? You there, woman, what are you doing? Yikes. Reinforcements. They noticed me, a suspicious lone woman trying to ring covered at night, and we're approaching quickly. The moment I moved to turn away, my world spun dizzy. I almost fell over. My body feels limp, even my vision. The power to cast illusions came with a great cost. The backlash of my power was setting in. It's risky to use my powers in succession, but I have to do it. I couldn't get caught. I had to do whatever it took, steeling myself. My right hand grew hot again. Mastering all the force possible, I reached out to touch the officer. Not so fast. What? An impossible voice cut through the air. I turned around and Lucas was there. He stood up in front of me, shielding me from the officers. Why is Lucas here? Oi, who goes there? I'm Lucas Sullivan. The girl you see here is my servant. What do you want with her? Sullivan of the 5 houses? The officer stumbled back before confirming Lucas's identity, his face illuminated by his handheld lantern. They then saluted him. My deepest apologies. We received a report about a gathering of anti-royalists in the vicinity, so we rushed over to verify. I heard about that, but she's only here because I asked her to go on an errand. Leave this place to me and check elsewhere. Yes, sir. Unable to go against an order from the future head of House Sullivan, The officer's vacated. I still don't know why he's here, but Lucas saved me from a tight spot. I tried to ask him why he'd come, but I still had trouble catching my breath. I couldn't summon my voice as I wished. Are you okay? As I staggered, Lucas caught my shoulder in his arm and supported me. I stumbled, trying to stand on my own feet. I'm alright. And then I died. Dude, don't... You guys. You're terrible with secrets. This is... You don't shout my government name, okay? My eyes lost focus and Lucas's voice grew distant. Soon my consciousness melted into the night. Like, they suck at secrets. This is this is the worst group to have a secret with. Like, dude. Killed Cock Robin. I picked up a whisper. His hoarse voice came in fragments, his tone steeped in melonically. I know what the word is. I actually know what the word is. Oh no. Melancholy. Melancholily? It was a verse. I recognized it from Riley had said it a long time ago. Can't. Famous nursery rhyme. Oh, it's actually new. Part of it's new. It's a famous nursery rhyme, but I guess you haven't heard it before. Whenever I whisper this in front of that guy, he gets all mad and yells at me to stop being so childish. It's really funny. Or maybe it's not. Since you asked, I'll tell you the whole thing. Come over. Because I think that's the last thing that happened in that one flashback. Damn them, they're tricking me. Who killed Cock Robin? I, said the sparrow. Who killed Cock Robin? This is... When I opened my eyes, a tasteful ceiling filled my view. Awareness slowly came to me as I blinked and looked around. Then I saw Lucas facing a canvas. You're awake? How are you feeling? He looked at me and asked in a steady tone, what happened? You fainted? I barely managed to carry you all the way here. You better thank me. Thanks. Before I could voice my gratitude, Lucas set his brush down with a glower and spat out a rant. The Blue Robin, an anti-royalist organization? Absolute nonsense. Hearing it makes me sick. If Riley were alive, he'd be frothing at the mouth. And you're a big idiot for believing such hogwash and approaching them so thoughtlessly. You got it wrong. I didn't believe them. I wanted to know who was using that name for their own end. And you? Why were you there? First off, I knew who you are. I heard from an acquaintance at the yard, got hold of information regarding an anti-royalist organization meeting. And that you might be present. Me? The informant knew that I was attending. Only John and Gonavelle knew. What? Or one of the people related to the gathering itself. Was the tip from Leonardo or someone connected to him? Abruptly, Alfred surfaced to the front of my mind. I've only met Leonardo in that alley because I'd been chasing after the man. What if Alfred is the one pulling the strings? There's a chance that he has an inkling about my agenda. A while ago, Alfred whispered to Lucas that they were accomplices. I still don't know a thing about their connection. I had a feeling that everything was linked behind the scenes. An uncanny feeling sank in. My heart Someone was making me dance in the palm of their hand. May I ask who that acquaintance is? That's none of your business. Then I'll change the question. Why did you help me? I'm merely a servant. Why to go to such lengths? Is it because I'm Riley's little sister? That's one of the reasons. You mean that there are other reasons? Say it. Vampire. I moved out of the bed and fixed my gaze on him squarely. Right now, I wasn't facing him as a servant or as of the Sullivan estate, but as Apros of House Randolph, which meant I can't ignore the truth anymore. When on the topic of my brother, Lucas had struggled to speak through tears. The book filled with memories was buried out of sight. He said that he didn't have the right to call himself Riley's friend. You could sense his self-punishing attitude from his every word, which pointed to one conclusion. Is this a form of atonement? Yeah, bitch. Hearing my question, despair cast a shadow over his eyes. I waited for an answer. Eventually, Lucas found the resolve to steadily stare into my eyes. That's right. I played a part in it. Oh. Oh, so it's true after all. I wanted him to say that I was wrong, but my last glimmer of hope was utterly crushed. It felt like he had driven a stake in my chest. You took a part in it. You took part in killing my family and burning my village. Lucas nodded. Still looking anguished, he spoke.
あの時、僕はサリバンを継ぐ者として女王の命を受けた。お前以外を根絶やしにする作戦の片棒を担げと。
I received the Queen's decree as the successor of Sullivan. I was ordered to assist the operation to wipe out all of the Randolphs but
命令を
you.
受けてすぐライリーとその家族に知らせなくてはと思った。だが村の周囲は監視されていて
After receiving that
直接
order,
は近
I
づけない
knew I had to tell Riley at once, but your village was under surveillance. I couldn't
だ
approach.
から手紙を村に出入りする行商人に託した。急いでそこから逃げろと。
That's why I entrusted a letter telling you to flee to a traveling merchant who visited regularly, but I didn't make it in time. His eyes were fixed on me, but weren't fixed on me, but somewhere in the distance. On the day of the tragedy, you sent that letter and carried out your command.
そうだ。
I
ウ
did.
ィル・オー・イスプの青い炎は死者を導くためだけのものじゃない。
The azure flames of Will-O-Wisp aren't just for guiding the
聖
dead.
者をも惑わす力がある。女王からの命令はその炎で村人たちを誘導すること。
They also have the
それが
power
僕
to
に与えら
bewitch
れ
the
たあの
living.
日
The
の役割だ。
Queen commanded me to lure the villagers with that flame. That was the role assigned to me that day. Azure flames, guide. The word unlocked a memory once shut away. Because I conveniently forgot everything. Where are you two going? Take me with you. Oh yeah, we went to the secret room. She pulled me by the hand as we walked in the room. Ooh. Fun. A bewitching blue light flickered in the dark. The blue light I saw back then, I understand now, that was Lucas's flame. Why hadn't I realized immediately after seeing his fire in the cemetery? I was frustrated at myself, and I'd realized back then I could have avoided this tormenting agony. I wasn't oblivious. I willfully repressed it all this time, turning away from the damning evidence, because I wanted to trust you, Lucas. Something dark and ugly began smearing over the memories I made with Lucas until now.
言い忘れていたな。
I don't need the flashback. It's okay. This ain't a K-drama. We're good. That's right. He said nice things to me.
Wow.
He made me a sandwich. He danced with me. What was this man thinking as he stayed by my side all this time? A jumbled mess of emotions erupted in my heart, demanding an outlet. They slowly coalesced into rage.
そうや
Okay.
って僕は外へ向かおうとした村人を炎で村の中央へ誘導して結果
I lured the villagers who tried to escape with my flames to the heart of the village. I led them to their deaths.
僕がライリーを
Bitch.
お前の家族を
I led Riley. I led your family to their deaths. Bitch. You, Acting purely out of explosive emotions, I pulled Lucas to the ground, unsheathed my knife, and pointed it at his throat. You murderer! How dare you live so shamelessly until now? You were my brother's best friend, so why? Is it all because of your people that everyone in the village that my... Whoa. It's all because of you people that everyone in that village that my family were... Even at knife point, Lucas didn't move at all. He didn't resist. He
そう
whispered,
だ僕が
That's
殺した
right, I killed them. Ugh.
お前には僕を殺す正当な権利がある
What are you
お前のここへや
waiting
ってきた目
for?
的だろう
What are you waiting
復讐
for?
を果たせよ
You have every right to kill me. That's why you're here, isn't it? Carry out your revenge. I don't need you to tell me that. My grip on my knife tightened. The blade easily sliced his skin. A single streak of blood trickled down his neck. Ugh. I couldn't move my hand any further. No matter how hard I tried, Lucas didn't take his eyes off of me as he muttered with detached voice.
からずっと事件のことを思い出さない日は
I'm surprised you're only haunted by your dead brothers. Honestly. That day has haunted me ceaselessly every moment of every hour.
早く真実を話せばよかった僕は ずっとこの瞬間を
I should have told you the truth earlier. Maybe. I've been waiting for this moment all this time. Tell me, when did you actually realize my identity? Dude, bro, the second he saw you. My hand still refused to budge. Lucas shut his eyes and
出会った
smiled.
時雰囲気が似ているとは思った
When I first met you, you reminded me of
確
him.
信したのはお前がうちに派遣されると決まった頃だ昔ライリーからもらった写真があると思い出してな
I only confirmed it around the time they decided to dispatch you to my place. Riley gave me a photo in the past, you see. A photo of me? Why?
あいつが失踪する前日にな
We had a chat the day before he went missing.
ルカ、これをもらってくれないか
Luca, could you keep this?
なんだこれは写真子供と
What is this? A photo of you with a kid?
そう、僕と妹。かわいいだろうまさに天が使わした可愛さの化身とまあ、それは置いておいて。
It's me and my sister. She's adorable, isn't she? She's the embodiment of cuteness itself. That's the heavens bestowed upon us. Well, putting that aside for now.
僕に何かあったら。そして、君がもし妹と出会うようなことがあれば、力になってやってほしいんだ。
If something happens to me, and if one day you come across my sister by chance, I want you to give her a hand.
おい何かあったらなんて不吉なことを言うな
Don't say ominous stuff like that. It's not like you.
そうだね。
You're right.
僕らしくないね。
It's not in character for me at
こ
all.
んなのは、君を苦しめるって分かってるんだけど。
I know this question will distress you. I'm sorry, but you're the only one I can ask. It's request. I said question. It's fine.
ライリーは分かっていたんだいずれ僕が女王の命令とあいつへの友情で板挟みになって
Lucas saw through it all. He knew that eventually I'd suffer, torn between the Queen's command and our friendship.
それでもあいつは僕を信じて
Even so, he trusted me,
妹を頼むと言ったんだ
and he asked me to take care of his sister. But look what I did.
あいつを
I killed him. Actually, you didn't. Technically, Nicholas did, but technically, he didn't die. So, honestly... Oh, damn. Girl. His voice scratched through a raw throat. He didn't fight the tears that came. Instead, he screamed, letting out all the suffering that had accumulated over 8 years.
殺したんだ
I killed
お前
him.
の大事な兄を親友を自由に空を飛び回りたいと言っていたクロビンを
I killed him. I killed your precious brother. I killed my best friend, Cock Robin, who wanted to soar freely around the sky. Lucas.
お前の正体に気づいた時自分の罪が目の前に現れたようで恐ろしくて僕はお前を追い返そうとした
When I realized who you were, I was terrified. It was as if my sins had appeared before my eyes, and I tried to drive you away.
一緒にいるうちに
But I got used to your
お前
company.
といる時間が楽しく
I
て
started enjoying time with you.
少しでも長く
I was
こ
so
の時間が
happy
続けばと願
that I
ったし
foolishly wished that it would last
僕の
forever.
気持ちを見透かした未練どもが資格のない人殺しと
Even when those
常に僕を
lingering
罵ってきた
obsessions
願いが
cursed
捨てられ
me
なかった
as an unworthy murderer, seeing through my feelings, I couldn't give up my
先延ば
wish.
しにして心地よさを手放しがたくなってお前に罪を告白する勇気が持てなかったん
I
だ
postponed the inevitable. I didn't want to let go of this pleasant, warm place. I didn't have the courage to confess my sins to you. Letting out a long exhale, Lucas shut his
僕は
eyes.
本当にどうしようもない男だ
I am such a hopeless, pathetic
もう
man.
疲れた
I am so tired, Boot. Same. Lucas lifted his hands and placed them on top of mine, holding the knife. He pushed it down, trying to make the blade dig into his
わ
own
かりま
neck.
すお前が終わりにしてくれ
Sir, please end me by your hands. What's with you, my guy? Pain and hatred threatened to tear my heart apart. Guilt, too. I thought the same. Time shared with him made me happy. To an extent that I wanted to drag it out as long as I could. I didn't want to lose it, even if I had doubts. But my companion is one of the murderers who killed my family. Revenge is the only reason I'm still alive. Father, mother, Riley. I peeled off Lucas's hand forcefully and pulled my knife away from his neck. The silvery tip of my blade was stained with a smudge of blood. Killing someone looking for death won't serve as revenge. My resentment won't be reconciled by this. My knife fell to the ground with a clatter. The words I directed him with were partially genuine, partially an excuse for my spineless, good-for-nothing self. Riley, what should I do? Ugh. I ran away, naturally. Wait, Apros, no, you don't get to scream at me. Tears welled up in my eyes. Turning my back to Lucas's voice, I rushed out of the room. You don't get to tell me what to do. The Astray! Ooh, we did it! We got the Astray! We're gonna end up with Alfred. Astray. I wonder if I go back and just change that one choice, if I'll end up on the normal route. We'll find out. The night I considered what to do from now on in my room. The Blue Robins turned out to be something Lucas and Riley started, and Lucas had been involved in the tragedy of Eltbeek. I heard sounds. He used the fire of Will-O-Wisp to trap the villagers in one place. Why didn't my hand move? Why couldn't I kill Lucas on the spot? Lucas was one of the targets for my revenge that I had been searching for. I had the perfect chance, but I hadn't been able to kill him. I said that killing a man who was already wanted to die was meaningless, but it was just an excuse. I can't find it in me to fully hate Lucas. I can't take that one critical last step. I've been surviving all this time for the sole sake of making the culprits pay, telling myself I can't die until them. What now? My family was dead. My village razed. For 8 years, I detested the people involved and forced myself to march forward. Suddenly, Leonardo's words crossed my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, it's fine. I don't need to read it. I know. The queen, that bitch. The queen, she was the root of all evil that tore my life apart. My plan had always been to take down the woman above all else. My goal aligned with the anti-royalist. That blue robin, obviously a fake, the yard cut things short, but was the ceremony truly meant to assemble anti-royalist? There were still many unknowns about Leonardo and his fellows, okay. But I decided to quit the pessimism and get to doing what I ought to do. In any case, I can't stay in this estate anymore. I have to leave. I gathered my belongings and snuck out before daybreak so Lucas would be none the wiser. I just ran away, girl. Just ran. I left the Sullivan's estate and after much contemplation decided to see Goneril first. As I walked down the night street that was deadly silent, I sensed someone telling me, I hear footsteps. Am I imagining things? No, those are definitely footsteps behind me. Someone is following me. I didn't know who it was, so I needed to lose them as soon as possible. Just as I began sprinting, one shadow then another emerged from a street corner to block my way. I turned around. A whole group was behind me. I was surrounded. Who are you people? What do you want from me? No one replied to my question, but one tall man marched forward from the group of shadows behind me and closed a distance. My eyes widened as I got a good look at the person before my eyes. It was Alfred. My apologies for approaching you in this manner. There's something I wish to discuss. Lord Alfred? Pardon me, but whatever are you doing in a place like this, at a time like this, sir? Stifling my surprise, I kept my appearances as best I could. Alfred's lips curled into a thin smile. No need for charades anymore, Apros. She is the worst fucking undercover spy I've ever met. In every single route, they're like, I know who that is. What? She's like, but I bleached my hair. Or sorry, I dyed my hair black. I don't look like Apros. I just have her entire facial structure. Like, even a stranger met her on the street and went like, you look just like your mom. I'm like, bitch, did not disguise herself. I know that you are a survivor of Eltbeek, the daughter of House Randolph, and the queen was searching for you. They should have sent John into this undercover part. I considered feigning ignorance, but quickly realized the futility. His tone was all conviction. The cat was out of the bag. Are they going to arrest me and hand me over to the queen? I can't let that happen. Seizing my knife, I swung it out and held it as at the ready. Then I paused, recognizing one face among the shadows. Leonardo? I raised my voice on reflex. Leonardo grinned cheerfully at me like the child he was.
言うでは大変だったな。けどあんた、俺を逃がすのを優先してくれたろ。
Things got rough last night, but you prioritized getting me away, didn't you? Thanks.
私からも礼を言おう。仲間を助けてくれて感謝する。
Allow me to voice my gratitude as well. Thanks for saving my comrade. Leonardo grinned at Alfred as if they were as close as brothers. I hadn't expected these two to be connected and was struck speechless. Then could it be the Blue Robin that Leonardo mentioned is this group?
ああ、名を借りていたに過ぎない。もう察しているようだが。
We were only borrowing the name. It appears that you guessed as much, but we are an anti-royalist organization. Alfred is an anti-royalist in those garbs. My impression of him was a calm, collected, and conservative man. That he had ideas of revolution blindsided me.
私がレオナルドに命じて青のロビンの名を語り演じさせた。お前と接触し仲間に引き入れるために。
I ordered Leonardo to impersonate the Blue Robin so that we could come into contact with you and invite you into our ranks. Naturally. Your ranks, you say. Now that I thought about it, Leonardo seemed like he had been waiting for me that day. If they planned this from the beginning, it made sense.
初めから私が話をしても、お前は警戒して聞く耳を持たなかっただろう。
If I approached you from the start, you'd likely have been too wary to believe me.
だからあんな作戦を取ったんだが、誰かに嗅ぎつけられていたようで、ヤードが来てしまった。
That's why I chose such a tactic, but someone got wind of it and contacted the yard.
本当はあの新月の晩、
Yeah, who?
お前に反対派に賛同する意思があるか確認し。
If everything went as planned, I would have verified your intentions on that new moon night before inviting you to join us. Then were you the one who summoned Lucas there?
ああ、直前にヤードが動くという情報が入ったんでな。念のため呼び出しておいて正解だった。
I received a last-minute report that the yard was on the move. Calling him for added assurance turned out to be the right decision. Now that I learned who Lucas's acquaintance was, I understood why he had been so invasive about the informant's identity. So we only got away because of Alfred's interference. His manipulation leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Why did you choose to go against the queen, and why make me your comrade? I don't see how that benefits you. Does he want to overthrow the queen and take over the country? No, considering his status, there are countless easier methods for that. I'd like to make it clear. I did not act on a personal vendetta. I acted for our country. Albion has no future under the queen. It's valid. There's only ruin if we continue to turn our backs on the vulnerable. The collapse of our country has already begun, but the upper class refuse to take heed.
女王を退位させ、妖精の力に頼らない新しい国を作ることだ。そしてお前には組織の旗頭になってほしい。
Chocomonio Light. Send an emoticon to my sister. Our goal is to make the queen abdicate. God, I can speak. And create a nation that doesn't rely on the power of Fae. What I want you to do is become the leader of our organization. All I could do was tilt my head quizzically. Leader? Why me? Alfred quietly lifted a finger to point at me before looking straight into my eyes. You are the eldest daughter of House Randolph and the one and only vessel for the queen. Your status is our greatest weapon. I was a survivor of the Randolph household. My path disastrous due only to the queen as her vessel. The cause of the tragedy was I a fitting antithesis? She doesn't have any leadership quality. She's not even a good spy. You're telling me to become a symbol to invigorate the anti-royalist like Katniss? Okay.
ただの象徴というわけではない。お前なら女王の力を取り込むこともできるだろう。
Not just a mere symbol. You should be capable of absorbing the queen's powers. For a moment, I couldn't process Alfred's words, but as my thoughts caught up, my hand holding the knife trembled. Absorb the queen's powers? That's possible?
ああ。エインセルの血を色濃く継ぎ、ピュアの器になれるほどの力を秘めている。
The blood of
そん
your
なお前だからこそ可能な。
ancestor is strong within you. It's only possible for someone like
もち
you.
ろん、これまで女王の力を奪った者はいないから、推測の域は出ないが、私はこれまでの様々な事例や文献を調査し、
No
こ
one
の方法を
has.
導き出した。
No one has absorbed any pure fey powers before, so this is at the end speculation based on an extensive research. Interesting. My pulse raced. Not even in my wildest dreams would I have fathomed this. If his words were trustworthy, then this was a valid path. This is a very interesting path, honestly. I'm actually very surprised by this. But at the same time, like, we didn't do it in his route. If we did it in his route where he's like, you could absorb her powers, then I've been like, oh shit, yeah, hell yeah, let's do that. I don't recall him telling us to do that, so... Oh goodness, too many questions on my phone. My pulse raced. Not even in my wildest dreams would I have fathomed this. If his words were trustworthy, then this was a valid path. We didn't do it in his path, so why is it an option in this path? Tell me now. Tell me now. But this man is a target of my revenge as well. But Lucas is Lucas's accomplice, which means that I can't take everything at face value. I mean, you could try. What's the worst that could happen? He kills you? Ha 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 ha. Naturally, he saw through my inner conflict, but Alfred didn't waver, as if he were certain that I wouldn't accept his
お前は
offer.
女王への復讐を望んでいるのだろ
Go on, tell me more.
う。大元の理解は一致している。
You seek revenge against the
なるほど。
queen, don't you?
私たちはいいパートナーになれると思
Our
うな。
interests align. I believe a partnership is mutually beneficial. And it's true that our goals match, but his methods are forceful, and he acts as if he can see through everything. I can't put my trust in someone who surrounds a lady one-sidedly to persuade her. Alfred let out a small chuckle as if to say that even this was within expectation.
それについては比例を詫びる。お前の言う通りだ。
I apologize for my etiquette. You are right.
仲間になるなら、それぐらい警戒心が強い方が、私としても助かる。
Oh. If you're to be my comrade, your vigilance is also a boon to me. A
ではこれならどう
boon,
だ
you say?
アプローズ・イ・ランドルフ。取引だ。私はルーカスの苦しみを取り除く方法を知っている。
Then how about this, Apros? Let me make a deal. I know a way to dispel Lucas's suffering altogether. My heart skipped a beat again. I didn't expect to hear his name from Alfred's lips, bitch. What a strange proposal. What does that have to do with me? I sneered coldly to distract from any cracks in my composure. Alfred, however, ignored my question and continued on.
ルーカスはピュアになりたがっている。それは語家をはじめ、多くの者が知っていることだ。
Hear me out. I don't know what you mean. Just because it's common knowledge doesn't mean it's common knowledge to me. Lucas wants to become a fear fae. It's practically common knowledge.
しかしその願いは誰にも叶えることはできない。
But no one.
ピュアである女王自身にも。噂に聞く妖精王でも難しいだろう。
But no one can grant him that wish, not even the queen herself. I imagine it's the same for the Fae King, though I've heard only rumors.
つまり、あの男の願望は永遠に叶わないということになる。が、
In other words, Lucas's wish will never be realized.
そう願
However,
うに至った原因、根底にある苦しみを取り除くことはできる。
it's possible to deal with the root from which this desire stemmed. Alfred took a silver ring from his pocket. It was a decorative symbol with a pattern equal parts rustic and
これ
intricate.
は大麻の指輪。スプリガン一族の中でも
This is the exorcism ring. Of all the Spirigon descendants, I'm the only one capable of crafting it.
スプリガンは鉱石に自分の力を込めて
This
その
is
意志を
stuff
身につけた
we
妖精
didn't
の
even learn
力
in
を
his
高め
route.
ること
What
がで
is
きる。
happening? Spirigon can infuse ores with their powers and boost the abilities of the Fae that wears that item made
ル
from
ーカ
it.
スに取り付いた兄弟の身分はこの指輪で取り除けるだろう。
With this ring, it should be possible for Lucas to vanquish the lingering attachments of his brothers. We should have learned a little bit about this like power to heighten abilities. I don't remember learning this in Alfred's route. I don't remember them talking about it, just that they were craftsmen. You knew about his torment.
あの男の過去、そしてサリバン邸へ手伝いに行った使用人の噂話。祖先の逸話を調べれば、おのずと推測が成り立つ。
Girl, you knew that Lulu was having some issues and you're using it as a bargaining chip? What a great fucking guy you are. Like, oh my gosh, no wonder you're leading an anti-royalist thing. You suck. When you consider the man's past and the rumors exchanged between servants, it's an obvious deduction, especially once you've read stories of his ancestors.
ルーカスと同じように、肉親の未練に悩まされ、自ら死を選んだという、ウィル・オ・ウィスプ一族の話が文献に残っている。
Old records state that select members of the Will-O-Wisp clan were agonized by obsessions of relatives and chaos to end their own lives. Choose to end their lives? That's awful. If Lucas were to be driven even more into a corner than he chose, I can speak. I know words. I know how to speak. I'm like a wordsmith. If Lucas were to be driven even more into a corner that he chose that outcome, just the possibility crushed my heart. The ache was a sharp wake-up call. I'd grown to love that man. Ugh, gross. And I resented myself for it. You haven't answered my question. Why should I make a deal for Lucas's benefit? He's a target of my revenge, mind you. I internally scoffed, but Alfred's subdued tone never wavered.
それは、お前が一番よくわかっている。
You should know better than anyone.
それに、事件に関わってしまったとはいえ、あの男にも事情があった。
Furthermore, though he had a hand in the incident, it wasn't by choice. What do you mean, bitch?
お前はあの男が女王に命じられたくらいで、村の殲滅などというものに加担したと本当に思うのか?
Do you really think a man like him would willingly assist in annihilating a village simply because the queen ordered him? The queen holds absolute authority over the 5 houses. I wouldn't be strange for all the veer abruptly drained out of my voice. Alfred points seated doubt in my mind. Lucas doesn't like people. That much is true, but he's kind. I learned that while I worked for him. Plus, he was so distressed earlier.
思い当たる節はあるようだな。
It seems you realize it doesn't match up. Tell me then, what did happen?
ルーカスは女王に暗示をかけられていたんだよ。 事件当日に発動する暗示をな。
The queen placed a forceful compulsion on Lucas, which activated the day of the fire. Why would she do that?
あいつは計画に乗るふりをして、水面下でお前たち一族を逃がそうと画策していた。
He pretended to go along with
そ
the
の思惑
plan,
を女王に気づかれた。
but was scheming to help your household flee to safety. Unfortunately, the queen took
だ
notice.
から、女王は先手を打った。あいつが自分の命令を必ず遂行するように。
She anticipated it and made the first move ahead of time, so he would carry out her orders without fail. That means Lucas didn't actually betray my brother. Then are you saying that Lucas only used his powers that day because of the queen's compulsion?
そうだ。私も事実を知ったのは事件の後だ。
I am.
お前を手に入れられず、
I only learned of the
嘆きわめい
truth
た女王自身の口
after
か
the
ら私は
fact
聞いた。
from the queen herself as she lamented that she didn't get her hands on you.
意志と裏腹に体が動き、本人にはどうにもできない状態だっただろう。
His body moved in spite of his wishes. He was a helpless puppet. But he would have known that, right? That's horrifying. The queen, what a vile, disgusting woman. My loathing toward the queen soared to new heights, but almost like a balance, a spark of hope lit up in my heart. Lucas hadn't cooperated because he wanted to. He must have thought that explaining wouldn't change anything, but if I could have heard it from Lucas himself instead of Alfred, it was too late for these woes. I'd already pushed Lucas away and rushed out of the Sullivan estate.
まあ、お前にはどんな理由があろうと関係のない話だな。
It probably
家族
doesn't
を殺されたことに
matter
変わ
what
りはない
kind of
のだ。
reason he had. It's undeniable that your family was killed after all. Oblivious to the discord in my heart, Alfred's comments commented dispassionately. I couldn't read him. Do you have proof to back up your statement? I've suspected that you're one of the targets of my revenge as well. He was the one who whispered accomplice at the five house nobles. He must be involved. To my surprise, he admitted it
証拠
readily.
か。私が女王から聞いたと言っただろう。それはあの事件の後、報告の場だった。
Proof? I just shared what I heard from the queen that the night it
私もあの
happened.
事件に関わっている。
To put it another way, I played a part as well. I knew it! That means I'm even more challenging for me to trust you. So many emotions swirled within me now. Hope for Lucas, disdain for the man before me, that my mind and body couldn't focus on just one. I tightened the grip of my knife. Alfred glanced down at my movement, but soon he gazed at me with
今
determination.
ここに立つ私は反女王派だ。お前が仲間になってくれると
Right now, I stand here as an
全てが終わったら
anti-royalist. If you agree to
真実を
join
話
us,
そう。
I promise I will tell you the truth, the full truth, after everything is
その
over.
上で、お前が私を許さないと思うのなら、
If you still find me
この命を
unforgivable,
好きにしてくれていい。
after that, do what you wish with my life, but
女
only
王を倒すとい
after
う仕事を終えてからだ。
we finish overthrowing the queen. Now, that's rather convenient for me. If I can't take your word for it, that is.
そうだな。
You still doubt,
お前はもう断れない。
but you don't have the option to refuse anymore. Quietly, Alfred offered a
お
hand to
前
me.
の正体については、組織の構成員たちに通達済みだ。彼らはお前を旗頭にするため、どこまでも追いかけるだろう。
I've already notified all members of the organization of your identity. They will chase you to the end of the world to make you the leader of their cause. Bitch! Even if I defeated everyone surrounding me now, I would still be chased. And if that chase were long, the other 5 houses would hear of my existence. Our goals are the same. If I accept his deal, I gain an opening to take my revenge against the Queen and Alfred and I. A chance to help Lucas. My answer was clear. I relaxed my stance and put down my knife. You appall me. You could have just said you were forcing me to join from the beginning.
自分の意思で選んで欲しかった。なるべく穏やかに取引したかったんだな。だがこれ以上。
I had hoped that you would agree of your own will. I wish to move as peacefully as I can, but I'm afraid waiting is no longer possible. I didn't have a choice. The only path left for me was to join forces with Alfred. Collaborating with anti-royalist, it wasn't a bad option, judging from his speech, at least. Alfred was serious about turning me into a uniting symbol of his efforts. Now that it had come to this, I would use all my resources available to me. I would dedicate everything to my revenge. Very well, I accept your deal, but if you're going to place me on a pedestal that puts me above you, too. I had no intention of giving him all the leverage. Instead of shaking his outstretched hand, I offered the back of mine. I could practically hear the gasp of Alfred's posse. Alfred himself was stunned for a moment.
なるほど。バーンスタインにいた頃からうすうす感じてはいたが、随分と勝ち気な性分だし。
I had an inkling ever since I saw you working at Bernstein, but it seems that you have quite an unyielding spirit. Oh my! Did you hope for a lady that would passively go along with everything you say?
いや、失礼した。お前を見くびっていたよ。
Pardon my rudeness. It appears I have underrated you. Alfred took my hand and reverently pressed his lips against it.
我らが旗頭、女王打倒のための切り札殿。どうか力を貸してくれ。
Our blazing symbol, our trump card, I ask that you lend us your power. Underrated. Listen, I like her when she's a tough girl, but sometimes she just acts like a little pushover. I want a strong woman. Okay, we don't have to trip over our feet all the time and get caught by men in their arms. I want the opposite. I want a man to trip in front of this girl and her have the strength to hold this bitch up. Like, she's like, lost your footing, you idiot. Call them names. Be mean. Anyways. Don't get the wrong idea. We're individuals working together for separate goals. Our collaboration will eventually end. Don't forget the ring for Lucas and my revenge on you due after this. Don't you dare forget them. Alfred nodded solemnly. As I looked at him, my heart went to Lucas. Lucas, nothing changes that you assisted the perpetrator, but now I can't blame you for it, nor do I want to. At the very least, I'll do what I can for you as my brother's kind and lonely friend. My thoughts were a mess as I numbly followed where the others led. He's gonna wake up and I'm gone. Damn it, where did she go? Wheezing for breath, I ran around the streets of Rowan, searching for the girl who'd vanished without a trace for a second time. This morning, Apros hadn't shown up no matter how long I waited. When I finally checked our quarters, the room was deserted. Maybe this is the natural outcome considering how last night went, but I don't want to part with her just like this. I'm planned on having a proper conversation with her when morning arrived, thinking that both of us would have calmed down by then. Panic flashed through my mind. Even if I did find her, would I only cause her more trouble? I'm her mortal enemy. There's no way she would ever forgive me. She obviously doesn't want to see me. I know that the queen was manipulating me back then, but even so, my sin is too heavy. Her hatred was natural. I needed to leave her be, give her peace. Chasing her was useless. That was what I told myself, but my feet refused to stop. They refused to stop looking for Apros. There's something. There's something I have to tell you. Dun 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 dun. It's okay, I know. When I first met you, you were immediately familiar to me. I realized you resembled Riley. It was around that time you came to the Sullivan estate. I found the photo Riley gave me and discovered you were his sister. At first, I was terrified. I was terrified that my crime had manifested in front of my eyes. That fear consumed my thoughts. But as I grew to know you, I learned how much warmth and happiness you brought. Too bad, bitch. It's what happens when you don't say how you feel right away. You were dependable, but also worryingly impulsive. When you did act your age, showing unadulterated honesty, I couldn't resist. I smiled every time. If that unjust tragedy never happened, you'd be leading a happy life with your family. Whenever I thought that, my chest ached. I would always be the one of the criminals who smashed your happiness to pieces. Dun 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 dun. Oh goodness. I know that there's nothing I can do for you. I'm not worthy either. Even so, I can't fight it. Go on. Skide. Skides. I skides. Say it. A few days had passed. I was staying in the Cresswell estate to study domestic policies, the organization to which I now belong. I'm over here learning how to be a leader. I contacted John about the development. He was livid about Alfred's actions, but he at least approved of our alliance. Here's this month's report. Look through it. You really do have members scattered everywhere. It's hard to fathom that they're able to investigate such minute changes in the city. As I reached to accept the documents from Alfred's, my elbow knocked my brother's book off the desk. A mystery novel, is this yours? As Alfred picked it up, a single piece of paper which had been wedged between the pages fluttered out. Wait, that's private! It was a page filled with number codes that was stashed in the novel like a bookmark. Alfred retrieved the papers from the ground and hummed with a comprehensive right away. 123, 24, 52, 15, 6. Ah, a book cipher. Wait, you can read this code? It's a simple one to decipher provided you have the code book. Code book? Girl, she didn't know this yet? They said this to her, I thought. The numbers represent the page number, line, number, and letter number from the book. That serves as the key. It's simple if you have the right book, otherwise it's indecipherable. Riley and Lucas didn't just use this novel as inspiration, it had a particular use. I'd been curious about this code since I saw it, but with so many things happening, I never dedicated time to studying it. So these codes must be lines of conversation exchanged between the two. I should try deciphering it later. Voicing my gratitude, I accepted my paper from Alfred and focused on my work. That night, I used the method Alfred taught me and promptly decoded each message. The character here is R. Our code word is Robin. Sounds childish. It definitely is Riley who wrote the first message. The second one is Lucas. They even written dates next to each reply. They must have encrypted short messages for each other almost every day. I'm sick of tests. Threw mine away. I want to see my sister. You're obsessed. The humor, trifling messages painted a picture of their enjoyable school life, blue robin days, a smile crypted onto my lips. However, as I made more progress, the mood gradually shifted. Look after my sister, why me? This must be an exchange just before we had to leave for Eltbeek. The line of code ended with a message from my brother. The blue robin lives on in us. They really were good friends. Lucas, you tried to save Riley, save all of us. I knew it. I knew you were kind. I gingerly traced the code with my fingertips. Cock Robin, who loved the taste of freedom. Robin Hood, who wasn't bound by convention. They were two Robins I loved with all of my heart. For a long while, I sat there staring at the message as if they were still here with me. Again the next day, I rushed about the streets of Rowan in search of Apros. I've looked everywhere, but I haven't found her. Is there a chance she left Rowan? I contacted Edward too, but he said that she hasn't returned to the Bernstein estate either. Where in the world did she go? She hates you, Nat, right? That woman will never ever come back again. Her mortal enemy who killed her family. She thinks you're a disgusting murderer. Lucas, you poor thing. Look here, it's a murderer. Murderer. Shut up. Dude, you're in the middle of the street. Calm down. I could usually tune out their voices, but the shriek of my brother's obsession were now unbearable. If I reacted, it'd only get worse. Suddenly, a child emerged from out of the side of the road. When our eyes met, he walked over. Hey you, you're Lucas Sullivan, aren't you? And you are? Here, a letter for you. It's from Rose. What? Wait, you... Gone. As soon as the letter had left his hand, the child skipped away too fast for me to chase.
あいつが僕に
A letter?
さ
Where are you right now?
アプローズ
Stop saying her government name. Stop it. You want her to keep her secret? Even the little kid called her Rose. After reading the letter, I immediately retraced my steps to the Sullivan estate. Boy, once I arrived, I stormed straight to that room. Let's meet in the storage room of the Sullivan estate. That was all she had written in the letter. I don't know how she got in here without them knowing. I raced through the corridor and slammed open the door. There she was, Apros, waiting for me like the message said. She was silent as a doll, smiling softly. We hadn't seen each other for only a few days, but it felt like years.
アプローズ
Apros! Would you... I know we're in... Like, you gotta get used to saying Rose. Just say Rose. Say it. I know you can. Her eyes stared straight into mine. They were steady, unwavering. She looked as if she had made a pivotal decision. Pivotal. I can do that. And was set on seeing it through. I was seized with the urge to grab her shoulders and brace her, but I forced it down.
突然出て行って心配をかけるな。いや、お前がそうするのも当然だと分かっているが。
You don't suddenly rush out to worry me like this. My bad, I know that it was a natural thing to do in your position. Why don't we see her like this more often? I know this is from his point of view, so his face should be down here in the corner, like the MC, or not being visible at all. So, like, we can do this.
行くあてはあるのか？ここ数日バーンスタインにもいなかったと。もうあちらにも戻らないつもりなのか？
Do you have anywhere to go? I heard that you weren't even in the Bernsteins the last couple of days. Where do you plan to go? I didn't mean to blurt out in unimportant trash like this. I came here to say farewell.
待ってくれ。
Please wait.
お前に
There's something I have to tell
伝
you.
えたいことが
She pressed her fingers to my lip gently but firmly, stopping me from finishing my sentence. Don't say anything, Lucas. No matter what words you have to say for me, I know that they'll only sadden me. Because I can't turn back anymore. Saying that wistfully, she took my left hand and slid a silver ring onto my finger. What? Instantly, my world transformed. The haze, my brother's obsession, which had followed me tenaciously for years, faded away.
これは何だ？どういうことだ？
What is this? What's going on, Apros? It's a present from my brother and me. Today is the last time. I won't ever see you again. Lucas, please find happiness. I'm sure that it's what Riley wishes. And it's my wish too. Apros, so what did I do? Shove him? Like, push him? She did. She gently shoved me to the side to leave, and I pathetically stumbled backwards. I wasn't able to chase after her this time. It was as if my feet had been stitched to the ground. Her eyes, always burning with her brilliantly strong will, expressed her intent better than words. Never again would she smile by my side.
もうどんな言葉も届かない。
I'm too late.
お前を
Listen, please. I love
お前が
Ooh,
愛しかったんだ。
you were my heart. Boy. The precious words I never got a chance to say fell to the ground with my choke sobs, never to reach her. They melted into the crimson rug and vanished for good. Oh my goodness. A week had passed since I bade my farewell to Lucas. Bade, is that even a word? Bade. A greeting of farewell, also bid. Past tense of bid. I bid you farewell is bade. Okay. Guess. I've never seen that used in a sentence. I've never seen the past tense for bid. This one's for Edward. This one's for Linus. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular as I single-mindedly moved my pen. Each card got the same insincere message. I would be delighted if you could attend. You learn something new every day. I know, right? I'm like, dang.
本当に話を進めてよかったのか？
Do you truly have no regrets about this? She's like, nope, don't make me think about it for too long, though. I can't be alone with my thoughts. Before I knew it, Alfred, who I had thought was out drinking tea, was standing by my side and gazing over my shoulder. Oh my, cold feet. It's a bit late now, not to mention that you were the one who proposed it.
ああ、多少強引ではあるが、組織のためには一番いい方法だからな。
Yes, there is admittedly a little forceful. It's admittedly a little forceful. This is the most ideal method.
だがお前は
That said,
拒否するかと思っていた。
I assumed you would reject it. It doesn't matter now. I decided to accomplish my revenge through you. Half measures are worthless.
竹の連中は驚くだろうな。何しろ急な話だ。
The other households will be astonished. It's rather sudden. Right. We've never been seen conversing casually, so I hope it won't rouse suspicion.
隠れて会っていたとでも言えばいい。男と女の話ならあり得ることだ。
Simply claim that we met in secret. It's certainly convenient. Convincible. Convincible, is it though? Conceivable. I got this. I know words. I've read words before. When it comes to romantic matters, you should be able to convince them. Oh, goodness. A pair whose love blossomed through midnight tryst, all away from the prying eyes. It's too cliche. Very soon, I would marry Alfred. Of course, it wasn't for love. It was a move that would make me public knowledge among his group and a uniting symbol boosting their morale. It was also a good excuse to explain my partnership with Alfred. This was a contract established for the sole purpose of defeating the queen. Lucas, I wonder what you'll think. Stop. There's no point entertaining such fruitless thoughts. This is a path I
これで
chose.
全部か。書き終えたなら執事を呼ぶが。
Is that the last one? If you finished writing them, I shall summon the butler. Oh, give me one moment. In the invitation for Lucas, I slipped the card I'd written last night before sealing it. There was no turning back now. As that truth sank in, I handed the envelope to Alfred.
アプローズとアルフレッドが
Aprose and Alfred are getting married? An elegant envelope, apparently an urgent matter, was delivered earlier in the day. When I unveiled its contents, I couldn't believe my eyes.
直しても変わらない。現実なのか
No matter how many times I read it, the writing doesn't change. It's real? I had the urge to tear the paper in pieces. I was living in a nightmare. Enclosed with the invitation was a card that Aprose had from Aprose, which only read, "I would be delighted if you could attend." Meanwhile, reading between the lines of Alfred's card told me that she had become the leading symbol of the anti-royalists.
を利用するつもりなのか
Is he planning on using her for his own ends? Well, and? Likely it was the same for her. She planned on using that scoundrel's organization to take revenge on the queen.
ふざけるな
Don't screw with me. What the hell?
お前に何もしてやれないの
Can it be me? Can I do nothing for you? I scoffed at myself. Of course, I couldn't do anything for her. She despised me. You tried to kill yourself in front of her, my guy. Maybe she wanted to wipe our time together from her memory as soon as possible, but... I cast my eyes down at the ring she gave me and its dull gleam. I hadn't taken it off since.
アルフレッドがスプリガンの力を込めて作ったものだ奴らの未練が消えたのはそのせいだ
Alfred must have crafted this and infused it with his spirit of gun powers. That must be how those guys finally dissipated. I feel bad for him, but it's also delicious angst. I know. I can't be like, oh, you poor baby. But I'm also like, you poor baby. You're so silly. You're so silly. You little goose. I highly doubt that man would give such a valuable item without asking for anything in return. In that case, had Aprose gone out of her way to secure this ring for me?
憎んでいる
She hates me. Why'd she give me this? Her smile flashed through my mind. It would never be within my reach ever again.
なぜ
Why?
お前が僕をどう思っている
I don't even know your feelings for me or what you plan to do with me. Oh goodness, my eye. Lost in the fog of questions, time passed by, meaningless to the end of regret.
くそ
Curse it all. I slammed the desk as hard as I could. The blow shifted a card that fluttered to the floor. A familiar set of numbers caught my eyes as it floated down. Is that a series of numbers that had been written onto the back of Apros's card? It's the Odendorf cipher. It was a message from her. There was only one candidate for the code book. I flipped open the book haphazardly. I kept it close at hand. Ever since Apros left, letter by letter, I deciphered the code. 21, 5, 11, 35, 6, 1. Goodbye. When I finally decoded her entire message, tears I couldn't withhold spilled from my eyes, blurring the characters of the card. The day of the wedding arrived. The ceremony was quiet. For affiliates of the five houses were the only guest. As a member, of course, the invited guests were unable to conceal their shock. Oh, okay. Am I not cute enough? I have a hard time believing this, to think that Al would marry her. There weren't any signs at all, but I've heard that they met each other in secret. I should have noticed.
ま、男女の仲は外からはわからないものさ。私としては美しい女性が一人人のものになってしまうのは残念だ。
I just realized this. Everyone's wearing their normal clothes, except she's wearing her ball gown outfit. Why are you wearing normal clothes to a wedding? Where's your fucking suits, guys? It's a wedding. The relationship of a man and a woman is always opaque from the outside. Personally, I just find it regrettable that a fair lady has become someone else's.
そうよ、残念だわ。あの子にはずっとうちの使用人でいてほしかったのに。ひどいわ、アルフレッド卿ったら。
It's such a shame. I want that girl to be a servant at our place forever. Lord Alfred is so very mean. Okay. We know that Lily is evil. We already know this. We know Lily's evil. Her servant is evil for her or on her behalf or with her, one or the other. Her husband died 8 years ago. I think it was 8. Not 15. It doesn't match up with when we had our horrible life-changing event. It was a little bit later, right? So, like, what's her goal? What is it? I feel like they haven't given us enough hints. What a freak. I want that girl to be a servant at our place forever. Lord Alfred is so very mean.
まあまあ、姉上。刑事ですから祝福しましょう。今後はクレスウェル夫人として交流を深めては。
She also doesn't care about her brother. We know that too, because her brother got slapped on her behalf and she just kind of grinned about it. And we also know that she doesn't like Lord Ascot because he flirted with her. Now there's a chance that he flirted with her and like flirted with her and she liked it. And then she got mad because he didn't pick her. Or it's just the fact that he flirted with her at all. And she was just like, oh, the offense. Disgusting. Anything's optional there. Could change. So, like, I don't know. This is the day to celebrate. So let's give our blessing. You can call on her just as frequently as the Lady Cresswell.
そうね。そうするわ。今度お茶会に呼びましょう。
You're right. I shall invite her to a tea party as soon as I find the chance.
あら？アスコット卿。そういえば今日の式に陛下は？
Speaking of which,
出席されるとお伺いしたけれど。
Lord Ascot, where is Her Majesty? I heard she would be attending today's ceremony in a letter.
ああ、リリー嬢。それが大変残念なのですが、陛下は体調が優れず参加できないそうです。私が名代としてきました。
About that, Lady Lily. It's most unfortunate, but the Queen is feeling unwell and is unable to attend today, but I'm her representative.
まあ、そう。
Goodness me.
心配だわ。
I see. I am a little worried.
ルーカス教の姿も見えないけど。
I don't see Lord Lucas anywhere either. Well,
彼は人嫌いだからね。こういう場には出てこないかもしれないね。
he's always been the unsociable one. Perhaps he's avoiding even these occasions. One can only hope. One can only hope. Today was the day I would marry Alfred. Classic. Classic marrying for money. As the ceremony proceeded, matter-of-factly, I regarded the man who would become my husband, but there wasn't as much as a ripple in my heart. The members of the 5 houses were our wedding witnesses, but I couldn't find Lucas among them. Relief and misery stained my heart. I didn't want him to see me as someone else's bride, but oh please, I want to see him once more, just once. The ceremony ended and we moved outside. Oh look, he wore the right outfit for this, and he has his hair up. I like when his hair is up. He's so cute. I like when he has his hair up. He's pretty. Hi, pretty. Though the attendants never dropped their perplexed expressions, they gave us their blessing and showered us with petals, and then I saw him from the corner of my eye. He was just beyond the cluster of guests. Lucas. The moment I laid eyes on him, I blinked, sending a single tear rolling down my cheek. His cheeks were stained wet too. My message must have gotten through to him. His lips moved. They formed the words, "Come to my side." Outprose. That is not an easy sentence. I wanted to move. I wanted to sprint to him right this moment, but Alfred, who'd also noticed Lucas, quietly hugged my shoulder. I weighed on his arms. The weight of his arms snapped me out of it. I already passed the point of no return. I mustn't regret what I did. The world does not revolve around me. I am in no way the tragic heroine. Eventually, he must have realized I wasn't coming. He pulled his lips into a wistful, resigned smile, but as he turned away, there was something resolute about his gulp. As I watched his retreating form, I whispered the last message I'd given him. "Goodbye, my beloved Robin." Oh, it was more than goodbye. It was a long sentence. With this, I would never see him again as Riley's sister, simply underrated. Apros. What? Or at least that was how it should have been. There was no reason to believe otherwise.
アプローズ、ジョンから博覧会周りの計画について話が。おい、また来ていたのかお前。
Apros, John has something to discuss regarding the exhibition. Seriously, you're here again?
これはアルフレッド卿。僕もそちらに協力すると言っただろう。これからは頻繁に関わって。
He's out here stalking us. He shouldn't be allowed to stalk us. I think that's not allowed. If it isn't esteemed Lord Alfred, of course I'm here. I said I'd help your fellows. I intend to participate zealously.
あのな、お前。全く計算外だった。まさかお前がこうまで開き直るとは。
Are you even listening to your... This was the one thing I never predicted, to think you'd throw reservations out the window. Honestly, I never expected this either. A few days after the wedding, Lucas came knocking to the Cresswell estate demanding to help as an anti-royalist as well. Of course, Alfred had no cause to decline an offer from a 5-house member. Lucas's flame would be extremely useful. And then, before we knew it, Lucas was frequenting the Cresswell estate and enjoying tea sessions with me during his visits.
アプローズ、今日はうまい菓子を持ってきた。一緒に食べないか?
Apros, I brought some tasty sweets with me today. Want to share them? You just treated me to some the other day. If I overindulge myself, I'll grow fat.
お前はむしろ痩せすぎだ。だいたいそれぐらいでぐちぐち言うなど。ああ、そこの男は言いそうか。
You're actually too thin. No one would grumble and nag you about such little things. I suppose that man over there seems the type.
そんな男、お前の方から見限ってやれ。僕はお前がどんな容姿になろうが、お前がお前であるなら美しいと思う。
You should toss away that petty man like him. If you were me, I would always think that you were beautiful as long as you were who you still are. Oh my god. Recently, Lucas had stopped hiding his affection. He hit me with words of love that were so direct that I'd be stunned silent. You've gotten better at flattery. It's not flattery. I've just stopped hiding my real thoughts. Nothing matters to me now, even if you hate me. Now my one wish is to snatch you back. Shame and reputation are just words. You are my everything, that's all. But there's a duty I have to accomplish.
僕の贖罪も終わったわけではない。
This is the weirdest Astray ending.
お前を思う気持ちだ
I
けを
know.
信じてくれ。
It's not like I'm done atoning either, but please at least believe that my feelings for you are genuine. This is what I imagine Yang and a crack fic. Just stalking her, always. He spoke passionately and it flustered me. I didn't know what to do. That was when Alfred looked appalled, cut into our conversation.
ルーカス、こちらへの協力はありがたいが、いい加減、堂々と人の妻を口説くのはやめてもらいたいのだが。
This is an actual triangle. They did it. This is a successful actual triangle. She willingly married a different man, and he's not giving up on her. She didn't get sucked into some weird dream world. Like, they're both working towards her goal of this is the best one. This is great. It's awful, but it's great. It's wonderful. Oh my gosh. Lucas, I appreciate your cooperation, but I've had enough. I would like you to cease your brazen advances on my wife.
おかしなことを言う。僕は反女王派の仲間として、その旗頭である彼女と親交を深めているだけだが。
Don't speak nonsense. I'm cultivating a good relationship with the symbol of our faction as an ally of the anti-royalists.
それに、
Not to
妻
mention,
というが、どうせ愛のない結婚だ。女王を倒すという目的を果たしたその後ならば、
you
お
pull
前
the
と別
wife
れ、
card, but it's
僕と一緒になっても
only a
問題はない
contract to you. After overthrowing the queen, I'm sure there'll be no problem with her leaving you to be with me. What?
勝手に決めるな。愛がないというが、同志を横島な道へ引きずり込まれそうになって黙っている私ではない。
Don't assume things arbitrarily. Whatever you claim, I'm not one to sit back and watch as someone lures my comrade down a wicked path. Oh, I see. From a bystander's perspective, it might seem like I'm irresponsibly losing sight of my duty due to infatuation.
私とて取引での結婚とはいえ、自分の妻になった女性にちょっかいを出されるのは気分が良くない。
And most of all, though it may be a marriage of convenience, I'm not keen on someone making passes at who is, by law, my wife. Oh, the mood seems a little different from what I
それ
expected.
に無事事が済んだ暁には、私は彼女に殺されてもいいと思っている。そこにたどり着くのに邪魔をされるのは心外だ。
Furthermore, once it's all done, I am wholeheartedly willing to die by her blade. No one should really hinder me from reaching that goal.
こいつの復讐心を盾にとってよくも。
That... the nerve you
は
have
っきり言ったらどうだ。本当はアプローズを気に入ってると。
to use her quest for vengeance as an excuse. How about you be honest for once? Just admit that you actually fancy Apros. Without thinking, I whipped my head and stared at Lucas oh gosh, incredulously. What arbitraries, absurdities was he spouting? Alfred would never see me that way, bro.
言うときは彼女に直接伝える。そこにお前が入る余地はない。お分かりか、ルーカス卿。
In time, I'll tell her directly there is no room for you, an outsider, to interfere. Have I made myself clear, Lord Lucas?
入る余地があるかないかは、アプローズに聞いてみなければわからないだろう。なあ、アルフレッド卿。
Whether there's room for me isn't up to you. I won't know unless I ask Apros, right, Lord Alfred? Could someone tell me what's going on? Was I alone, unable to comprehend the battle unraveling before me, my jaw agape? Alfred took my hand in his. This is just the
確かに
greatest.
この関係はあくまで仮初め。だがそれでも、お前は私の妻であることを忘れるな。
It's undeniable that our relationship is fleeting. Nonetheless, don't forget that you are at present my wife, Apros. I won't. Lucas, however, wasn't daunted by those words at all. He's gripped my other hand and whispered into my ear.
お前を奪う。
I will steal you away one day, I promise.
ロビンフットは諦めが悪いんだ。
Because Robin Hood doesn't give up. Chuckling slightly, he tenderly pressed his lips against my earlobe. It may have been a trick of the wind, but I felt like I heard the exasperated chirping of a robin ringing out somewhere. Dear goodness, what a great ending. I liked it.
僕がお前をあいつに取られてあっさり引き下がると思っていたんだろ だが、残念だったな。僕はお前を諦めるなんて殊勝なことは言わ
Oh,
ない。
did I screenshot this? Oh, you thought that I'd just step away, this guy whispering, wisp you away, didn't you? But you, what a shame. I'm not some admiral man who says that I'll give up on you. I gotta go back to this thing. I took a screenshot. I forgot to take one day. It was pretty sad for me. By the time this is over with, you'll be back by my side. There's no way I'll ever hand you over to a guy like him. Nice, nice, nice.
ミストニアの希望ザ・ロストディライト
Alright, let's go. We're gonna go back to the literal choice and see if I make the other choice, if it'll get us there. Otherwise, we'll just do the cheat
お
thing.
かえり
And by cheat thing, I mean the totally reasonable, easy thing to do. You're truly the Blue Robin. It would be simple enough to agree, but I felt it prudent to gain more info on this boy's organization if I could. There's something I want to ask you first. Is the anti-royalist group you're in really the Blue Robin? Perhaps Leonardo hadn't expected me to ask because he looked thrown
それ
off.
はそうさ、青のロビンだよ。貧しき者に救いの手を差し伸べる義族さ。だから世直しに女王を
Yeah.
倒すんだろ。
Blue Robin, we're the chivalrous thieves who save the poor. That's why we'll defeat the queen to make the world better. You're the one sending gifts to the almhouses and retirement homes, that Blue Robin?
だからそうだって言って
That's
る
what
だ
I
ろ。
said!
青のロビンに入って、あんたも一緒に女王を倒したいんだろ。
You want to join the Blue Robins and take down the queen, don't you? I never got a chance to answer him the moment the shadowy figure suddenly lunged into the alley. And then I threatened to stab him, right? I'm like, I'll stab you! And then that happens. Chapter 4! do. After sprinting back to my room, I shut the door and leaned against it. Inch by inch, I slid onto the ground. My tears wouldn't stop. My head and heart were both a mess. Ended all by my own hands. What's with that? You're so self-centered. Did you ever consider my feelings? Those weren't the words I wanted to hear from him. I clawed tooth and nail to make my enemies fall from grace and taste my same despair. But Lucas...
僕が殺したブローズ。
He was in so much pain. What can I achieve by killing someone who says things like that? I stared up at the ceiling in a daze. Thank you. Just as I figured, I might as well have headed back to John and gone around.
顔をしてるな。
Listen, Obrion. Look at you being all mopey and pathetic. Naturally. I quietly shifted my gaze towards the familiar voice. There I saw my contract
涙ちょ
partner.
うだいの友情物語。大事なお兄様の親友が敵だった。後悔している。そんな相手を殺せないって。
What a tearjerker. The best friend of your dearest brother turned out to be your enemy. He's very sorry, so you can't kill him, huh? Up.
お前の覚悟はそんなもんだったわけか。ああ、嫌だ嫌だ。ちょっと予想外のことがあったら投げ出すなんて。
What is that word? So that's how found your resolve is. Oof, I'm in shock. Horror? I've never seen that. What the hell is what is that? What is that? What a horror in French. This says what a horror in French.
Quelle horreur. Quelle horreur.
Quelle horreur. Like, that is not... Why would you just put a full French word in here? A tiny surprise is enough for you to throw in the towel. You can't just put French words in here like that. あった。
俺も契約相手を見誤ったな。まさかここで逃げようとするなんて。
Looks like I misjudged terribly when I chose my partner. I never thought that you'd run. Shut up. I knew that Oberon was purposely outing me. Usually I was able to easily let it slide, but today it fanned my irrepressible ire. I know you don't have to spell it out for me. I don't want to give up midway. But then what am I? I don't know what to do. Bitch. Say it right. I hadn't wanted to whine to Oberon, but my frustration was too intense to contain. I buried my face in my
諦めたく
hands.
ないならやり遂げる道しかないだろ
If you don't want to give up, then your only choice is to see it through. When I finished my childish screaming, Oberon made the statement
アプローズ
solemnly.
お前はティア女王へたどり着くんだろ人生を狂わせた相手へ償わせるために
Apros, you're going to carve a path to Tia, to the queen, aren't you? You're going to make the person who tore your life apart pay. Yeah, but you don't actually want me to do that, so don't... It's hard to take Oberon seriously when we know that all he really wants is his wife. He's like, oh, my sweet darling sweetheart, that's all he wants. So when he does these, like, motivational moments now that we know that he's trash, like, I don't give a fuck what you say. And I know there's going to be this underlining story that we're going to run into because they kind of hinted at it in Ascot's route. But like, sure, we were friends once when I was in the village. You ran into me and we became friends for like 5 seconds, and you're like, cute kid. Like, that's it. That's all you got. Coaxed by Oberon's steady voice, I slowly lowered my hands and lifted my gaze. Tears trickled quietly from the corners of my eyes. My hatred for the queen burned strong, as it does for those who did the dirty work, but killing him, Riley wouldn't want it.
かもな死者の願いなんて俺にすらわからないけど兄を言い訳に使うのはよせ
Maybe. Even I, the Fae King, can't know the wishes of the dead. Stop using your brother as an excuse.
あいつを殺したくないのはお前自身の気持ちだろ
You're the one who doesn't want to kill him.
捨てられない思いなら抱えるしかない抱えたまま進めよその先に何が起きても
If you have feelings that you can't cast away, then don't. Keep them close and press on. Don't falter here. Oberon flapped his fluffy wings and hopped onto my shoulder. I stroked his feathers as I digested his words. Keep them close and press on. I took a deep breath, my mind marginally more at peace as I reflected on my journey so far. Lucas's confession, my brother. Roughly wiping my tears with my sleeve, I slightly slapped my face to psych myself up. When I held out a hand to Oberon's direction, he complied with my silent request and hopped on. I still haven't reconciled with those feelings, but you're right. Even if I ran away, my feelings won't change. I'll stay, partly to stay close to Lucas, but I'm also concerned by the anti-royalist using the Blue Robin's name. If I could ally with the anti-royalist, I'd have a better chance to kill the queen. There was also the matter of Lucas's acquaintances. Ayo, hi Rinrin. I was postponing my decision about Lucas again, but I couldn't stick on that problem forever.
ちょっと調子が戻ったなうんそれでこそ俺が見込んだ契約者だ
This is extra cherry right now. It's a really good time. Looks like you've regained a bit of your usual spirit. Very good. That's the partner I was promised. It feels bizarre to be comforted by you of all people. A pure fae lecturing a mortal about their emotions. It's unthinkable.
うん訂正するだいぶ戻ったな調子たく俺に言わせればお前らは思いの種類に振り回されすぎだ
Alright. Revision. You've regained all of your spirit, including your snark. Jeez, in my opinion, your kind gets too wrapped up in your emotions.
ユニークはめんどくさいったらないもっとシンプルに考えればいいんだよ
There's nothing more troublesome in the world than you demi-fae. You complicate
ジョンに
everything.
も話しておけよま進むと決めたならいいじゃあな
Make sure that you chat with John too. As long as you're moving forward, it's alright. See ya. See ya. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Oh, Oberon. Before Oberon vanished, I commanded my face, still a little stiff, to make a smile. Thanks. Does he like me or does he hate me? Like, which one is it? I get it. He's a complicated being because he's a Fae King and he already has a wife. But does he like me? Don't give me trouble next time, kiddo. With a final rustle of his wings, Obrion left. Silence returned to the room and I stood up. I gazed outside the windows at the gas lights. They reminded me of Lucas's lanterns. I wonder if Lucas tended to the wound on his neck properly. My feelings towards the azure flames were complicated. Despite just saying I'd move on, my mind incorrigibly filled with thoughts of Lucas. A few days had passed since the new moon night, ever since Lucas had begun shutting himself in his room more than ever before. It's the same today. I only saw Lucas while serving his meals. However, that worked out for me. I still hadn't sorted out my feelings. I didn't know what attitude to assume when I spoke to him. All this time, I still can't figure myself out. I finally found one of my revenge targets, but I can't kill him. I can't bear to do it. As I retrieved the tableware he had left outside his room, I looked out the window on a whim and caught sight of a suspicious silhouette. Who's that? I furtively peered out. With what a better look I saw, it wasn't a single person. A handful of men were loitering on the estate grounds. I leaned forward, approaching the window to see what they were doing, but then... Don't look. Stay inside the mansion. Lucas, out of nowhere, grabbed my shoulders and dragged me away from the glass. Who are they? Those people are keeping watch on the estate. Don't leave the premises for the time being. Don't go near the windows either. Keep the curtains shut. Those people, Lord Lucas. He didn't give me any more details. That was all he said before slinking back into his room. What in the world is going on, bro? I sensed something off about my pocket, so I took out my watch. It's a message from John. I hadn't seen him since the night of the new moon, though I'd managed to report to him that I was safe. He was surely worried. Obrion no, there's no way he'd speak to John on my behalf. There's a lot of disgust so a trip to Goneril's shop is in order. He just said don't leave. I replied to John and arranged to meet up. How? A few days later, the mysterious men who had been monitoring the Sullivan estate vanished. With them given up and gone, I was able to leave but stayed vigilant. Once safe in Goneril's shop, I told John everything. I couldn't believe when you used your face sight in succession. I was seriously worried all this time, you know, sorry. That was the only idea I could think of to get out of that tricky situation safely. This is why people say that fright takes years off your life. I'm glad you're safe. I wonder though, does it? Because I should be dead by now, right? Theoretically speaking. Theoretically. Oh, goodness. There was an angry bite to his voice at the start, but having seen me in one piece, John gradually regained his composure. I know what words are. When I reported that suspicious men had been surveilling the Sullivan's estate, he nodded. We caught wind of that too. They may be the Yard, so I couldn't approach hesitantly. The Yard? Were they still chasing after the illusion? But I made sure to make their suspect look entirely unique. Maybe they went to Lucas's place to seek out clues. After they couldn't find a criminal, I keep investigating. Got it, thanks. Then if they are truly the Yard, did Lucas tell me to stay inside because he was worried about my safety? The guess brought a gush of happiness to my heart, and with that came a rush of guilt. He cares! Oh shit, he cares. John, I need to apologize.
俺に心当たりはないが。
What's this? You got serious all of a sudden. I'm drawing a blank here. You were right when you pointed out my problem with Lucas. I was averting my gaze from his involvement in the incident. I'd gained affection for that man against my better judgment and lost the courage to face the truth. Lucas had a part in the tragedy. He didn't take any lives directly, but he apparently took the role of guiding the villagers.
それは奴自身が語った
Did he tell you that himself? Yes, I heard it from his own mouth, but even after listening, I wasn't able to carry out my revenge. I despised these murderers so much, planned to purge them to the pits of hell, and then I finally found one. I couldn't do anything. John listened to me talk without interruption. Perhaps he saw through my feelings long ago. I feel so guilty towards Father, Mother, Riley, and all the villagers. I can't believe my resolve was shaken so easily like this. It's excruciating and painful.
お前が苦しむ必要はない。その苦しみはやった奴らが背負うべきものだ。
You don't have to torment yourself. The ones to shoulder that suffering are the ones who caused the tragedy.
辛いなら
Nah.
もうサリバン邸を離れたっていい。少なくとも奴はお前に殺されても構わないくらい事件のことを後悔していたんだろう。
If it's too distressing, it's perfectly fine to leave that estate. At the very least, that man regrets the incident so much that he doesn't mind dying by your hand, right? It definitely wasn't an act. Lucas had been suffering all this time. Nevertheless, what he had done at Eltbeek was inexcusable, and I mustn't forgive him.
お前はどうしたいんだ。
What do you want to do? Ever since I heard Lucas's confession, there's something I've been considering. After much contemplation the past few days, I was struck with an idea. The next morning arrived. Under the pretext of clearing the tableware from breakfast, I visited Lucas's room and made a proposal. She was like, ahem. Lord Lucas, may I have a moment?
もうその言葉遣いはいい。復讐相手に気を使う必要はないだろう。
You can stop with the pretenses already. There's no need to act considerate to someone you're going to kill. Lucas, travel to the ruins of Eltbeek with me. Lucas had been slouching, staring out the window lethargically, but when he heard that village's name, he went straight as a ruler. Lucas, like me, must have wanted desperately to scratch that name out of his mind, yet he would never forget it. I want you to go there and witness everyone's souls still trapped within the village. Of course, I won't demand you go without compensation. If you accept my proposal, I'll arrange a meeting with a pure fae for you.
いや、ちょっと待ってくれ。頭が追いつかない。ピュアだと。
No, pause. Wait a minute. I'm struggling to process this. A pure fae? I have a connection that I can use. The connection naturally was Obrion. That said, I didn't know whether he'd comply, but we could cross that bridge when it came to it. Like you, I don't know whether a demi-fae can become a pure fae. However, with the help of a pure fae, there's a chance you may be able to erase the lingering obsession that haunts you.
こいつらを消す機会を得るためにあの村へ行けと。
So you're telling me to go to the village for maybe a chance to banish these guys? Since Lucas had a guilty conscience, I wagered that he'd accept my offer. It was off chance that he may decline, afraid to look his crime in the eyes, that gave me the idea to offer something in return. It isn't a bad proposal for you, right? He gazed at my face for a while before finally muttering this.
そうだな。もしこの未練が消せるなら願ってもないことだ。
If it's possible to do away with these obsessions, it's a dream come true. There is one issue. We are dealing with a fickle pure fae. I can't promise he'll respond to my summons. I hope you understand.
彼らの習性を考えれば当然だな。わかった。
He's like, I get it. It's only natural considering their race's nature. I'll keep that in mind. Lucas had accepted like I expected. One part of me was relieved. The other part of me was full of fucking rage. Another part of me, however, wrestled with the two questions. Did he agree as atonement, or was it because the reward was attractive? Girl, please. A few days later, having finished our preparations, Lucas and I departed for Eltbeek. It was a long journey. From the carriage ride to the steam train, we'd both remained silent, not speaking a word more than necessary. To me, Eltbeek was a land of nostalgia that held memories both beautiful and miserable. To him, it may as well have been hell. As we steadily approach the ruins, I watch Lucas's expression transform into somewhat gloomy and hollow. A tepid breeze brushed against my cheeks. Its scent was familiar, bringing memories of my days here to the surface of my mind. Sadly, there was a stark contrast between my memories and the scenery before my eyes. Old buildings were nothing more now than rubble squares left to rot.
こんなに
It's this bad, bitch. They burned it to the ground. Let's go. Yeah. We strolled slowly across the ashes. The entire time, Lucas looked like he was just barely holding in screams of agony. You have to look, Lucas. You have to see your sins. The same can be said for me. I need to take a good look at my feelings and figure out what I want to do from now on. We went up to the same path I tumbled back and forth on countless times as a child, and it ended in a plot where my estate used to be. I don't think we've seen this before. Our house used to be here. You can't even tell anymore.
ここに4人で住んでいたのか
Did the four of you live here together? Yes, we did. Father, Mother, Riley, and me. Mother was strict but firm. Father was the kindest man I knew, and he doted on me, my brother, and me. I only recalled this a while ago, but my brother sometimes recited nursery rhymes.
変わらないな
Sounds like him. Whispering that, Lucas is gazed at the charred remains of my house. I hadn't said it intently to condemn him. I only voiced the memories that were overflowing within me. I want you to know, even if only assisted under order of the Queen, I want you to see the result into your memory. We fell silent for a while, standing motionless in front of the past. Only the rustling of wind denoted the passing of time. Atop this low hill, we had a sweeping view of the village. Black spots, burnt houses dotted the ground as far as the eye could see. Can I ask you to do it here, if that's what you want? Lucas quietly cast down his eyes, enchanting his wings unfurling from his back. A blue flame ignited in his lantern. Without a word, he raised it into the air. I held my breath and scanned my surroundings. I can't see any souls. Is it because the sun's still out?
いや違うこれは
That's not it. This is... Soundlessly lowering his lantern, Lucas stared at the village as he slowly chose his words.
ここにはもう死者の魂未練もいないようだ
There aren't any souls
帰るべき場所に
or lingering attachments here anymore. All of them must have moved on to where they ought to go. The breeze rustled the dry grass and entangled my hair. I brushed it down, staring vacantly ahead of me. I see. I did have a hunch that that'd be the case. The relief was overshadowed by newfound loneliness. This snuffed out any hope of seeing the souls of my families again. This is a great discovery. If everyone is resting in peace, it's for the best. Father, Mother, Riley, everyone who had been kind to me, I would never see them again in my lifetime. Lucas and I gazed up at the sky at the same time. I just prayed that everyone was now in an eternally peaceful world.
優しい村だったんだな
It was a kind-hearted village, truly. He stood rooted as if at last repenting. We were so alike. Lucas, thank you for listening to my request.
いや僕は礼を言われる立場じゃない
It's nothing. I don't deserve gratitude.
そんな資格は
I don't have that right. Profound grief and regret cast a shadow over his profile. I want to ask, you said that when you received the order from the Queen, you tried to inform my brother, right?
ああ言ったな
I did say that. But you failed, and then you participated in the attack, even if indirectly. Why? This inconsistency in Lucas's confession had bothered me since I first heard it. Lucas clearly mourned my brother, so why had he participated? After a lengthy moment of indecision, Lucas turned towards the forest surrounding the village before speaking up.
女王からの命を受けた時すでに僕には監視がついていた村の周辺にもだ
When I received a decree from the Queen, I was already under surveillance, as were the outskirts of your village.
僕は作戦に加わるふりをして内情を探り
I
ダイニーに
pretended
手紙を送って
to
お
join
前
the
の家族だけでも
operation
逃がそうと考えた
so that I could figure out the plan to send the letter to Riley and help your
だが
family
僕の
escape.
行動は女王に見透か
But
さ
the
れてい
Queen,
た
she read me like a book.
それではルーク、あなたも協力してくれるのね。
Well then, Luke, that means you're gonna help us too,
は
right?
い。陛下直々のご命令とあらば、謹んで拝命つかまつります。
He did not look like this that long ago. He was still a kid. I will, if it is a direct order from you, Your Majesty, I humbly accept the
ル
task.
ーカス卿が引き受けてくれたおかげでスムーズに運びそうですね。陛下
Now that Lord Lucas has accepted, it seems that things will proceed smoothly, my queen.
よかった。あなたは嫌がるかもと思っていたから。
I'm so glad. I thought you might be unhappy about it, you know.
私が何か。
Have I done anything to displease you?
いいえ、なんでもないの。マルコからちょっと気になる話を聞いてしまって。
It's
でも
nothing.
いいのよ。
A little bird just told me something that bothered me a little, but it doesn't matter.
ねえルーク、本当にあなたを信用していいのよね。
Hey, Luke, I can trust you, right? Look into my eyes and answer me, please.
はい。
Yes, of course.
なんだ。
What's this? I felt dizzy for a second.
女王の目、吸い込まれるような。
It's like her eyes were sucking me in.
そう、協力してくれるなら嬉しいわ。お願いね。必ずあの子を私のもとへ連れてきてね。
I'm delighted that you're willing to help. I'm counting on you, okay? Make sure to bring that girl to me no matter what.
どちらにせよ、
Either way,
あなたはその時が来れば
when the time comes,
私の言う通りに動くし
you've
か
got no
ないのですね。
choice but to do exactly as I tell you.
ああ、かわいそうに。
Oh dear, you poor thing.
僕は女王を見くびっていた。
I thought too little
あ
of
の
the
何
queen.
もかもできる万能の
I
妖精
didn't
の
know how
恐ろしさ。
terrifying an almighty fae could be.
その時、僕は女王に暗示をかけられたんだ。女王への範囲を強く意識した時に
The queen planted a compulsion
望
in
みと
me.
逆の行動をするという暗示を。
It activated when I felt a strong sense of rebellion. It would make me act completely opposite of my wishes. Why would she do that? Did she know of your relationship with my brother?
でも今思えば、女王は誰かから情報を得ていたんだろう。
She shouldn't
僕はラ
have,
イリーと
but
交
thinking
流があ
back
り、
now,
あの家族を助けようとするかもしれない。
she might have gotten intel from someone that I knew Riley and might try to help your family.
僕は女王の思惑通りに、ライリーに逃げるよう手紙を出した。出してしまったんだ。
Just like the queen anticipated, I sent a letter to Riley telling him to run. It was a fatal mistake.
そしてそれをきっかけに、あの忌まわしい暗示が発動した。
That was the trigger which activated the compulsion.
まるで夢を見ているようだった。
It was as if I were trapped in a
意識
dream.
はあるのに、体は心とはまるで逆に動いて。
I was aware, but
俺は
my
一人
body
と
did the
淡々と
opposite of what my
炎
mind
で移動
willed
す
it
る
to
自分
do.
をもう一人の僕が見つめていた。
Another me watched as I apathetically lured the villagers with
気
flames.
がついた時には、すべてが終わった後だった。
By the time I came to, it was already over. He'd learned of the compulsion because the queen had let the truth slip. Welling in the aftermath, ending there, Lucas hung his head.
結局僕は取り返しのつかない
In the end, I
罪を
did it.
犯した。それは変えることのできない事実だ。
I can never hope to make up for it. It's set in stone. I could have never predicted that the queen was controlling him that way. If this was the truth, Lucas's despair was so much deeper and more complex than anyone could know. He suffered alone all this time. Does this mean he isn't actually at fault? But even though he had been manipulated, he still played a part in the disaster. His hands were weapons. Nothing could change that. I lost my family. I lost my everything. There's no way I can say I forgive you. This is her face. I think they account for the lighting here because her face looks more yellow. Like compared to that image, she looks like she's glowing more. I swallowed, then chose to communicate my honest feelings. I think it's impossible for me to absolve you. My mind is still a mess. I don't know how I should feel about this. Deep down, I knew that Lucas didn't deserve any blame, but 8 years of pain was difficult to override.
ああ、当然だ。僕の罪が許されるとは思っていない。
That's natural. I don't assume that you would suddenly forgive me either. But I can't deny that I'm happy. I was happy you mourned my brother's death with me, and that you cherished your memories with him. Hearing that, Lucas wore a conflicted smile.
忘れるわけない。僕なんかと友人になりたがる変わり者。もう二度と現れないだろうからな。
You could never forget that guy. There will probably never be another oddball who'd wanted to become friends with a weirdo like me. He muttered that softly, his tone filled with fondness. Did my lights just flicker? Lucas had lost his one and only friend that night. If it weren't for the queen, he had never. Oh gosh. He'd have been spared this crushing guilt. I was thinking about what if for a bit.
想像
What if? You know that if the queen didn't seek me out and Riley stayed at school, do you think he would have brought you to our house one day?
はあ、そういえば妹に会わせたいってよく言っていたな。
Now that you mention it, he often said he wanted me to meet his sister. He also told me that he had a good friend and was planning to introduce him to me. If that disaster had never happened, would such a future have been within our reach? As long as the queen exists, such a world isn't possible, though.
あいつは妹の話になると二言目には、もし妹に好きな相手ができたら自分と戦って勝てるやつじゃないとダメだなんて言っていた。
Whenever you were brought up, the guy would say without fail, I won't approve of any suitors for my sister unless they can beat me in a fight.
当時僕はその妹とやらに同情してい
At
た
the time, I pitied the sister he
こんな
rambled
兄が
about.
いては大変だろうなと。
I thought she'd have a rough time with a brother like that. Riley had a very soft spot for me, after all.
甘いで済むような感情じゃなさそうだったかな。
From my perspective, I couldn't write it off as simply a soft spot, though. Don't say that. I spotted a bird cutting across the twilight sky. It must have been returning to its family. Was my brother watching over me from the sky? No. He's in Tiranogue. What would he think seeing Lucas by my side? You know, after everything I've been through, I fully understand why my brother wanted to make friends with you. Lucas was standoffish, bumbling but kind. Despite his aversion towards people as a whole, deep in his heart, he wished for connection. Riley hated superficial relationships. He disliked people who smiled while hiding dark thoughts in their heart. That's why I think he felt safe with you. As I got to know Lucas, that was what I thought. Riley must have been the same.
なんだ嫌味か隠さず悪態をつく僕への。
What's this sarcasm? Are you taking a jab at me since I openly cursed at people? I'm not. It's how I really feel. My brother liked you very much. And I'm being drawn into you as well. I wish I could have met under more mundane circumstances, a girl, her brother's friend.
そうだな。僕もそうなる
Same
べきと
here.
何度も思った。
If only our meeting came about differently. I've wished it countless times. If only I hadn't met him through my quest for vengeance. If only that tragedy never happened. If only I was just a daughter, a sister. One day Riley would have come home and introduced you. He'd have said, "This is my friend Lucas." You'd have looked a bit disgruntled and held out a hand to my throat grew raw and my voice trembled. Such thinking was pointless, and yet as I pieced together an impossible dream in my mind, the tears spilled out of my own.
アプローズ。
Oh dear. Oh dear, I'm crying like a buffoon here. Apros. The next moment I was within Lucas's embrace. The acidic scent of paint tickled my nose. Why are you? When I looked up, his face was filled with bewilderment at his own actions.
勝手に動いた。お前が泣いているのを見たら、放っておけなくて。
My body moved on its own when I saw you cry, and I couldn't leave you alone, and it just happened. That's the same thing I said last time.
お前。本当だな。何をしているんだろう。
You're right.
俺たちは
Look at us. What are we
す
doing?
まない。僕なんかに触れられるのは嫌だろう。
Sorry, must be off-putting for me to touch you. He tried to pull away, but I grabbed his arm. I don't want you to see me cry, so let's stay like this for a little while longer. Sure. Yeah, that's the answer. I pressed my cheek against his chest, and the thumping of his heart filled my ears. He's so warm. Taking his turn, being the strong one, he gently stroked my hair. My chest grew tight, my heart ached. Is Lucas kind to me because of his guilty conscience, because I'm his friend's sister? Slowly I lifted my face and our eyes locked. The arm wound around me, my back tightened. Oh, goodness. Your shoulders are so slender. Everything about you is delicate and petite. I know this might be strange coming from me, but I don't want to hurt you anymore. I don't want you to cry. Muttering that softly, Lucas gingerly wiped away my tears, my heart somersaulted. I see now. I really have fallen for him. I shut my eyes. If only I could forget everything and stay in his arms forever, but I can't tell him the feelings blooming in my heart. That would be scandalous. A breeze chilled my moist cheeks. Wishing that time would stop, I stayed in Lucas's embrace until my tears finally dried. After that, I brought Lucas to the forest near the village. I had an agreement to uphold. Lucas had a pure faith in me. I want to talk, please come out. I called for him through my watch before we came, and now too, Obrion refused to respond. Sorry, I look like he's willing to come out today. Lucas had granted my wish, so I was wanting to return the favor. Unfortunately, it turns out I was overly optimistic about Obrion. You don't have to apologize. Like I said, I know pure faith are unpredictable. But you were hoping to dispel your brother's obsession with a pure faith's power. It doesn't matter. It's wrong for a murderer to lead a happy life to begin with. Maybe this is punishment I deserve. Lucas even shouldered the torment from death that weren't his fault. It was so heartbreaking. So you've lived all this time while thinking that you're not worthy of happiness. Thanks for today. If you didn't take me here, I would have ran away from my crimes for the rest of my life. I didn't do anything. In fact, I didn't know you were under a compulsion until today. I said some heartless things to you. It wasn't right for me to reproach you as a murderer. But it's true. You've done nothing wrong. Anyone in your shoes would have reacted the same. Moments earlier, we had been one in an embrace. Now he returned to perpetuate the victim. The insurmountable rift drowned in my sorrow. Apros, if you ever feel like killing me, you can do it whenever you want. There's no point. There's no point, bro. I believe I've already said this before. Killing someone suicidal won't make me feel better. You did say it wouldn't count. Yeah, though if it were someone living shamelessly with no regret, I would have done it in a heartbeat. I didn't have the heart to kill Lucas anymore. That option was out of the question. Raising my face, I decided to share the thought I had since we had got to the village. Lucas, I want to take a break from my job for a while. Is it alright if I return to the Bernstein estate? I want to put some distance between us for now and sort out my feelings. I understand. I don't mind. You're Bernstein's servant to begin with. It's not like you have to ask me for permission. Really? Did you tell Edward, that you were my employer now, or did I imagine it? I was only... Forget about that. Please. I wasn't thinking back then. If you say so. My lord is very shy, and I'd feel bad if you imploded, so I'll erase that memory. That last sentence was uncalled for. Then, Lord Lucas, please make sure to eat properly. Thank you for everything. I hadn't asked for a holiday just for my self-reflection, but to find my focus again. At the end of the day, the mastermind who tore everything apart is the queen. I was grief-stricken from losing my family. Lucas was suffocated by his guilt, but that woman was completely oblivious. Even now, she was probably wearing her carefree smile. I can't move forward unless I carry out my revenge on the evil that started it all. I had to lock my feelings for Lucas away and strengthen my determination to kill the queen. I clenched my fist, glimpse of stars shining through the sharp branches of trees. I immediately, upon return to Rowan, I moved back into the Bernstein estate. The servants, after learning of this, mainly came to me with sympathies.
そうか。お前はうまくいっていたように思えたが、やはりダメだったか。
I see. It felt like things were mostly going smoothly for you, but in the end, it ended up like this after all. My deepest apologies that I couldn't meet expectations. I'll be in your care again. Since it was Lucas, everyone assumed that it was his fault I resigned. In this respect, he saved me a lot of time. Why he hot though? Nicholas? Why he hot? Because he was an assassin. Must mean Lucas, because Lucas is just, we like sad boys. Of course, I was delighted to have you with us again. You are an excellent worker. To think that he wasn't able to accept even her goodness, that lord's a handful. With those words, Nicholas left the servant's office. He didn't sound exasperated at me for coming back, but at Lucas. After my conversation with Nicholas, Evelyn and Charlotte rushed over, already chatting.
気にすることないわ。むしろここまでよく耐えたわよ。あんた、やっぱりすごいわ。
Don't take it to heart. In fact, you did well to last this long. I knew you were amazing.
すごいと思います。本当にお疲れ様です。
I think it would have made more sense if at this point he finally got someone from his own household to come over. But who am I to judge? I think you're brilliant too. You did really well out there. Thank you. But he didn't fire me per se. He just granted me leave for a while.
そうなの？もうこっちに戻ってくればいいのに。誰もあんたを悪く言ったりしないよ。
What? Really? You might as well just stay here. No one would blame you at all.
みんな大変さはよくわかってるから、無理しないでほしいです。
Everyone knows how difficult it is over there. Please don't push yourself too hard. Thanks. I'll think it over carefully. When I inquired about tasks, I was asked to go out on errands and stock up on oil. As I headed to the entrance hall, I came across Edward. I bowed and he addressed me with his usual affordable smile. Hey there, Rose. I hear that you'll be working here again starting today. Yes, I will be in your care. I'm very sorry I wasn't able to meet your expectations, Lord Edward. Oh, I should be thanking you instead. I heard from Lucas that you were a truly outstanding worker in his place. He said that his arrangement for you to come back was only his own willful request and asked that I don't reprimand you. Oh, he went out of his way to make sure I wouldn't end up in a difficult position, huh? It's rare for Lucas, of all people, to praise a servant. You were every bit as impressive as I hoped. No, not at all. I still have many things to improve on, like my disguise. Fooling people into believing I actually am a different person and not who I really am, because I have been sucking at that. Gathering intel? Suck at that too. I am the worst spy. Possibly interrupted by reply as a display of my modest nature. Display? What? Possibly interrupting my reply as a display of my modest nature. Edward smiled warmly. You only just got back, so don't overwork yourself. I suggest you take your time and rest for a few days. I will, my lord. Thank you very much. The next moment, I suddenly sensed someone's gaze on me and turned around. I noticed Alfred was in front of the entrance door. He's looking at me. Sending a meaningful look in my direction, Alfred opened the door and disappeared outside. Lord Edward, does Lord Alfred have some business here today? Yes, minor things. That aside, as if he'd recalled something, Edward chuckled.
君がサリバン邸から戻ってきたのはしきりに気にしていたみたいだったな。もしかしたらローズの顔を見に来たのかもしれないね。
He was so concerned about you the entire time you were at the Sullivan's estate. There's a chance that he came just to check on you, Rose. Pardon? Surely that can't be.
アルフレッドさんはああ見えて優しい人だから。君が
He
サリ
might
バン
look
邸でうま
cold,
くいっているか
but Alfred is a
気に
kind
かけて
man.
いたようだったよ。
He really fretted over whether everything was going well for you and Lucas. I didn't know that. This smells fishy. I ended my chat with Edward at an appropriate point, then left to chase Alfred under the pretense of shopping. Girl ran. Giving him a wide berth so that he wouldn't notice me, I tailed Alfred. I saw him entering a deserted alley and followed suit. Then, like he had been waiting for me, Alfred abruptly turned on his heel. I had anticipated it, so I spoke with him like a servant as usual. Goodness, what a coincidence seeing you in a place like this, Lord Alfred.
偶然か。もう演技はしなくていい。
Coincidence. You can stop the act. Act? May I ask what you mean?
お前の正体は分かっている。ということだ。
I mean that I know exactly who you are, Apros. You. Immediately on alert, I whipped out my knife and pointed the tip of the blade at the man. He knows my identity and lured me out on purpose? Why?
やれやれ。公爵令嬢ともあろうものが物騒だな。
Oh well, the Duke's daughter is rather intimidating. With an eerily calm attitude, Alfred raised a hand in
私はお前
surrender.
に敵意を持っていない。ただ、ルーカスに断られたから、直接交渉に来ただけだ。
I hold no animosity towards you. I only came to negotiate with you directly because Lucas turned me down. Lucas's name had came out of nowhere and my knife hand jolted. Negotiate? What are you talking about?
私は、エルトビーク村の事件に関わっている。
I played a part in the disaster at Eltbeek. What?
あの事件では、女王の命令で私が逃げられないよう結界を張り、ルーカスが青い炎で村の者を中心部へ誘導した。
Under the Queen's order, I summoned a barricade to trap the villagers while Lucas guided them to the heart of the village.
わかるか。つまり、私とルーカスは共犯関係にあるんだ。
Is it clear enough now? In short, Lucas and I are accomplices. Aren't you all?
共犯のか。
I see. That's what you were referring to when you whispered to Lucas a while ago.
さすがだな。唇の動きを読んだのか。
You read my lips. I shouldn't have expected anything less. Expect less, actually. Because shit like that came up. This is the first time they're like, oh, but she read their lips. That's the first fucking time this has ever happened. If they were like, she was in the dining hall peering out the window, listening to conversations more often, sure, that's fine. That's great. Bullshit. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. That's right. I mastered many skills to take revenge on you murderers, as you can see. Saying that in a sardonic tone, I glared at him. For a moment, Alfred cast down his eyes, looking as anguished as his stoic self could get.
お前の怒りは正当なものだ。だが、
Your indignation is justified. But for now, I want to propose a deal. I'm not interested in listening to you beg. Alfred shook his head, stating that it wasn't anything of the sort.
サリバン邸を男たちが囲んでいるのに気がついたか。あれは私の手のものだ。
Did you notice the men that surrounded the Sullivan estate? Those were my subordinates.
だいぶ前からお前を仲間にするため話す機会を伺っていた。だが私が直接話をした方がいいだろうと判断した。
Why do I always have it on the waddle side? Let's switch it. I want the Kirby. I want the Kirby. The Kirby side. Alright. I have been seeking out a chance to speak with you for a long time. I want to convince you to become my ally. That's why now I come to you directly.
ルーカスからもお前をこれ以上巻き込むなと抗議されたんだな。
Lucas had objected, saying that I shouldn't involve you more than I already have. You would be allies for what exactly?
私は反女王派に属している。
I'm an anti-royalist. What? An anti-royalist? I would never imagine this from you, Alfred. It was inconceivable. But then I recalled how I met Leonardo. You're behind the phony blue robin. At my question, Alfred smiled wearily and
そう
nodded.
だ。正確に言うと、あれはお前の前で青のロビンを語っただけ。レオナルドに演じさせた。あいつも私の仲間だからな。
To be more precise, we only use that name for you. I asked Leonardo to put on a performance. He's one of my comrades. That child is your comrade. Once he mentioned it, everything odd about that boy came flooding back to me. Even the manner in which he called out to me was strangely
初めから
persistent.
私が話をしても、お前は警戒して聞く耳を持たなかっただろう。
If I approached you myself from the start, you'd likely have been too wary to believe me.
だからあんな作戦を取ったんだが、
That's why I
誰かに
chose
取
such
り
a
付けられてい
tactic.
たようで、
But someone
ヤー
got
ドに
wind
来てしまった。
and contacted the yard.
本当はあの新月の晩、お前に反女王派に賛同する意思があるか確認し、
If
仲
everything
間に
went
な
as
るよう
planned,
話をするつ
I
も
would
り
have verified your intentions on that new moon before inviting you to join us. Then that doesn't make sense. Why would you betray the queen? And why do you want me on your side? I can't see how this benefits you.
話せば長くなる。が、一言で言えば、この国の、ひいては民のためだ。
The full explanation is rather lengthy. To sum it up in one sentence, I'm taking action for the good of this nation's people.
そして、お前を引き入れたいのは、この国の誰よりも、女王を倒せる可能性を秘めているからだ。
As for why I invited you into our fold is because you have the greatest potential to defeat the queen. Shucks. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Though he praised, oh gosh. Though he praised it as potential, his tone was like he was reciting facts. Okay, I guess. I mean, is that not worse or better? Worse or better? You do? I know I've come this far, but so have you.
そうだ。ピュアである女王の力は圧倒的だ。私たちが束になっても、例えば五家総出になってもかなわないだろう。
You do. The Pure Fae Queen has overwhelming powers. Even if my comrades come together, even if all the 5 houses assemble, we won't stand a chance.
だが、
But
女王が追い求めた器、ランドルフ公爵家の長女であるアプローズがいれば話は
a
別だ。
different story if we have you, Aprose, the vessel that the Queen sought, the eldest daughter of House Randolph.
お前がいてくれれば勝機があると踏んだ。望むなら、
Should it be
そ
like
の機会を博覧会で作るつもりだ。
a little more than that? Like, I'm the only daughter. I deem that you have a chance of victory with you. I deem that we have a chance of victory with you on our side. We plan to create an opportunity for you during the exhibition. This turn of events was a bolt from the blue. I couldn't believe a target of my revenge invited me to aid him in vanquishing the queen. I don't see why I should take the risk of cooperating with a mortal enemy. Warily, I made the statement. After all, even this could be a trap.
もちろん、
Of
ただで
course.
とは言わない。取引をしたいと話しただろう。
Of course, I wouldn't ask you to help me for free. Did I not mention a deal? Alfred reached into his inner chest pocket. I tensed, wondering what he would take out. To my surprise, it was only a silver
協力の
ring.
対価は大麻の指輪。
Extra shisham ring,
Splitting
crafted for
each
silver and
other.
iron, naturally repels
私にし
Fae.
か作れない代物だ。
Spittigon, Alfred is currently capable of forging one. In exchange, I'll offer you an exorcism ring. Of all the Spirigon descendants, I'm the only one capable of crafting it.
スプリガンは鉱石に自分の力を
Infused
込め、
orb, veteran ring. With this ring, Lucas can. I'm not going to repeat what I've already known. You knew about his
あの男の
torments?
過去、そしてサリバン邸へ手伝い昔、
Yes,
ルーカスと同
yes.
じ
Choose to end their lives? That's awful. It shook me how identical Lucas's case was to that story, but I couldn't let Alfred see the clink and hit my armor. Wait. Man was agonized by obsessions of relatives and chose to end their own lives. Ah, I see. Feigning composure, I smiled widely at him. It sounds like you've got the wrong idea. Why do you think I'd be willing to cooperate? Lucas is one of my enemies. I scoffed.
気づいていないのかもしれないが、お前もルーカスも存外わかりやすいんでな。
Perhaps you aren't aware, but both you and Lucas are mind-numbingly easy to read, which is why you're an awful friggin' spy.
私はあいつにお前を反女王派に引き入れたいと話したことがある。その時のあいつの必死な顔を見せてやりたかった。
I told him that I wish to invite you to join the anti-royalist. I wish I could show you his frantic face and his frantic face back
もうこれ以
then.
上お前の人生を狂わせられない。ただ普通の娘として生きさせてやりたいんだと言った時の。
He rambled, saying he can't ruin your life more than he already has. That he wants you to live as an ordinary girl, quite a spectacle. Hearing Alfred speak of Lucas made my heart feel like it was being squeezed by a claw. Lucas did. I guess I shouldn't be
お前
surprised.
がサリバン邸に派遣されてからか。私は会議でバーンスタイン邸に集まるたび、さりげなくお前とルーカスを観察していた。
Ever since you were dispatched to the Sullivan estate, I covertly observed you and Lucas whenever we assembled at the Bernstein estate for the meeting. I covertly observed you and Lucas. I see.
ルーカス、この前の書類についてだが、一部変更があった。この後修正
He's
を頼む。
beautiful. He's fucking beautiful. There's been revisions to the content of this document. Could you update them? Yeah.
それと、博覧会の警備についてだが、ヤードの巡回ルートを増やすこと
So
に。
cute.
おい、ルーカス。
We decided to increase the patrol routes of the yard for the exhibition security. Are you listening, Lucas?
ああ、悪い。退屈でぼんやりしていた。
My bad. I was spacing because I was bored.
口はよく回るようだが。窓の外によほど見とれるものでもあったか。
Your mouth is in working order. Is there something that captivating
別
outside?
に
Not really.
面倒な仕事から早く解放されたいと外を眺めていただけだ。
I was only staring outside, hoping to be set free from this troublesome job.
私はまた誰かを熱心に見つめているのかと思ったが。
For a moment, I thought that you were staring passionately at someone again.
勘違いも甚だしいな。僕がローズを見ていたなどと。僕はただ外の天候が気になって。
That's the most hilarious misunderstanding I've ever heard in my life. I would never stare at Rose. Never. I was only curious about the weather.
私が言うのもどうかと思うが、お前、そんなにわかりやすい男だったのか。私は誰かと言っただけだが。
I know that I shouldn't be the one saying this, but I didn't know you were transparent to this extent. I only said someone. Shut
う
up.
るさい。早く書類をよこせ。
Hand over those papers.
別に隠すことでもない。
It's nothing to be embarrassed about.
黙れ。違うと言っているだろうが。
Silence. I said you got it all wrong.
僕にそんな資格はない。
I'm not worthy. Beautiful man.
ルーカスは眩しそうにお前の姿を見つめていた。人を嫌うあの男があんな優しい目をするのを初めて見た。
Lucas couldn't take his eyes off you. It was my first time seeing that antisocial man with such a soft gaze.
そうしてお前も今ではルーカスを憎からず思っている。
And it's not one-sided. You have affections for Lucas as well, am I wrong? I've let you say your piece, but I've had enough. Don't be so presumptuous. It was as if he had barged into my heart and trampled on it. What was wrong with this man? He's one of the people who orchestrated the disaster. How does he have the gall to ask me to become his comrade? He seemed to have understood the extent of my fury because he swiftly added,
その話は置いておこう。
let's leave this topic aside for now. My point
前
is,
提として私は女王さえ倒せればいい。
I want the queen overthrown.
その後は自分の組織を他の者に任せるつもりだ。
I plan on entrusting my organization to someone else after that is
目
accomplished.
的を果たした後ならば、
Once my goal is
いるなり
fulfilled,
役なり、私のことは好きにしろ。
you may do as you see fit with me. I won't resist.
すぐに返事しろとは言
You
わない。
don't have to reply now.
一度よく考えてみてく
Think
れ。
it over and consider your
ルー
options.
カスを救うためにもな。
Think about what will be best for Lucas's salvation. You have some nerve saying that. When Lucas's name was mentioned, I wasn't able to turn him down right away. With that ring, I can at least save Lucas from the torment of his brothers. And logically speaking, joining forces with Alfred and consequently the anti-royalist increased my chances of defeating the Queen. I understand your offer. Give me some time to think. A little is enough. The words left my mouth before I knew it. After that, the days passed uneventfully at the Bernstein estate. Lily invited me to her tea parties, Evelyn and Charlotte gossiped with me about Lucas, and time steadily trickled away.
ねえ、サリバン邸では本当に大丈夫だったの？例の気候とかさ。
Were you really alright at the estate, you know, with the shouting and stuff?
エブリ、Evelyn! だらまずいよ。
We'll get in trouble if someone overhears us.
ルーカス様はああいう方だから大変だったでしょ？
Lord Lucas is a difficult person, so it must have been exhausting, right? No, there wasn't anything in particular that bothered me. Lord Lucas wasn't harsh at all, in my opinion.
もうここに来てまでいい子にならなくていいのよ。
You don't have to be a goody two-shoes here. Tell us what you really think. I really am not trying to be nice. He's easily misunderstood. He's really a nice man. Hang on. I'm waiting on a delivery, so I'm trying to keep track just to make sure. Not that. Yesterday they said they couldn't deliver it because my business was closed. This is not a business. I defended him without thinking and I scoffed at myself. It was a painful listening to people who didn't know Lucas well I defended him without thinking and I scoffed at myself. It was painful listening to people who didn't know Lucas well speak ill of him. Seriously, I'm so far gone. After seeing me cast my eyes down, Evelyn must have thought that I was desperate. She gave me a friendly and energizing slap on the shoulder.
ごめん、疲れさせるような話しちゃって。それより博覧会の話でもしましょう。もうすぐよね。
Sorry I brought up a tiring topic. Let's talk about the exhibition instead. It's right around the corner, yeah?
楽しみだね。私も見に行くつもりなんだ。あなたも行くんでしょ？
I can't wait. I'm planning on attending it. You're going too, right? Just a moment. See, I'm answering calls I wouldn't normally answer because I'm like, maybe it's them calling to tell me they're here. Guys got me out here answering phone calls I never would have answered. I would love to go and find the time. As I replied to them, I breathed a sigh of relief that the topic had changed. The weekend after visiting Goneril's shop and consulting John, I made a detour on my way back to the graveyard I saw with Lucas. Though John advised me to be cautious, he hadn't disapproved of Alfred's proposal. I had been deep in thought, though, about it when I saw where my feet had carried me. What am I even doing coming to a place like this? I scanned my surroundings but didn't see any others. Alone, I walked in the stillness. Without Lucas, I can't see the spirits. I remembered Lucas's peaceful expression as he guided the spirits. Lucas isn't a bad person. He's sensitive and caring, and he has a sharp tongue. That was a fact I knew very well considering everything I had seen and felt. He always wore a sullen face and spoke in a curt tone, but whenever I was with Lucas, I felt at peace for whatever reason. Lucas suffered this entire time out of guilt, but he had been unable to he had been under compulsion. It had literally been out of his hands. His beautiful hands. His embrace was so warm. A tear crept down my cheek. I want you to find happiness, to find salvation, I do, but there was another me screaming in my heart, that me who lost everything 8 years ago, the me thirsted for revenge, regardless of the circumstances. A murderer was a murderer. Why am I alive? I clawed my way through life to get here. 8 years of hardship. Didn't I do that for the sole sake of avenging everyone? All my life, I thought that if I could take revenge on the culprits, especially the queen, I could throw away my life in a heartbeat. Those feelings hadn't changed even now. Out of the blue, Goneril's words flashed through my mind. I don't read flashbacks. What do I want to do, huh? Father and Mother Riley, I've made up my mind. My determined whisper was swallowed in a fiery sunset like a reenactment of that faithful day. The dawn! The dawn! We're doing it. That also means we got the good ending. We have the good ending! Yay! The day of the exhibition, I was able to enter the royal palace thanks to Alfred's arrangements. I haven't been here since the ball. Back then, it hadn't crossed my mind that one day I'd form an alliance with Alfred of all people and infiltrate the palace. Don't act suspicious, be confident. I fucking know, guy. It was a week ago I'd accepted his proposal. At the time, I had gone and gave him my answer. Now, just a note. Based on the time, I'm pretty sure I can finish Lucas's route, but if we finish Lucas's route and it's not too close to 7, I might start John's route just to get it started. So we'll see. We'll see how close to 7 we are. At the time, I had gone to give him my answer. After announcing my cooperation, though, there wasn't much as a twitch in his cool expression. Frankly, I thought it was a 50-50 chance you'd accept. Were you that desperate to save Lucas, one of the men who destroyed your village? Bro. You son of a bitch. His blunt wording got on my nerves, but when I saw his solemn gaze, I realized that he was testing my earnesty. No. More than that. That's one reason, but my main motivation is that our alliance betters my chances of taking down the queen. Not to mention, I think I've already carried out more than enough revenge on Lucas. Interesting. May I ask what makes you think of that? I had grown familiar with his professional persona during the Five Houses meeting, but that didn't stop his ability to see through my intentions from being utterly annoyed. But that's why I think he's trustworthy. He isn't a naive leader that's easily accepts someone with a weak will as his ally. Lucas's involvement in the disaster was out of his hands. After 8 years, I appeared out of nowhere. Anguish came even more. The sister of his dead best friend, his best friend he helped kill, reminding him of his sin every day. That's enough punishment. Of course, I too considered that sentence light, but Lucas offered his life to me. He wishes more for death than life. Taking the life of someone who wants to be killed won't reconcile anything within me. That's why it's fitting he keeps alive. He's kept alive. Oh my god. As I explained, my heart bled to Lucas. I was the embodiment of all he wanted to forget. The truth weighed down on me like an anchor. Just the simple wish of wanting to be by his side might be enough to torment him. I fell silent. Seeing that, Alfred let out a wary chuckle. I tilted my head and he shook his head in apology. You and him are two of a kind. You have a hard time being honest and are poor at displaying your true thoughts, and yet you keep being concerned about the other.
不器用な生き方ではあるが嫌いじゃない。もっと私に好かれたところでお前たちは迷惑だろうがな。
I can't say it's the smartest way to live, but I don't dislike it. Then again, earning my fondness is probably a bother for you too. Very much so. Mind your own business things. That, and if we're going to be allies, there's something I want to inform you on now. The topic I wanted to bring up was Oberon. After discussing with John, we concluded that we'd better tell Alfred so that he could incorporate the Fae King into our plans. I also told him about my contract with Oberon in exchange for taking back his last wing. The Pure Fae had strengthened my Fae Sight hand.
なるほどな。女王と対をなす妖精王がこちらについてくれているというのなら。
How interesting. If the Fae King is willing to take our side, it's endlessly heartening. That said,
ピュアというのは基本的に身勝手なものだ。土壇場で裏切る可能性もある。気まぐれな面も含め。
Pure Fae are self-centered by nature. There's a chance that he'll betray you in the 11th hour. We shouldn't rely on him. After stating that rationally, Alfred offered a knife to me. What's this?
銀と鉄で作り上げたナイフだ。これで女王の羽を刈れ。
This is a knife made with silver and iron. Cut down the queen's wing with this. Her wing? How? Wings aren't tangible.
なんだ。妖精王に羽を刈る方法が存在すると教えてもらわなかったのか。
Did you not ask the Fae King how you'd reclaim his wing? Alfred shrugged, looking exasperated. I rolled my eyes, annoyed that my own ignorance had been brought to light. The only thing on my mind was revenge, so I didn't think about anything else. I thought that once I vanquished the queen, Oberon would take back his wing one way or another, but Alfred was right. I should have researched this much.
一族に伝わる歴史書や口伝をたどってな。銀と鉄のナイフには我々の持つ妖精の羽を刈る効果があると判明した。
We have the wing killer person already. How stupid. How is this a sentence? We didn't need this dialogue. We could have cut this back. I combed through the history texts and word-of-mouth household legends and discovered that knives of silver and iron have the ability to harvest Fae
加えて
wings.
そのナイフにはスプリガンの力が込められている。
Managed being scolded by an enemy though, bro.
手数は多い方がいいから。
It's true. She should just give up. She's not good at this. In addition, that knife is infused with my powers as a Spirigon. I plan to join you on the offense, of course, but the more tragic, the better.
あいつらと同じ方法かもしれないという点は不本意だが、有効な手を出し惜しみもできない。
It's unfortunate that the method we're using might be the same as those people, but we can't refuse any tools in our possession. Those people?
私たちの計画には関係ないことだ。
Ignore
気にし
me.
ないでくれ。とにかく。
It has nothing to do with our plans. Forget you heard that in
羽
any
は等しく
case.
力の源。
Sure.
買って女王をさらに弱体化させろ。そして女王の力を取り込むんだ。
Without exception, wings are a Fae's power source. Cut them down and weaken the queen, and then you must absorb her power. Absorb her power. You mentioned it when you proposed our deal, but is it really
あ
possible?
あ、
Yes.
エインセルの血を色濃く継ぎ、ピュアの器になれるほどの力を秘めている。
The blood of your Ansel ancestors is strong within you. It's only possible for someone like
もちろ
you.
ん、これまで女王の力を奪った者はいないから推測の域は出ないが、私はこれまでの様々な事例や文献を調査し、
No one has absorbed any pure Fae's powers before, so this is, in the end, speculation based on an archival research. Interesting, so that's why you came to me.
その通りだ。
Quite so.
私は前から女王の羽を刈る機会を伺っていた。守備よく刈り取れたとして。
I've been seeking an opening to hunt the queen's wing for a long time, even if I managed it. The problem was that I would... Oh gosh. The problem was what I would do after.
器という受け皿がいれば、羽を取り込み、女王が再び力を取り戻さないようにできると踏んだ。
However, if there was a receptacle, a vessel for them, that would prevent the queen from gaining her power. The queen was trying to make me her vessel, but I'll be the one to take her power instead. Sounds like excellence. Do this. Alfred explained to me that if I touched a wing I'd snatched and focused on it, the power embedded within it should transfer to me.
決行は博覧会の開始日を考えている。式典で警備が本会場に流れるだろうからな。
I'm considering commencing our operation on the first day of the exhibition. The security will be concentrated at the main venue.
それと確認だが、私に協力することをルーカスは知っているのか？
I want to ask something. Does Lucas know that you're going to cooperate with us? When he suddenly brought up Lucas's name, my shoulder jolted in spite of myself. No, it's not like I need to tell him, right? I don't know whether I'll ever come back. Possibly because he had sensed the lapse in my composure, Alfred smiled faintly.
いい覚悟だ。それならなおさら心残りのないようにしておけ。
You have an admirable resolve. If so, it's even more important that you don't leave any regrets behind.
戦いの最中にやり残したことがあったと尻込みしないためにもな。
We can't have you getting second thoughts during the final battle because you have unfinished business. Don't belittle me. That's impossible. That's impossible. Fearing that my determination to fight the queen would waver, I planned on avoiding Lucas altogether. However, Alfred emphasized that I tie up all loose ends so that I could fight without regret. That's how I found myself at the Sullivan's estate once more. After sending an advance message that I wanted to discuss work, I was guided into the Sullivan's estate drawing room. Upon entry, the smell of paint and tickled my nose. I looked around. Next to the desk was a fresh canvas on an easel. It's been a while.
ああ、久しぶりだな。僕の件でバーンスタインで叱られたりはしなかったか？
Yeah, long time no see. Did you get told off or something at the Bernstein because of your job at my place? No, everything's all right, thanks. I hadn't seen him since our trip to Eltbeek. Neither of us knew how we should act, causing frequent awkward silences. But more than anything, that I was able to see Lucas again made my heart swell. Are you working on a new Fae painting? Can I take a look?
いや、まだ完成していないから今度にしてくれ。できたら見せてやる。
Not now. I'm not done yet. So maybe next time once it's ready, I'll show you. Wink. Wink. Oh. I almost replied that I may not be around to see it, but I held my tongue. I didn't want Lucas to know that I was heading to the Queen to take my revenge. Knowing him, he would most certainly try to stop me.
それで、何の用だ?
So what brings you here today?
仕事の話というのはただの名目だろう。
The stuff about work was only pretenses, right? He beckoned me to the sofa. I settled down next to Lucas at a small distance before opening the package I'd brought. You saw right through me. To tell you the truth, I wanted to give you this. I held out my brother's special book to Lucas. Lucas frowned at the cover. He didn't reach for it, instead giving me a searching look.
急になんだ? これはライリーの形見だろう。僕は同じ本を持っているぞ。
That came out of nowhere. This is Riley's memento, isn't it? I've got the same book, so you should keep it. I know that, but I still want you to hold on to it. If the worst happens to me, my belongings would likely be disposed of haphazardly. I wanted to hand just this book over to Lucas before that day. My brother should be happier with this outcome too. Why give it to me all of a sudden? He still gave me a dubious look, so I tacked on my excuse. Recently, I've been gaining more belongings. At this rate, I won't be able to fit everything on my desk. It would be terrible if I lost it, so it'd be great if you would keep it for me. I didn't have belongings or anything of the sort, but Lucas didn't know that, so I hope that despite some skepticism, he'd accept it. I think that's bullshit. If it's temporarily, I guess I don't mind. He looked like he wasn't really fully convinced, but he took the book into his hand. I will take good care of it. Thanks. That concludes my business. When I looked at his face, my feet became heavy. My body refused to leave his side. The word goodbye remained stubbornly stuck in my throat. My brain scrambled for conversation, unwilling to let him go. You two used that book for your code, right?
ああ、そうだ。暗号とはいえ、分かってしまえば単純なものだがな。
We did. It's not much of a code once you know the rule.
同じ本がなければ解くのは不可能だと言っていい。
That said, if you don't have the same book, it's impossible to solve. Do you think I can solve it too? I've been wondering about it for a while.
なんだ。こんなもの、やり方が分かれば簡単だぞ。早く聞けばよかったのに。時間があるなら教えてやる。
You haven't. I'm serious when I said it's easy if you know the rule. You could have asked me earlier. Here's how I'll teach you. Chuckling slightly, Lucas opened the book. I leaned into him just a little.
見えるかそうだな。例えば、35、
Can you see the
1
pages?
と表記した場合は、
Okay, then for example, if the code says 3531, when I peered into the book, my gaze crashed into Lucas's just inches away. I looked away immediately, but I could sense his eyes still. My heart went racing. So in summary, this combination says, Riley,
そうだ。飲み込みが早いな。
you're a fast learner. Then if you want to write Lucas, how would I do that on this page?
ああ。例えば、頭の L を表すなら、
If you want to represent the letter L, then our fingers overlapped as we pointed at the same character. Sorry. I hurriedly tried to pull away my hand, but before I could, Lucas gently grasped it. That was the only word I could find. I feared my heart would burst open. Passionate amethyst eyes were gazing at me.
嫌なら話す。そうではないなら、もう少しこのまま、お
Damn.
前に触れさせてほしい。
If you're unhappy, I'll let you go, but if you're not, let me touch you. The solution was simple. I only had to say let me go, so why can't I find my voice? The desire that I had suppressed, my wish to touch him, to be loved by him, replaced all
今こ
rationality
の
I
手を
had.
捕まえておかなければ、二度とお前に会えなくなるような気がして。
I had a feeling that if I didn't catch you right now, I might never see you again. There wouldn't be a problem with that thought if I'm gone. You would feel relieved, wouldn't you? I'm the embodiment of your sin. I know that. You must want me to disappear from your sight.
僕の態度が、
Did I give you that
そんな-
impression? From the very first time, I realized that I wanted him to refute those claims. Entangled in Lucas's direct and earnest gaze, I forgot how to breathe.
ああ、そうだな。
You're right.
お前は僕の罪の象徴だ。
You're the embodiment of my sin. But
消えてほしいなどと思ったことは、
I never wanted you to disappear, not even
お前の
once.
そばにいたい。
I want to stay by your
ど
side,
んなに苦しい思いをしようと、
no matter what pain I have to go through.
ずっと。
I want to be with you forever. Oh my gosh, they're and then they kiss. Oh, they kiss. Dang, I don't think that's how books work, but that's beautiful. So pale. He's so pale in comparison to her. It didn't start from either of us. Our lips met naturally, drawn to each other. A mere few seconds stretched into an endearing eternity. In that moment, our hearts collided. I need to stop myself. I need to lock away my feelings, but I can't. One lone kiss spoke our feelings much more eloquently than any words in the world. I could tell that I had a special place in Lucas's heart. That was why it was so painful. I love you, Lucas. I can't imagine how happy I would be if we could be together forever. But if I dive into our embrace before I finish what I need to do, I'll regret it. Lucas wound his arms around my back, pulling me
僕はお
closer.
前を
Oh my gosh, that was a lot of energy. If I heard the rest of that sentence, my resolve would waver. Bye! I ran. With a breath to release my wish to stay, I pushed Lucas away with both hands. Sorry.
おい、アプローズ
Wait, Apros. Suppressing my desire to turn around, I left the Sullivan estate behind me. I want to see how this goes bad. Oh, God, I'm so scared. That was for the best. If Lucas confessed his feelings, if I accepted how he feels, I prayed to anything that I would survive to see him again, but there was no guarantee. I traced the outlines of my lip. It was one kiss, but it meant the world to me. If my feelings were answered for just one moment, it was more than enough.
こっちだ。もうすぐ玉座の場に着く。
This way will arrive shortly. Have you dealt with the guards?
私の提案で。
By my
明らかになった
suggestion,
5家の者が交代で
5 houses are
玉
taking
座の
turns
前に
guarding the
警備す
throne.
ることになっている。
The current block is Cresswell. My
今の
household
時
is
間は
standing
私の番
watch.
だ。一族の者に見張りを頼んでいる。それと、
That
街で
and
爆発騒ぎが起こるよう。
my
爆弾
comrades
を仕掛
planted
けた。
explosives in the city to cause confusion. Right now,
5家の者もヤードも、そっちに
the
向かって
5
いる。
houses and the yard should be going that way. I was worried that there might be casualties, but Alfred stated he calculated the detonation zones to keep damage to a minimum. This opportunity won't come ever
お
again.
前のことは、
As for
女
you,
王が招いた来客だと説明した
I
のだ。
explained that you are the queen's guest.
幸い、
Fortunately,
以前謁見も済ませているし、
You had an audience with her last time.
警戒する者もいないだろ
No one should suspect a thing as long as you are with me. The debutante ball had seemed like a game of make-believe, but I still enjoyed it. It was a pleasant surprise that it came in handy. Standing before the throne room entrance were two guards who seemed to be Alfred's subordinates. He addressed them
う
impassively.
ご苦労だローアン市内で爆発騒ぎがあったクレスウェル機にも応援要請が来ているお前たちはそちらへ急ぎ向かってくれ
Good work. There's been a bomb commotion in the streets of Rowan. There were requests for backup. You two head to the scene. Yes, sir. After seeing his subordinates off, Alfred smiled
ここから
thinly.
だ
Now it begins.
失敗すればお互い
If we fail,
命はないだろうな
likely neither of us will come out of this with our lives. I braced myself for that long
い
ago.
や正確に
To
言
be
えば
more accurate.
お前は死ぬことはないか女王の大事な器だ
There's no chance of you dying. You're the queen's precious vessel. I'd rather die.
それだけ元気なら平気そうだなさて
You
の
should
んびりしていると
be
誰
fine
が
with
来る
that
かわ
much
からない
spirit. Now then, let's not linger. On we go. Alfred placed his hand on the door to the throne room. As they slowly creaked open, I glared at the person on the other side. When we entered the room, the queen was on the throne, recognized Alfred, and smiled
Oh.
cheerfully.
どうしたの？
What brings you
あ
here?
なたが約束もなしに入ってくるなんて珍しいわね。
It's rare for you to come without scheduling your visit.
先触れもなく来たご無礼をどうかお許しください
As it is the matter's
陛下にど
urgency,
うしてもお会いしたいという者がおり
I ask that you forgive my imprudence. There is someone who frequently wishes for an audience, Your Majesty. When she saw me, the queen's eyes widened.
まあ、あなたは前にリリーが連れてきてくれた子じゃなくてそう、
Oh
ロー
my
ズ、
goodness!
可愛らしいあなた。
I remember you. They're the girlie Lily brought over last time. Yes, right? Rose, adorable girl.
今日この子を連れてきたっていうことは
You brought her here today, which
分
means
かったわ。彼女が博覧会のお供になってくれるのね。
she's gonna be my companion during the exhibition, right?
嬉しい。あるも私がどうやったら喜ぶか考えてくれたのね。
I'm so happy, Al. You thought about ways to delight me too. I see. As ever, she was careless. With her smiling, rambling self-delusions, my fury boiled. I'm afraid not, our fair queen. With all due respect, I have a correction to make. Rose isn't my true name.
Eh?
This woman ordered her subordinates to snatch me away. It was her fault my family died. Her fault Lucas shared that blame. It was all for the sake of getting her hands on me. If the queen didn't exist anymore, everyone would still be alive. We were happy, but you burned that all down. My name is Apros. Apros Randolph, the daughter of House Randolph, one of the 5 houses, and a survivor of the Eltbeak that you massacred. Now thus was my time to let out everything that I had been carrying in my heart. I feel like you could have just gotten closer to her first. My blood pounded, my hatred that had brewed for years transformed into power.
そういうことです私もこの国に女王は不要だと考えていましたそのために
This is the weirdest way to break into here, I'm just saying. What she said, I have also been thinking that we don't need a queen in this country. I joined forces with her for that sake.
あるかそんな
That's what you thought, Al? The queen stiffened with shock, but the next moment she let out sonorous, hearty laughter so loud that it must have echoed throughout the entire royal palace.
まあなんて素敵なの
My, how wonderful.
アプローズやっとあなたに会えた
Apros, I finally get to see
素
you.
敵なサプライズってあるかしら
There's not a more splendid surprise in the world.
その美しい姿みなぎる生命力間違いないわあなたこそ私がずっと探していた器私の安心
That beautiful form of yours that overflows vitality. There's no doubt you are the vessel I've been looking for all this time. My other
ま
half.
さか自分から会いに来てくれるだなんて しかも博覧会の日によ。嬉しいわ。春にご褒美をあげたいくらい。
I never thought you'd be the one to come see me, and on the day of the exhibition, I'm over the moon. I've got to give you a reward, Al. She hasn't changed one bit. What? So wonderful. What is this nonsense? Is there no concept of guilt within you? My family, all the villagers, everyone died on your order. The adults, the children, the babies, everyone. I allowed my fury to explode before the queen, but she only looked innocently confused. It was clear that it didn't strike any chords.
だってそれは器になる子を差し出すという約束を破ったランドルフが悪いのよ。
Oh, that's not my fault though. It's all because Randolph broke its promise of offering my vessel to me. It's not. You're the one who went back on your word. The candidate had to agree to become a vessel of their own volition. That's the ancient agreement. But you wanted your vessel at any cost and tried to kidnap me before I even gained awareness. That's why my parents ran away.
彼らは私とあなたを引き裂いたのよ。もういいじゃない。いなくなったものの話なんて。
They forced the two of us apart, you know? Who cares about them now? Why talk about things that are already gone? I would have slapped her already. There's no need for such dialogue. Yeah, and I hate how it happens every single time. So I get that she's, you know, the fae, the bean, whatever, but like every single interaction when she realizes she's the vessel, she turns into a different person and she's just like, oh my gosh, my life, my stars, my little shining bright. And she's over here like kicking and screaming the whole time.
ねえ、それよりせっかくなら一緒に博覧会へ行きましょう。
More importantly,
そばにいてくれるのよね。
let's not waste this opportunity and go to the exhibition together. You'll stay by my side forever from now on. As if she truly had no clue what the problem was, the queen placed her index finger on her chin and tilted her head. Her charade of innocence only fanned the flames. Finally perceiving my indignation, the queen tried speaking again in a coaxing tone.
もう可愛い顔が台無しよ。ねえ、落ち着いて考えてちょうだい。 私はすべての妖精の母とも言うべき存在なの。
Now, your adorable face is all scrunched up. Come now, calm down and think about it. I'm the mother of all fae after all.
私がいなければ、あなたもランドルフ一族もすべての妖精は存在しない。
Oh my god, she's playing SimCity.
どうしようと私の自由じゃない。
Tia's not a fae after all. She's just playing a video game of her own and she's causing tornadoes left and right. Without me, no fae would exist. Not you, not House Randolph. In that case, shouldn't I be free to do whatever I want with you? You heartless monster.
無駄だ。あの方に何を言おうと響かない。
Don't waste your breath. No matter what words you cast at her, they won't stick. Her nature is nothing like ours, even down to the core.
そうね。あり方が違うというのは合っているわ。
That's true.
その子だけは別。
My existence itself is unique, but that girl is the only exception. With an enthralled gaze, the queen watched me as I trembled with anger, her lips curled.
やっとまたあなた
Elsie?
に会えたのね。この世界で唯一の私の理解者。
We're finally reunited.
私の器。
The one person who understands me in the entire world, my beloved vessel. What on earth is this woman going on about? I was daunted by the queen's smile of madness. The next moment, she swung a hand into the air.
さあ、
Come
今
now.
度こそずっと私のそばに。
This time you'll stay with me forever and ever. Abruptly, a grand tree sprouted out behind the queen. Its branches extended and grew faster than the eyes could see. What? Watch out! Like long, supple fingers, countless branches reached for me, but just before they touched, Alfred shoved me away and ducked. The branches flew through the air and smashed a chandelier. Glass fragments flew like snow, so this is the queen's power.
ぼんやりするな、アプロズ。女王は樹木と風の力を好んで使う。気をつけろ。
Don't space out, Apros. The queen has a preference for controlling plants and wind. Be careful. Climbing to his feet, Alfred rushed over to me before summoning up a barrier in front of us.
あら、ごめんなさい。
Oh, sorry about
あ
that.
なたがいるのが嬉しくて、勢い余っちゃった。大切な子に傷をつけちゃうところだったわね。
I was so delighted you were here that I went overboard. I was this close to harming my precious
本
girl.
当はあなたが黙って私の元へ来てくれるといいのだけれど。ああ、もしかしてお遊びがしたいのね。
Dear, could you come over to my side like a good girl, or do you want to play a game? Why is Apros always surprised when she gets attacked by the queen? I get the vibe that Apros wants to just talk it out. Dude, kinda. I mean, she likes to repeat over and over again, you killed my family, that's all she does. Like, she like holds a knife and screams at you, but she never stabs you. Like, in none of these routes did she straight up kill a guy. She's always blindsided when she gets attacked. That's because she's horrible at her job. Like, she's like, oh, I've been training my whole life for this moment, and then she's like weak as fuck. Like, you're here for vengeance, but like the vengeance you sought after was not this. Like, you don't look different than you do with your hair blonde. Like, girl. How much angrier did this woman want to make me before she was satisfied? I knew she didn't mean to taunt me, but I couldn't let it slide. Don't mess with me, this isn't a game, and I'd rather die than go to your side. The queen's smile twitched.
そうなら、ひとまずはアルを殺してからあなたとゆっくり話す時間を取りましょう。
I see. In that case, I'll kill Elf
難し
first
いわね。
before taking the time to have a proper chat with you. Going easy on someone is quite difficult. Numerous branches stabbed towards us and were repelled by Alfred's barrier again.
腕を上げたわね、アル。
God, I'm having flashbacks when we had to
まだ
stab
まだ甘いわ。
Linus? Linus to like stab through him? Was it Alfred who had to stab through? Like some stupid idiot? Stab through me! Stab through my body to hit the queen! Yeah, bullshit. You're polished, your skills, Al, but it's not nearly enough. The branches stretching out from behind her multiplied several times and came at us relentlessly that we didn't have time to catch our breaths. Her powers are extraordinary. It's like she's the queen or something. The queen's fierce onslaught cracked Alfred's barrier. I emotionally continued looking for an opening, my eyes frantically darting.
アルったら彼女を連れてくるなんてすごくいい子だったのに、私の邪魔をするのはダメよ。
She had the golden opportunity to be like, yes, queen, I'm here to go with you to the exhibition and get right beside that bitch, and then stab her. And instead, she's like, but first, let's start a dialogue. Actually, I am Apros, the woman you want. Do you still want me? We have stealth on our fucking side, and we're like, you know what? No, I want you to know while I'm trying to kill you. It doesn't matter. Revenge is revenge, girl. Take it. Al, you were such a good boy for bringing her here, but you had to ruin it. Getting in my way is unacceptable. Alfred's gonna die. She broke the barrier? I'm not done yet.
無駄よ。だって私の方が強いんだもの。
It's pointless. I'm stronger than you bugs. Alfred summoned up multiple layers of barriers to replace the broken ones, but the queen's attack became more ferocious. After several rounds of attacks and defense, an entire section of the barrier shattered. The queen weaved a branch through the crevice and knocked Alfred down. And I, defenseless as ever, just shook like a fucking leaf. The moment he fell into the ground, the barrier vanished completely. Alfred! At this rate, I won't even get close because I'm stupid. Shifting her gaze from Alfred to me, the queen shot up her arm again. What is that? Oh, that's the tree branch. Okay, that's the tree over here. That's the tree over here. Powerful gust threw me into the air, then slammed me against a pillar. The impact jolting my entire body. Get.
ごめんなさいね。でも、もう逃げられたくないのよ、私。足がなければ自由にかけられなくなるかしら。
Sorry about that, but I don't want you to run away from me again. If you lose your legs, you'll be unable to leave. She grinned as she whispered those ghastly words, unhurriedly sauntering closer to me.
もっとあなたを近くで見たい。ずっと会える日を待ち望んでいたのだもの。
I want to see you up close. I've been waiting eagerly for this day. I need to stand up. I still had some fight left in me. If I didn't stand up now, everything would be over. I won't ever become your vessel. Dream on, bitch. You're not strong, so like, what are you gonna do? I focused on my legs, demanding to climb to my feet. However, another powerful gust slammed me to the wall.
かわいい子。
My adorable
も
girl.
う意地を張らないで。
Stop being so
あ
stubborn.
なたはいつも私に従順だったでしょ。
You used to be so obedient, didn't you? As she approached, the queen's eyes were glinting, bright with insanity. I've come this far. I won't let her make me a puppet. I'll at least take her down with me. Somehow, managing to stand up, I fumbled around for my hidden knife. I had to strike back, but my battered body couldn't move as I wished. The queen was right in front of my eyes. Just feeling her gaze on me up close revolted me and turned my blood to ice. I can't afford to give up here.
さあ、来て。
Come with me, please.
欲しい子。
My dearest girl. Her hand reached for me, not a second later. Azure flames filled my visions. Reflectively, I shut my eyes at their scorching radiance. Someone hugged my body close from behind. Huh? Girl got fucking saved, bro. Maybe you shouldn't have come here by yourself, lady. When I opened my eyes, I realized that Lucas was holding me tight with one arm while raising up his lantern with the other. A towering wall of fire blazed before us. Luke! The flame sent the queen flying and burned countless branches she stretched towards us. Lucas, why are you here?
このバカ
You moron?
アルフレッドにそそのかされたのか知らんが、こんな危険なことをよくも
I don't know whether Alfred planted the idea in your head, but how could you do something so dangerous? What are you calling me a moron for? Why are you even
あそこの
here?
バカから手紙が届いたんだ。しかもついさっき当日にな。もっと早く届いてたら絶対に止めたものを。
I got a letter from that idiot over there from moments ago. On the day itself, if it arrived sooner, I would have stopped you. Damn it. Without thinking, I whipped my head to look at the idiot he mentioned, Alfred. He was somewhere raising to his feet while sporting a sly smile. So that's how it is. That fox of a man deliberately set things up to go this way. Lucas had rushed straight here after seeing the letter. When my shock subsided, all that was left was affection and longing for him. Girl, no. Not now. Why did you choose to come here? It's none of your business, bitch. I've been holding it in all this time, and yet in the security of Lucas's warm tears, spilled out. And yet in the security of Lucas's warmth, tears I had suppressed spilled out off me. I dragged Lucas into my mess. He might even lose his life for it.
くそ。しかも関係ないだと。終わりだ。
He looks friggin' wild, by the way. Don't cry! Are you saying it's none of my business? It sure as hell is. While protrude by my tears, Lucas opened his eyes incredulously and yelled at me.
二度とお前に会えないなんて。僕が嫌なんだ。
I can't stand the thought of never seeing you again. That's why. Lucas! I worked so hard to sort through my feelings and put them aside, but you bastard. Don't Don't selfishly write an ending yourself when it's our story together. I don't want to regret my powerlessness like you with Riley. I don't want to lose someone precious to me again. If we make it out alive, I've got more to say to you, so prepare yourself. And we're like, all right. Do we not make it out the other version? Do we get to this scene and then like we just don't make it? Like, would that be an option? LOL. Imagine. Just imagine that. We're in the middle of a deadly battle, yet Lucas elated me. Each word making me cry harder, but now wasn't the time. Muttering all my strength, I slipped out of Lucas's arms and looked past the flames. The queen was there, beyond the wall of fire. She's just standing there. The madness shrouded her vanished, replaced with the confusion of a lost child. Are you doing this again? Why are you abandoning me again? Why? Why? Something isn't right about her. Everything's not right about her. Like between me and Lucas, the queen grew terribly disconcerted. Though I didn't know what struck her, I couldn't miss this opening. I'm not sure why she's acting like this, but it's our chance to strike back, right? Because the person she loves was actually a woman, not her husband, and I assume she chose a man over her. Lucas's azure flames blazed more fiercely. Dragging his feet in a limp, Alfred rushed over to us. Alfred smiled through the pain as Lucas, who was maintaining the wall of flames. Looks like I made the right choice sending that letter. I'm grateful you came, Lucas. Excuse me, right choice? Have you forgotten how many times I emphasized not to drag her into all of this? Complain all day after everything is done and dusted. Let's settle this now. I'll manifest the barriers around the queen. Use the guiding power of your flame to keep the queen in that state. I'll be counting on you. Damn it. Don't let your guard down. Alfred manifested barriers around the queen and caged her inside. The flames flared up with even more intensity, and by Lucas's power, the queen stared at them, unblinking. She froze altogether. I'll shrink down the barrier cage. Apros, cut down her wings. Got it. You got it. Thanks to my respite, I regained enough energy to move. Holding up the silver and iron knife from Alfred, I faced the queen once more. I pointed my knife at people to protect myself before, but in truth, I've never used it for its fatal purpose. There was no time to hesitate. I stepped towards the barrier. The queen remained in her motionless daze. After giving Lucas and Alfred ready signals, I watched like a hawk for the ideal timing, and it's now. As I advanced, the barrier in flames dissipated. Lunging forward, I swung my blade down at the base of the queen's wings. Hiya! Like that. Enchanted with a Spittigon's magic, only the tiniest amount of guiding force was necessary for the knife to sever a wing from its base. Stop! What? Yamate! Why are you doing this to me? With tears in her eyes, the queen deliriously rambled. I almost pitied her, but I reminded myself that this woman was the root of all evil who forced misery upon countless lives. I gripped my knife tighter. After culling 3 wings, the queen fell to her bottom. As she limply sat there, I moved my blade towards the 4th wing. Alright, good job. And there he is. There's that boy. A robin darted out from my pocket. With a flourish, he transformed into his true form, the faking.
お前を褒めてやるよ、アプローズ。
Looks like I put my faith in the right gal. You should be proud, Apros. Obrion.
オベロンだと。
Did you say Obrion?
こいつが妖精を。
This guy's the Fey King. Lucas's eyes were wide as saucers as the Fey King abrupt entrance. He was the only one present who didn't know about my contract. Obrion, however, paid him no heed. The Fey King floated over his queen, his glee a stark contrast to the room. Then he shoved his hands towards me.
さあ、アプローズ。その買った羽を俺に渡せ。それで契約終了。お前の復讐は終わりだ。
Now, Apros, hand over those wings. That'll be the end of our contract, the end of our revenge. The end of my revenge?
そうだ。俺の奪われた羽。そいつさえあれば、ティルナノーグにティアを連れて行くだけの力を完全に取り戻せる。
Exactly. As long as I have the wings she stole from me, I'll regain enough power to bring Tia back to Titanog with me.
俺はティルナノーグにティアを連れて帰る。お前たちは邪魔をするピュアがいなくなる。ほら、これで全てが丸く収まるだろう。
It's like, look, I'm helping you guys. I take Tia to Titanog, and you people get rid of the pure fae that's in your way. See, everyone wins. Cackling with amusement, Obrion counted his points on his finger. Not once did he tear his gaze away from the queen. Can I really say it's over with this? No, I couldn't. Before anything else, when Obrion had proposed this contract with me, Obrion, I never heard anything about a plan to take the queen back to Titanog.
そりゃ言ってなかったからな。羽を取り戻した後の話をする必要なんてあったか？
Of course not. I didn't tell you. Was there any need to share what I'd do once I got my wings back? He treated me as if I was beneath him. He wasn't ashamed in the least. My wish was to take down the queen for good, but you never planned on following through with me, did you? Obrion used me as a tool to weaken the queen before dragging her back to Titanog. That was his aim all along.
おいおい。
Hey now.
俺は一言もティアを倒すなんて言ってないだろう。違うか？お前が勝手に勘違いしただけじゃないか。
I never specified defeat Tia even once, did I? Am I wrong? You're the one who made that assumption. But if I knew his goal was to escort her back, I never had entered a contract with him. He used my vengeance for his own gain. Alfred, who had been on the mark. At the end of the day, Obrion was a pure fae as the queen. He was fundamentally different from us. No matter what his aim, it's unthinkable to just hand the queen over to him. I can't find peace with such an ending. In that case, I would slay the queen before he had the chance to take her away. I tensed, unable to find an opening in Obrion's stance, when Alfred wedged himself into the deadlock.
おばちを女王を連れてお帰りになるのはこちらとしても否やはありません。けれどそれは
Stab him
こ
too.
の方のすべての羽を買ってからです。
If I recall, he's still stronger than the queen currently. Please hold, your majesty. We're no objection to your decision to take the queen with you. However, we must cut all her wings
こ
first.
の国のために女王には二度とこちらの世界に関わらないでもらいたい。
For the sake of our nation, we must be certain that the queen will never interact with our world again. After we
あなた
cut
の好きにすればいい。
her wings and neutralize her powers, please do as you wish. Obrion took his eyes off the queen at long last and landed his gaze on Alfred. My shoulders jolted. There was a frosty gleam I'd never seen before in Obrion's eyes, like he was looking at a pesky insect.
ただのユニークの分際で生意気なことを言うじゃないか。
What do we have here? An insolent demi-fae running his mouth? Obrion's aura changed
ティア
completely.
を完全に無力化。ユニークのお前たちがずいぶんお偉くなったもんだな。
Absolve Tia of all her powers? I'm almost impressed, Demi-Fae. You let sure have gotten self-important over time. Obrion's infuriated, contemptuous glare moved to the knife in my hand. Tension was high. Even the smallest movement now could be the one to spur him to
あとは
action.
私がやる。お前とルーカスは下がって。
I'll take care of this. You two fall back. Bitch, you literally got your ass handed to you by the queen and she was sick. Purposely ignoring Obrion, Alfred took out his own special knife and reached out to place the blade against the queen's wing. However, don't touch her. Simultaneously with his yell, tempestuous glares, even from more ferocious than the queen's, broke out from Obrion's hand, flinging Alfred away. Alfred violently slammed into a wall. Alfred! Bro, what?
調子に乗るなよ。弱らせるまではと多めに見た。だがこれ以上はダメだ。たかがユニークが俺の女に気安く触ろうとするな。
Biggest eye roll, yeah. Control your ego. I tolerated your handicapping her, but no more. A lowly demi-fae has no right to get his fingers on my woman. Apros, come over here. Bro, no. Lucas pulled on my shoulder until I was by his side under his protection. Then he addressed Obrion to distract him from Alfred. You're a letdown. You are a far cry from the ideal pure fae of my imaginations. You don't have a shred of beauty in you. Self-interest is the only concept you fathom. It's covered by your purity. But once that layer is peeled off, you're just like us. I hear Suzuko Rota shall rise from the dead. Wait, what, perv? I'm gonna Google this name. Do I not know this name? Oh, this voice actor? Hang on. Let me look up. I know this voice actor. Hang on. Behind. The voice actor for Lucas? Yeah, I know. Is that the voice actor? In Yona. Oh, and Yona. Okay, yes. He's the voice of Yona. Yes. He has such a good voice, but it doesn't sound anything like Yoda. So it throws me off. Is he not also the voice of the guy from 9RIP? 9RIP. Lucas. Koyo. Yay! Yes, that one. That's because that's what it sounds like to me. Because that's the voice he's giving. I find voice actors so interesting because we have like, what's his name? Oh no, Ken, who does like the softest little voice you've ever heard, but the deepest voice you've also ever heard. And I'm like, when he does it. But Lucas has the same kind of range. You readily throw others to the wolves, using them like tools. Curses that I admired such a scoundrel for most of my life makes me sick.
そういえばお前はピュアに憧れてるんだったか。そこでお利口に黙ってれば、ティルナノーグへ連れてってやるぜ。
You know, I did hear about your obsession with pure fae. If you behave, I don't mind bringing you with me to Tiranog, you know. Lucas, don't listen to his rubbish. Anxiously, I looked up to search Lucas's face for signs of wavering. He gave me a reassuring smile before turning it into a smirk. Too bad for you. The past me would have celebrated, but now I've no plans on leaving reality behind. But in the clown version, I'm sure he does. Sure he does.
いいのか？こんなチャンス二度とないぞ。
You sure about that? This is a one-in-a-lifetime chance. I romanticized you, pure fae. I want to bitch slap that kid so bad. Dude, I wanted to like him when they first introduced him, but then every single thing he just does this shit. And I'm like, bitch. I romanticized you, pure fae, an excuse to daydream and escape. I see now how delusional I've been. Living like you, having your nature, it's the last thing I want. I'll live in our mortal world and survive and suffer to the very end, not to mention that I found someone to protect. Maybe now's not the right time to talk about that. Calm down. Lucas. His words brought my heart to life, and my eyes grew hot. Oberon, however, scoffed and callously smiled. That kid wouldn't survive a day in my Asian household. I love you saying that when he's like 1,000 years old or more. He's like so fucking old. What a jokes. Us selfish. That's rich coming from you lot. I seriously don't understand what Tia saw in your kind. I've wasted plenty of time. Hurry up and hand me those wings. Girl, eat them. Oberon drifted away from the queen's side just as she had fought. He summoned trees around him, shooting branches in my direction to wrestle the wings from my arms. Apros, get behind me! Dude, just let him the fuck go. Right? Right? We right about this? Girl, eat them. Eat them. Lucas dispelled his wall of fire for a moment to burn the branches coming his way. I hacked down the ones that I could with my knife. You're an eyesore, Will-o-wisp. Without warning, tiny whirlwinds sprung up from beneath our feet. They hoisted Lucas's body up into the air before bashing him against the floor. Lucas! Oberon looked down at Lucas, and Alfred collapsed on the ground with a satisfaction that slowly he turned his gaze to me. I think you've got the wrong idea. You guys were only able to win against Tia because she lost her composure. For our old forest time's sake, I'll repeat myself one last time. If you stop now, I don't mind sparing your life. Hand over the wings. Girl, eat them. If I hand them over now, Oberon will take the queen back to Tidanog. I don't want to. I still want to give the woman a piece of my mind, but at this rate, Oberon will kill us. My only chance is to gamble on the moment I give the wings. Glancing at Lucas, I steeled my resolve, because I steeled myself. I couldn't give up on my revenge, or him. I was about to speak when a feeble voice stopped me. Huh? The queen, who had been slumped and listless, gazed at me, muttering deliriously. Oberon hadn't noticed. I read her lips and came to a decision. I don't know whether this is the right thing to do, but beggars can't be choosers. We're gonna give the wings back to the queen? How about we drop another metric ton of iron onto this kid's head? Imagine. Give me my wings. What? Ah! She's back. Dazzling light enveloped the vicinity. The wings I pushed to the queen absorbed into her as she fixed her gaze on Oberon, resolute. You got your wings back, annoying. Slowly rising to her feet, the queen regarded me with serene eyes. Thank you, my dear child. She wants to eat your soul. Don't misunderstand. I can't let him take you away. This is my last resort, so I can settle this myself. I know. I'm happy that you've responded to my call. That's why I will chase him back. Her vacant expression from moments ago was gone. Though she staggered, she still glared at Oberon firmly. Oberon, I knew that you were trying to bring me back there, but to think that you would use this girl of all things. I can't with this dialogue. Dude, it's because she's so fucking delirious. Oh. I know the extent of your obsession with her very well. I thought I could finally take you back, but I'm back to square one. You had to deal with their barriers, flames, and you have them back now, but she hunted your wings. You're exhausted, no? Suddenly everyone's friends with each other and the world is at peace. I think the line is, and everyone lived happily ever after. And then we're gonna get to John's route, and he's gonna be from Friendland. Someone has to be from Friendland. You can't bring up another country and someone not be from there. I thought it was gonna be Ascot. Turned out he was just a fae. Even they were a part of your plan.
で、その状態で俺に勝てると思うのか?
So, do you really think you could win against me in that state?
そうね。あなたの羽があっても苦しい。でもね、いつかの時のために策を講じていたの。
Is this like War of the Roses? Does she like, she's like, he's in love with her and that's all he sees. Is like, he's like, my love, my queen, my woman. And like, she's just like, this fucking guy that won't leave me alone. This fucking guy that just won't leave me alone. Good question. It's painful even with the power of your wing, but I prepared a measure exactly for this day. I knew it would come. See, please lend me your strength. Whispering that, the queen clasped her hands in front of her chest, and countless wing veins unfurled beneath her feet. Glowing golden lights engulfed her body. Where did you get that power? What is this? I can feel I'm getting goosebumps just from being nearby. The air began rippling towards the queen at the center of the room. The gathering power was nauseating, and a dizzy spell hit me when someone tugged on my arm. Apros, over here. You need to get away from the king and queen. Why can't we take both of their wings? Like, legit. We already have one of Oberon wings. He has 6, right? He's missing 2. He only has 4 left. Let's take them all. Lucas. Lucas pulled me until I snapped out of my daze and ran myself towards the door in an instant. You know what? I like this ending. I like this ending. Oh, Oberon deserves it. He's a fucking dick. A blinding flash of light exploded in the room. Oberon screamed alongside it. Dead. By the time I turned around, Oberon was gone. All I could see was the queen collapse in the middle of the throne room. Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. Oberon disappeared. What happened to the queen? Is she dead?
いや、息はあるようだ。おそらく一時的に羽を刈り取られた反動と、先ほどので力を使い果たしたのだと思うが。
It looks like she's still breathing. It's likely backlash from using so much power from that blast after having her wings hunted, but that moment, the back of my right hand got hot, the sensation identical to when I activated my face sight. The king's mark's gone. Some great power was sapped all at once from my body. I looked at my hand and saw that the feather design, proof of my contract with Oberon, had vanished. Ugh. What's wrong? I feel so weak. My knees buckled and I fell to the ground. Apros! Because the contract, my face sight, has disappeared. My contract with Oberon has dissolved, so the enhancement of my power vanished with it. Now I was feeling a backlash of it on my own. Gotta get Apros. Just because all the power's left your body doesn't mean you can faint. I'm all. I wanted to reassure him, but my voice wouldn't weave any words. That's not romantic coming from someone who's suicidal, Lucas. It's not how it works. There's something I still haven't got to tell you. I'll chase you even to the end of the afterlife, you hear me? Bro, such an ominous thing to say, but I guess it's just like you, Lucas. Besides, I tried to smile and tell him I felt the same way, but girls gotta faint when it's important. My consciousness melted into darkness. That's it. That's the end of that one. That's how that one ended. That was the weirdest friggin' fight I've ever seen in my life. Are we so for real? Like, let's be... The queen showed no signs of rousing from her comatose state. Lucas stayed behind at the scene and called for reinforcements to carry Alfred and Aprose, who both fainted to safety. Once again, the queen hates the king. The queen hates him. She doesn't want to be with that guy. If she wanted to, she would. You know what I mean? It's like that sentence they usually use that the opposite. If he wanted to, she would. He would. If she wanted to, she would. She does not like being with him. So is he really just a kidnapper? He's just kidnapping her constantly in all of these stories? I know she sucks, but like, the fuck is happening? Lucas stayed behind at the scene and called for reinforcements to carry Alfred and Aprose, who had both fainted to safety. The two noblemen collaborated on a cover story for the public. The queen, overtaken by madness, attacked the 5 houses and then fell into a deep slumber. The exhibition was postponed for a time. Society was thrown into mayhem at a terrible news about their nation's absolute guardian. Naturally, some doubted the authenticity of the announcement, but none publicly took action to get to the bottom of things. It was a reflection of the hearts of the people, weary and jaded from the queen's reign. She's still fucking alive, guys. One rose above the festering turmoil to put the nation back on its feet, Alfred Cresswell. While he sought to cooperation of the 5 houses and to restore peace to get around Albion, the hottest topic in almhouses across the country was someone else, the Blue Robin.
ほら、青のロビンからの贈り物だ。
Here you go, gifts from the Blue Robin. Thank you. I love the Blue Robin. It comes with the card. Can you read it to me? I hate children's voices in here.
あなたの人生が希望の日に導かれますように。
Yeah, the screaming kids is too much. The writing says, may you have the guidance of the flames of hope in your life. I can't.
まったく青のロビンの贈り物を届ける役目なんてあんたはよく引き受けたもんだ。
I'm surprised you're willing to be the Blue Robin's delivery man.
俺がやらせてくれと言ったんだよ。報酬はくれるって言うんだからいいだろう。悪い仕事じゃないさ。
I asked for the role. He said he'd compensate me, so it's not like I'm being put out. It's not a bad job.
そうやって影から見守るってあんたもつくづく。
And you'll watch over her from the shadows like that. Is that how it is? I can't believe you, you friggin' simp.
これ見よがしにため息をつくな。俺のことはいい。そっちこそしばらく店を畳むなんてどういうつもり？
Enough about me. You said that you're closing shop for a while. What's going on, my guy?
女王不在で上はゴタゴタして動きやすくなったし、ちょっと本腰を入れようと思ったのさ。私自身のあれこれにね。
The queen's absence means the upper echelons are a hollow mess, which gives me room to work. I figured it's time I started putting serious efforts towards sorting out my personal affairs.
青のロビンにも触発されたんだよ。つながってくれてる人がいる。それが分かって力になった。
The Blue Robin struck a chord with me. There are people who will take the torch for you. You live on in them. It's a pretty thought.
それどういう？
What do you mean by that?
いや、
Nothing
こ
much.
っちの話さ。自分の道は自分で決める。
Just talking to myself.
あの子はもう大丈夫だよ。
It's time to forge my own path, just like her. John boy, you don't have to worry anymore.
あの子ならきっと自分の幸せを見つけていけるさ。
I'm sure she'll be able to find her own happiness from here on out. I hope so too, bro.
ああ、そうだな。
I think so too. We'll see. I brought you some tea. Here you go.
なあ、助かる。そこに置いておいてくれ。
Thanks, that's great. You can leave it there now.
体調はもういいのか？
Are you sure you can be up and about like this soon? You asked me that yesterday and the day before, remember? I repeat, I made a full recovery. It's already been a week.
まだ1週間だ。お前は放っておくとすぐ無茶をするからな。
Only a week, not already. If I don't keep an eye on you, you'll overwork yourself, bitch. Since the queen fell into her coma, I'd been resting to recuperate, as Lucas put it, in the Sullivan's estate for the entire month. The explanation Lucas gave Edward was that I had been concerned about Lucas and trailed him, leading me to the Queen's mad frenzy. He persuaded Edward to let me rest with him. Though I hadn't sustained any major injuries, I slept in bed nearly the whole month. Lucas worried I was on the same state as the Queen. Thankfully, I now made a full recovery, unable to pretend, under the pretense of repaying Lucas's favor, I was working again as a servant for his estate. Anyways, this is the next list of presents. I went ahead and gathered info about the people in every almshouse and the children of Eden.
ああ、助かる。的外れな贈り物はしたくないからな。どうせなら欲しがっているもの、役立つものを送ってやりたい。
Thanks. We don't want to send irrelevant gifts after all. If I'm going to give gifts, I'd rather send things they want or need. Listen to this. I heard from John that the phrase flames of hope have been popular among the almshouse children. May you have the guidance of the flames of hope in your life. Inspiring, huh? Nice, right? When I read the message Lucas wrote on the back of his gift card out loud, he scratched his head looking sheepish.
僕の力は本来死者を導くためにある。
Wee. The power was originally for guiding the dead,
だから
bro.
やり方一つでこんな自分でも誰かの心に希望の火を灯すことができたらいいと。
Changing my method means that even a guy like me can light hope in someone's heart, or at least I thought it'd be nice if I could. At this point, Lucas suddenly turned brisk, possibly to hide his embarrassment. He
そもそ
glared.
もカードなどつける気はなかった。お前がやれと言ったんだろ。
I never planned to add cards. You're the one who told me to do it, remember? I wished that the people encouraged by the Blue Robin could hold their heads high. The Blue Robin that Leonardo and Alfred had played was only ever a performance, but I didn't want any children to be used for the political gain like I suspected back then. By adding these cards, I hope that Lucas's wishes could get through to the children. You're going to establish more almhouses too. You've got your work cut out for you, Lucas.
まあ。
I mean,
アルフレッドやゴケの奴らが国を立て直すのに必死になってい
Alfred
る
and the
から
guys are frantically trying to restore order. I can only sit around and do nothing. I don't know if that's true.
予算も回してもらっているんだ。せいぜい文句を言われない程度には働く。
I even got them to allocate some budget to me. I'll do what little I can so that there won't be grumbles, I guess. So he isn't honest. Lucas is clearly absorbed in his work every single day. He tried to seem flippant, but I knew him well enough now to know that he found his work rewarding. He wasn't going to simply donate anymore. From now on, his life work would be saving people from poverty and igniting hope in their
これからも
hearts.
お前には仕事を手伝ってもらう。お前だって青のロビンの一員だからな。
I'm counting on your help from now on too. You're a member of the Blue Robins and all. Of course. Smiling, I theatrically pinched my skirt and bowed profoundly. Whether it be intel gathering or present selection, please leave it to me, Lord Lucas.
その口調はやめろ。
Could you quit that stuffy tone? After our showdown with the Queen, Lucas employed more servants for the Sullivan estate. Now my work wasn't that of a maid. I spent more of my time helping him with his ventures. Lucas had said that he wanted to sign a new contract with me to work as his secretary, and I planned on accepting it. I'm sure that my brother is rejoicing that the scope of the Blue Robins has expanded.
あいつがここにいたら多分大はしゃぎであれもこれもと言ってきてうるさくて仕方なかっただろうな。
If he were around, he'd probably be bouncing off the walls, bombarding us with idea after idea. As he took a sip of tea, Lucas raised his face as if a thought had occurred to him.
なあ、そういえばあの本だが、メイドに頼んでお前の部屋に戻しておいても。
Ooh, on that topic, I asked a maid to return that book to your room. That book? Oh, you mean Riley's. It was Lucas and Riley's Blue Robin code book. I had entrusted it to Lucas as a gesture of farewell in case I never saw him again. Back then, I never imagined that my future that a future like this was in store for me.
ちょっとした回帰祝いも届けた。後で見ておいてくれ。
I also delivered something to celebrate your recovery. Check it out later. A little something.
まあ、そんなに大したものじゃない。ほんの気持ちだ。
Nothing too grand, just a small token of my feelings. Lucas abruptly turned away. A tint of red crept up onto his ears. Oh, that's a nice surprise. Thank you.
まだ見てもいないのに礼を言うな。それに、本当に大したものじゃないから見てがっ
Don't
か
thank
り
me
するな
before
よ。
you've ever seen it. Plus, it's really nothing significant. So don't get your hopes up and be disappointed.
さて、それより仕事だ。お前が給品員の設備についてまとめてくれた報告書だが。
Let's get back to work. I went through the reports and you put together about the facilities at the almshouse. He could have simply handed me my brother's books and the present in person. Though I was puzzled, I assisted him with business as usual. By day's end, I only found a chance to return to my room after dinner. When I walked in, my brother's book and a package wrapped in paper were on my desk. Is this the present? It was a small package. It fit in my hand. My heart raced. I sadly unwrapped it. What laid beneath the paper was a painting of a woman standing in a field of bluebells. Aw, but you have your dark hair. Wait, this is... The portrait's gazing out with a smile was none other than me. She looked overjoyed, radiantly beaming in the view. Lucix exclusively painted pure fae until now, so for him to paint me as a flawed mortal, was this how my smile looked to Lucas's eyes? I'm so happy. I also don't like that her room in Lucas's house is the same. It's the same room. We know this room. This is her normal room. The unexpected gift made my heart swell with joy. I shook my head, realizing how he would emphasize this wasn't a big deal. You painted this, Lucas. Of course it's special, but it's just like you to say that. It's nothing to get that embarrassed about. I lifted up the small canvas, wondering where I should display it. That was when I noticed something written on the back of the board. 415 to 123 511. My breath hitched. I recognized this series. Are these? They didn't pay the illustrator enough. Oh, because they just used a still image for the painting. It was the code for the Blue Robin. Hurriedly, I picked up Riley's book and deciphered the code that was mentioned with the method Lucas taught me. A few minutes later, at last, I realized why he had been so shy, and I cupped my blushing cheeks with both hands. For a while, I could only stand there beaming. They could have at least mirrored it, yeah. Shh, they're dreaming. The next day, by Lucas's invitation, I visited the cemetery with him. It was only our first outing together since our confrontation with the Queen and King. I feel like it's been a long time since I've come here.
実際そうだろう。体調は良くなったが、ずっと屋敷にいても息が詰まるんじゃないかと思ってな。
I know the king is dead, but they have yet to establish that her hair has turned blonde again. It probably has been, but you've recovered somewhat, so I figured it'd be suffocating to hold you up in the estate forever. And so he brought me to the cemetery of all places, my favorite place to be, for a breath of fresh air. Very Lucas. As weird as it was, I didn't dislike the place. In fact, it felt peaceful, but maybe that was just thanks to Lucas's company. You know that guy. Thank you for the present. It's a lovely painting.
ああ、
Oh.
それならよかった。自分でもいい作品になったと思う。
That's so Adam's family. That's so Adam's coded. Honestly, yes. But it has to be a custom cemetery. So, ooh, we learned this recently. Wait. What is the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery? I learned this recently. A graveyard is what they call this if it was attached to a church. Which sounds weird because cemetery sounds more formal. But it would have to be a graveyard on his property with only his dead family there. I mean, they could have such eccentric looking monuments. It'd be great. If you like it, then good. I do think it turned out to be a charming piece. She just starts blushing. She's like, oh, me, I'm charming. I considered bringing up the code he loved, but a wave of shyness washed over me each time I thought of it. I couldn't look at his eyes. I'll display it in my room. Good, I'll be happy if you do. Have you seen the back of the canvas? And she's like, no, I hung it on the wall right away. Did you put something on the back? All right, why? Why did I evade it like that? No, ignore it. It's no big deal. There's nothing, really? Forget what I said. I'm so nervous that I can't catch my breath. This guy's so shy that he was like, I never confess feelings for you. It's ridiculous. Unable to withstand the stilted atmosphere, I decided to change the topic. I asked what I'd been concerned about lately. I heard the queen is still asleep. Has there been any further news since then? Lucas's expression twitched, part relief and part regret. He matched my gravity as he replied. She's still sleeping in the throne room, just like before. No one can even touch her because she's got a barrier around herself. No changes then. What about Obrion's whereabouts? Another unresolved mystery. He could have escaped to Tidanog, or maybe he was disintegrated by the queen's attack. If he is alive with the queen in that coma like that, even the Fae King would have trouble trying to interfere. What if the queen absorbed him? I doubt she would have fainted then, but that would have been hilarious. Imagine just a combination of the two. Would that be John? Is John the Fae Queen King's child? Because he looks a lot like the Fae King. He only used you because he was missing a wing. He's still missing it, so the chances of him getting up to something are slim. Good point. He was fixated solely on taking her back to Tidanog. We can't be overly optimistic, but a conflict like this shouldn't repeat itself anytime soon. Not to mention the queen was frail with age to begin with. Alfred figured she might dissipate in her sleep. I see. The queen might disappear. Assuming that was true, my revenge had finally come to fruition. Do you remember our battle with the queen? She looked as if she was about to cry the whole time, like a lost child. When I saw that face, for some reason, just a tiny bit of my hatred vanish. It struck me that she's a pitiful woman. The moment I saw that face, my intuition told me that loneliness suffocated her heart. I can never forgive her. I'll detest her for the rest of my life, yet part of me is sad that we can never reach an understanding. Really? With a solemn expression, Lucas looked deep in my eyes. It's undeniable that my hands too are tainted with blood. I will wrestle with how I can atone for my crimes all my life for the sake of the deceased and for you. I want to note that I just got so distracted by staring at his little thing because I remember it being the top two were on the same row, but in this drawing it doesn't look like that, and then I lost my spot in the reading. I hope that my venture as the Blue Robin and my current work can lead to some atonement, however small. That's my wish. It will. I'll be by your side. Lucas devoted himself to his work, but not only for the sake of the poor. I'd guessed that he decided his dedication was due to his wish to repent. A silence dragged on for a moment before nervousness tensed Lucas's face. He exhaled.
それと
Exhaled.
僕はお前に伝えないといけないことが
There's something I need to tell
女
you.
王と戦った時言っただろう
Remember what I told you
生きて帰る
during
から
our
言いたいこと
battle
があると
with the queen that I wanted to talk to you if we survived? I do
アプロ
remember.
ス
Apros, I. Not so fast. I also have a few words for you, but before that, please accept this. Gingerly, picking up Lucas's right hand, I slid the silver ring I'd gotten from Alfred onto Lucas's ring finger. His bewilderment snapped into shock. Lucas whipped his head back and forth, looking around himself.
何があの二人の未練が消えた
With just the lingering obsessions of those two vanished?
嘘だろもやが消えて視界が明るいまるで取りつかれる前のようだ
Everything's so bright. The haze is gone. It's as if I'd gone back in time.
うるさい声が聞こえなくなったこんなに世界を静かに感じるのは何年ぶりだろう
I can't even hear their grating voices. I can't remember how many years it's been since the world was so quiet.
アプローズこの指輪は一体何だ
Apros, what is this ring? I confided in Lucas that my cooperation with Alfred was conditional on receiving this ring. For some reason, the elation I was so happy to see slowly fell from Lucas's face as he listened to my
お
story.
前僕のためにあんな危険に身を投じたっていうのか
Are you saying you threw yourself into such unbelievable danger for my sake? Well, listen, I'm not suicidal like you, so it actually does sound like an actual, you know. Oh, don't you think you're just being a little self-important? Just kidding. Of course, my own revenge was the primary factor. But you know, my wish to liberate you from the obsessions tormenting you was just as strong as my desire for vengeance.
なんでそこまで
Why would you go so far for me? I craned my neck to look into Lucas's eyes and chuckled because he's tall. He's tall. I gotta look up. Let's say that I read the message on the back of the canvas. And if I told you I feel the same way, would that suffice as an explanation?
お前さっき見ていないと言ったじゃ
Didn't
な
you
いか
just say you didn't see it? You can't blame me. I was so embarrassed that I blurted out the wrong thing. Lucas's face flushed as red as an apple. He cleared his throat, grasping at composure before gazing back at me.
ほうそうかそうかだが解読が合っているかどうかは答え合わせをしてみなければわからないだろう
Interesting, but you wouldn't know whether you deciphered it correctly unless you confirmed the answer with me, yeah? What? It was my turn to turn bright red in panic. I didn't think he would strike back at me.
さあ
Go on.
お前が解読したメッセージとやらは
What was the
どんな言葉だった
message you deciphered? Nah, no fair. You only have the guts to say that because I just said I feel the same way. Both with cheeks like cherries, we glared at each other then. We burst out laughing at the same time. Seriously, what are you doing?
どうも器用ではないなお前も僕も
Looks like being bumbling bird brains is a trait we share, huh? Oh no. Man, that is definitely a pose that is for the camera, because I can't imagine that tilt from this angle. Lucas's warm hand cups my cheek. His gaze filled with tenderness made my pulse race. He leaned in so close that his breath tickled my skin. He whispered
正
affectionately.
解は愛している
The right answer is I love you.
解読は合っていたかアプローズ
Did you decipher that correctly, Aptos? Listen to him turning into like a suave man suddenly. Of course I did. I'm a member of the Blue Robins too, mind you. Smiling, we exchanged our second kiss. Lucas' warmth lit up my lips. His kind flames melted away those painful days in the past and thawed my once frozen heart. Who knew that one day I'd be able to love someone with all of my all like this? At the start of this journey, I'd no idea that my trek of despair would lead to a moment when I would burst with happiness.
そういえば今思い出した
I just remembered something. Oh, what is it?
ライリーと作った青のロビンの心得だよ
The creed of the Blue Robins Riley and I made.
心得はたった一つ人を幸せにしたくば
自分も幸せであれ。
There's only a single teaching.
あいつらしいだろ。
If you want to bring happiness to someone, you have to be happy first. Sounds like just like him, right? Yeah, definitely the Riley I know, but maybe it's true.
こんなに簡単な心得もない。
It's the easiest creed in the world to follow.
一生僕のそばにいてくれれば。
As long as you're willing to stay by my side for the rest of my life. Oh my goodness. Which is short, right? Because you're suicidal still? LOL. I was sure that it was the same for me as long as you were by my side,
愛
Lucas.
している。アプローズ。
I love you, Apros. I love you too. I mean, he literally didn't stop us from stabbing him like 3 times. He's like, go ahead and do it. And we're like, it's not fun if you want me to. Slowly pulling away, Lucas brought his lips to my ear.
この後、街へ出て子供たちへの
I just guffawed. How does heading out to pick presents for the kids after this sounds? Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, let's go buy some presents for some children that aren't ours. Interlocking our fingers, we stepped forward. The man who wanted to escape to Titanog was gone, as was the girl who only saw despair. When he held my hand, the world was brighter, overflowing with a gentle radiance. Mingling with the rustling of the leaves and the wind, a robin cheerfully sang high in the heavens. But we know that's not our brother, 'cause he's trapped in Titanog.
今まで青のロビンは
Until now, the blue robins was a symbol of my
贖罪
sin.
と罪そのものだった。
My sin won't vanish, not now, not
罪は
ever.
消えない。
But I don't wish to become a pure fae or to find
け
death
れど
anymore.
もうピュアになりたいだとか死にたいなんて思わない。
I found my very own blue
僕に
robin.
とっての青のロビンを手に入れ
You
たから。
are my happiness.
僕の幸福の象徴は
I need to hold on so that you don't
飛ん
fly
でいかな
away.
いように。
I'll never let go of your hand,
せいぜいこの手だけは離さないように。
even if we have
繋いで
nothing
おか
left
ないと。
else. Wow. What a happy ending. Onward to the other one.
ミストニアの希望、ザ・ロスト・ディライト。
Shh, 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 John, we're not there yet. We're almost there. You'll have your moment.
お嬢の好きな話を。
Okay. Okay. Are you powering through? Lucas's route has not been terrible. However, that ending was awful. That was an awful ending. But the story itself was good. Let's spend 10 hours just talking in the throne room. Bro, please. I have things to do. I have people to murder. Okay? Like, you got me there. You got me right there. That was... Oh, oops. I messed one thing up. I see it now. But outside of that, I liked his route. My issue stands with let's have a 10-hour conversation about the queen. Kill the bitch. They don't know how to write a fight scene, so they fill it with unnecessary dialogue. I think in a game like this, and maybe it's Tomei in general, they could have cutscenes. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine having an actual, like, picture Final Fantasy, my first love, having a cutscene for moments like these, like an animated cutscene. I think it would pull you in more, and it would be able to show you things, and instead they're like, but wait, first I got behind her and ripped all her wings off, and then the king shows up, and the king's like, give me those wings, and I'm like, what is happening? Like, what is happening? And then there's all this dialogue, this long conversation. Girl, the queen was bleeding out. She shouldn't even have the power to talk. Like, you're losing me. You're losing my interest there. But there could have been a really cool, like, cutscene for those moments. I don't know. Like, you can write such a cutscene. And I think Cafe Enchanté did it more than anyone else, where they had those little moments of dialogue where here's like bubbles of story. And sometimes it was a little but I think it was just because having like a back and forth conversation like this scene right here is a little bit much in a scene like this. And so like having us like, we're fighting, we're gonna fight for our lives, LOL. We're not. We're actually not. We're gonna talk it out. We're gonna talk about our feelings. I don't agree with it. A few days later, I decided to visit the Sullivan's estate to talk to Lucas. During the carriage ride, I took out the book that was once my brother's and flipped through it. Who killed Cock Robin? My brother was killed by the queen and her entourage, and among them was Lucas. The old nursery rhyme that had served as a novel's inspiration was still as uncanny and dreary as one I read in the first time. When I read it the first time. I will say one of my annoyances with this story too is her having chosen like amnesia. It's not like something happened that caused her to have amnesia. At least give us a reason. It's just like, oh yeah, I forgot. Bitch, no. If you were on a strike for revenge, how are you forgetting this shit? How are you forgetting this conversation with your brother? How are you forgetting about this book? How are you forgetting about this nursery rhyme that he told you about? Like, how are you forgetting that you met a kid in the woods and you brought him home and that kid turned out to be fucking Linus? Anywhoosies. That's my TED Talk. I shut the book. I shouldn't have read it at a time like this. However, the song stuck in my head, tenaciously refusing to leave. Who'll sing of palms? I said the thrush, and I shall, as she sat on the bush, I'll sing of palms. Who'll toll the bell? I said the bull, because I can pull, I'll toll the bell. All the birds of the air flew a sighing and a sobbing when they heard the bell toll for poor Cock Robin. Poor Cock Robin, man. When I arrived at the Sullivan's estate, Lucas quietly welcomed me in. I came today because I wanted to speak face to face.
挨拶
What about? I was ambiguous and said I was taking some time off, but I figured that I should tell you that I'm never coming back, bro. His eyes, which had lit up with a faint hope, plunged into darkness. It killed me to see that expression on him. I mustn't waver. This is what I decided for myself. I need to see it through to the end. I bit my lip, struck with the urge to retract that statement, but I couldn't. I need to steal my heart. Steal my heart! I'm glad that I managed to go to Etzbeek with you. Thanks to that, I could finally let go of the incident that way. That's why I'm quitting my job at the Bernstein as a Bernstein maid as well. I've decided to start fresh.
そうか
That's probably for the best, yeah. Lucas's expression stiffened. He must have realized that letting go included him. It's so frustrating to see that she ends up learning more about herself and her childhood from her enemies. Some of it makes sense because trauma or plot convenience, but she reacts like it's all new. Yeah. It'd be something if, like, kind of like in Radiant Hell, she forgot her childhood because of the traumatic experience of her parents dying. It caused her to literally, like, go within herself. And that could be the story here too. But, like, she remembers going into that locked room. She remembers escaping through the back door. She vaguely remembers what happens after that. And they'll be like, oh, I just remember this moment with my brother that I had. I'm like, bitch, did you have amnesia or not? Like, just give us, like, the trauma of losing my family that night would do this. But maybe they thought if they gave her that kind of trauma where then why is she so vengeful? Why is she so angry if she forgot? She plot conveniently has amnesia about certain things and other things she does not. She's on a path for vengeance because of this, but yet, like, what is this? Thanks for letting the Blue Robin live on, but please, I hope that you find freedom too. My life here wasn't bad at all. No, there were even fun times and precious memories. Like that one time, and that other time.
お前がそう思ってくれたなら僕もよかった
If that's what you got out of it, then I'm glad too. So there's some place I want you to accompany me one last time. Could I have a little of your time?
僕に
Me? Lucas was taken aback by my request to reply. I gave him the brightest smile I could ever muster. Also, I don't know if you guys have this app, but this is Best Guess Live. It's starting right now. They give you 5 clues. You try to guess. If you have Netflix, you get it for free. It's a game you play for free. And you can win prizes. I have it open. We'll see if we guess it. If we want to talk about things that piss me off, they get so weird on this game. If you've never played it, they give you like clues, and the clues are so vague. And one of them, they didn't guess till the 5th answer. It's the best guess. Whoever gets it, the best guess. The 5th answer, there's 5 clues. Usually someone gets it between 1 and 2. The clues are so bad, no one got it till the 5th. Because it called it a sport. It was bobbing for apples. That's not a sport. It's a game. I led Lucas to a park. And if I had been paying attention, I could have won too. I just wasn't paying attention during that one. We'd come here before one night. It was the park where I'd eaten the sandwich he made on our way back from the cemetery. I'll tell you the clues. You guys can guess with me if you don't have the app. After ushering him to sit down on the bench, I placed the basket I brought on my lap. It's Howie Mandel, by the way. Currently, there's 2 of them though. Don't tell me that. Yes, I made some sandwiches. You made one for me last time, so I'm returning the favor. I want you to fucking die, Lucas. That sandwich was heavenly, so I figured I could make some nice ones. I'd give them to you. Plus, I wanted to make you acknowledge that my cooking is delicious. Imagine. How can you fuck up a sandwich? Girl, we're about to find out. Around the back is the first clue. Around the back. Don't know. At least half of it was true. Recognition was the last thing on my mind. I was just as reluctant as to part with him. A weak person like me at least wanted a gentle memory before our farewell. I hope you taste tested them. Wait, in your case, taste testing them doesn't help at all. Of course I did. Hey, you don't have to look so grave, you know? It's not like you're going to die. Subtraction, then addition. Around the back, subtraction, and then addition. What the fuck? It'd be nice if I don't. I took off the clothes cloth. Whoa. I placed over the basket, then pulled out a sandwich I had stuffed into a paper box and offered it to Lucas. If she only made the sandwiches, right? Let's be so real. It's already pre-cooked meat. It's already cheese that's already been sliced. It shouldn't be taste bad. Come on, Lord Lucas. Please have one. I really gave it my all. Gave it your all. I invested all of my efforts into them as a servant of servant Rose Cottonley. Digital conversion. Around the back, subtraction, then addition. Around the back. Digital conversion. I replied with vigor to encourage him, but for some reason, his trepidation only seemed to grow. Don't worry, they're proper sandwiches. I practiced several times and even got my coworkers to taste them just in case. Even when I told Evelyn and Charlotte I wanted to make sandwiches for someone, they had gone quiet at first, but happily helped in the end. It was so fun. We cooked together harmoniously, playing in the kitchen. I almost felt I'd become a perfectly ordinary girl. An ordinary, happy girl who was only practicing cooking for the person she likes. A dip, a clip, some tips, and a tip. What? Some tips and a tip. What? I don't know what this is. An ordinary happy girl who was only practicing cooking with her for the person she likes. He's gonna fucking die. So this hand, I think I said this the first time I saw this hand. I was like, oh, has he got like a paintbrush in his hand or something? But this is the lantern pose without the lantern in his hand. I guess it's ridiculous not to eat when you put so much effort into it. He's gonna die. This guy's gonna die. He whispered that and nodded to himself before bringing the sandwich to his mouth. How is it? I watched for his reaction with bated breath. It's amazing. You improved massively. Really, I didn't add any secret ingredients this time. Handsome hand, cute, Critical nailed it. What? Oh, nail salon. Could be wrong. We'll find out. I didn't add any secret ingredients. Imagine.
英断だな。それでもなぜか少し舌がピリッとするが、ちゃんと食べられるサンドイッチだ。
That was a wise decision. My tongue still tingled a bit, but it's edible. Why is it tingling? Could I really take those words at face value? I felt they were a little lacking as praise. They still sent me over the moon. Oh, manicure. I got it wrong. I put nail salon. Thank goodness. Since I didn't add anything special, I was really worried. I'm happy that you think they're tasty. Whoopsies. While he practiced, the other two desperately stopped me whenever I tried to add spices or wild herbs, so I was uncertain about the taste. When I ate the sandwich you made last time, it made a very fun memory. That's what I wanted to make. That's why I wanted to make the same kind of moment this time with the sandwich I made.
そうか。
I see.
頑張ったんだな。
You worked really hard, huh? He placed this hand on my head. His hand on my head. Lucas was facing forward. You refused to look at me directly. My direction. Oh goodness.
僕はこの味を一生忘れない。
I won't forget this taste for the rest of my life. Oh goodness. Well, it's not that big a deal. Feel free to forget it. I'm sure that there are plenty of people who can make more delicious ones. Still leaving his hand on my head, Lucas responded affectionately.
死ぬまで絶対。
I'll never forget it, not till the day I die. Which could be soon.
お前は努力家だし、
Which could be soon.
向上心もある。どこでだってうまくやっていける。
You're hardworking, meticulous, and ambitious. You'll do well no matter where you go.
幸せになってくれ。アプローズ。
Go find happiness, Apros.
勝手な願いかもしれないが、お前がこの空の下で笑って暮らしていると思えば、少しは気持ちが救われる。
I know it might be a little selfish, but if I can think of you living under the same sky with a smile on your face, I'll feel like my life was worth it. Oh, bitch.
もし万一、助けが必要な時にはいつでも頼れ。
If you ever need help one day, you can turn to me. I'll give you a hand as your formal employee. He was standoffish, but until the very last moment, he was always warm. His kindness made it so much harder to leave. But there's no turning back now. I stared down at the sandwich on my lap, my perfect excuse for this beautiful moment. Perfect excuse for this beautiful moment. I shut my eyes. Sorry, Lucas. Sorry, my dude. Like I said before, I can't bring myself to forgive you. Even if I know in my heart that it isn't your fault, I still can't separate you from it.
分かっている。
I know.
お前がそのことで罪悪感を持つ必要ない。
There's no need to beat yourself up about it. It's natural.
ずっと憎んでくれて。
You can hate me forever. Okay. He never stopped comforting me. There was a moment of silence before he took his turn to mutter a few words.
すまない。僕はお前の寂しさにつけ込んでいたのかもしれない。
I'm sorry. I think I was taking advantage of your loneliness. Huh?
今日会いたいと連絡をもらった時も、もしかして再びサリバンの屋敷で働くという話ではないかと。
Even when I received your message today, deep down I was hoping that you maybe would say that you wanted to work for the Sullivan estate again. Low maintenance separation anxiety. Oh my god. Oh no, that's not low maintenance though. I quietly gazed at him from his side. He paused there, laughing out of self-derision.
我ながらずうずうしいにも程があるな。
The Lord of the Rings is unyielding.
敵のそばで過ごすなど苦痛でしかないだろうに。何を狂って。
Low maintenance, separation anxiety, the Lord of the Rings is unyielding. There should be a limit to how shameless someone can be. Spending time next to your enemy is probably pure distress. I don't know what I was thinking. That's not true. I wasn't agonizing at all. Time spent with you was peaceful. It was safe. I was happy, truly. But not, but no. Not but. For the very reason I'm going to put an end to it now. I'm useless without my glasses. Velma? But that doesn't sound right. I've got one more gift for you other than the sandwich.
なんだ次は手作りの菓子か
What is it, homemade sweets? I'd take it. Lucas chuckled in jest, but all I could see was the sorrow of our partings in his eyes. Coaster. The answer is coaster. That's crazy. This is my thanks for everything you've done for me. I've wrapped up my present inside it. I want you to open it after I'm gone. After I'm gone? Am I dying? I handed him the silver ring wrapped in the handkerchief. He accepted it gingerly.
中身を今見てはいけないのか
I can't look at what's inside now. No, I said no. But if it's all right with you, I want you to use it. It's something that will bring you good fortune. Lucas's eyes narrowed, trying to discern my true intention. I wore my usual mask.
わかった
All right, I'll
大
cherish
事に
it.
しよ
It would be problematic if he wore the exorcism ring right now and started asking me why the lingering obsessions had disappeared. Therefore, this was the best way. May you live on for as long as possible even after this. Also, I want you to promise me one thing.
うなんだ
What is it? Even if your guilty conscience torments you again in the future, promise that you won't ever voluntarily end your own life. For a split second, his eyes went wide. Don't be so suicidal, okay? Could you, like, be a little less suicidal? Then he forced a smile. I didn't overlook the turmoil in his eyes as he processed my words.
この僕が
She's
そ
like,
んなことをしそうに見え
please.
たか
Do I look like someone who would do something like that, bro? I remember how willing you were to die by my hand. You still feel the same way, don't you?
お見通しか
You read me like a book, bitch, yeah. I did, Lucas. If you plan on dedicating your life to atonement, live till your natural end. Swear to me here that you will.
だが僕は
But Lucas looked torn. I grasped his face with my hands and stared into his eyes up close until his breath hitched. Live on no matter how painful it is, no matter what happens from now on. Don't ever let go of your life. Possibly overwhelmed by my solemnity, his eyes swam, but eventually he nodded.
わかった
Got it.
自分で命を絶つことだけ
I
はし
won't
ない
ever end my own life. It's a promise. If you break it, know that this time I truly won't ever forgive you.
許さなくていいだがお前に誓う絶対この約束は破らない
You won't ever forgive me, but I swear I won't break this promise. He smiled. It was a small and mournful. Slowly I released his face. I knew for certain he was convinced that I was saying this for his sake. He was completely oblivious to the darkness in my heart. As I stared into his deep violet eyes, my own eyes stung. If I cry here, all of my plans will come to nothing. I've got to hold it in. Okay then, I think it's about time I leave. Thank you for everything until now, Lucas. I stood up from the bench and turned around to face him. He rose to his feet immediately as if he were ready to chase after
もう
me.
行くのか
You're leaving. I am. You will never see me again. I've decided on this path I ought to. I need to leave at once or else this frail part of me is going to show it herself. Putting on my mask I was unaccustomed to, I held out my hand to shake his. Lucas grasped my hand not a moment later. With a forceful tug, he pulled me into his arms wrapped around me, surrounding me with a familiar warmth.
お前がそう決めたのなら
If this is what you decide, I
そん
understand.
な顔をするな
Just don't make that face.
お前が辛そうだと
When you look miserable like
話した
that,
くなくなる
it makes me want to hold you and ask you to stay. I didn't want to let go either, but I made up my mind. I'd chosen the voice that screamed for retribution. I wanted to etch his everything into my mind, the scent of paint, the beat of his heart, and gentle warmth. I'm not miserable. I'm making my own life now. You're only saying that because you wish your wishes are blinding you. I swallowed my feelings, feigning
僕に
composure.
もう力になれることはないのか
Is there nothing I can do for you anymore? No, nothing other than letting me go. Strength gradually left his arms. After distancing myself from him for a few steps, I bade my farewell with a smile. Look, we learned this word. I did it. Goodbye, Lucas. That was all I said before I left the park without turning back. He didn't try to stop me. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm going to do something cruel and heartless to you very soon. In the end, I could only choose this path. Now I was sprinting down a path of ruin.
俺は絶対に反対だ。なんでお嬢がそんな。
Can't accept this no matter what you say. Why do you have to do this, my lady? When I told him my plans, John flew into a rage. Goneril had been kind enough to step us
レ
outside.
ッドの計画になって女王を倒しに。あいつが信頼できるかなんて
You're
わから
gonna
ない
go
だろ。
along with Alfred's plan to defeat the queen. There's no proof that he's trustworthy. It should be all right. The man's an anti-royalist. I'm not. I want the queen dead. Our interests are aligned.
だが
But, John, I've made up my mind. From this moment, I resolved to take my revenge. I knew there would come a day where I'd need to put my life on the line. Alfred is head of one of the 5 houses, but he's rebelling. If he's willing to unite with me, it's a golden opportunity, right?
本当に勝算はあるのか。
Do you really have a chance of succeeding? We also didn't get John's POV during this before. The queen's aging has progressed, and her health has declined. As her vessel, I'm able to absorb her powers. I should be able to find an opening to win. With that said, the idea I could siphon the queen's powers was only theory. That was fine, since I was only using it to cover a story for John. It was true I was about to carry out my revenge, but if John learned of my actual plans, he would definitely try to deter me. That's why I can't tell him the truth. I can't let anyone stop me, not even him. Once the day of the operation arrives, there's something I want you to do.
なんだ
What is it? I want you to deliver this letter to Lucas. This is a part of our plans. I handed him the envelope and closed the letter I'd written. He knitted his
ル
eyebrows.
カスなぜそこであいつが出てくるんだ
Lucas, why him all of a sudden? His guiding flame can come in handy. If I can net his cooperation, my chances of taking down the queen rises even
だった
more.
ら今のうちからルーカスに協力を頼めばいいだろう。なぜこんな回りくどいことをする必要があるんだ
If that's the case, you could just ask him for his support. Why do something roundabout? John's skepticism was very valid, but I'd already prepared my excuse. I thought if Lucas learned of Alfred's plan, he'd probably be worried and try to stop me. In the worst case scenario, he may even sabotage us. That's why I don't want to tell him until the actual day.
つまりわざと当日計画のことを知らせて奴がお嬢を助けに駆け込んでくるのを待つ。そういうことか
Basically, you want to wait to inform him until he has no choice but to rush to your rescue. Is that it? Yes. It's a cruel plan, isn't it? The plan wagered on the hope that Lucas would come to save me. It was admittedly nasty.
お嬢は
Ah,
本当にあいつのことを信
I have
用
an
してい
itch
る
where my headband is. Looks like you really trust him all with all your heart, my lady. I know what you're trying to say. I know it's awful to take advantage of his kindness. Hearing that, John strained a smile. He shook his head.
優しさ
Kindness?
お嬢はあいつが優しさだけで助けに来ると思ってるのか
Kindness. My lady, do you seriously think that man is going to come save you out of kindness?
いくらお嬢曰く優しい男だったとしてもどうでもいい相手のために女王と戦うなんて選択はできないだろう
Even if he was just a kind man, like you say there is no way he would choose treason for someone's inconsequential.
ルーカスはよほどお嬢を大切に思っているんだなそしてそれを
It sounds like Lucas treasures you a lot, my lady. And you're aware of it too.
まあそれすら復讐に利用するというのならそれもいいが
If you'll make use of those feelings for your revenge, that works, I guess. But pausing there, he gazed at me distressed. Apros.
そろそろ本当のことを話して
Please stop all the acting and tell me the truth. John, are you talking about I've been...
俺が何年お嬢のそばにいたと思ってる顔を見ればいつもと違うって何か決心したことがあるくらいはわかるんだよ
Have you forgotten how many years I've spent by your side? I can tell just from looking at your face that something is different, that you've made some kind of resolution. John stared into my eyes. He looked angry, on the verge of tears.
嫌な予感が止まらないんだもしかしてお前
This bad feeling won't leave my gut. Don't tell me that you are... I can't hide anything from you. I said that jokingly, but he didn't smile. He only waited for my words silently. I think you've guessed it right on the mark. I proceeded to tell him matter-of-factly about the real reason, revenge, I was about to carry out. Letting out a low, guttural noise, he covered his face with his hand. John, do you remember how I said I felt guilty towards the dead for being unable to carry out my revenge on Lucas? I do. Ever since I've been thinking about it, it's just like you said, but by all rights, the suffering is something they should shoulder. But telling myself that didn't work. Maybe this fate was decided for me the moment I fell in love with that man. It isn't fate. You don't have to burden yourself with even that, do you? John rose up from his chair, grabbing my shoulders and raising his voice. Let's stop already. Let's take the leap, forget everything and leave Roanne. Who cares about revenge at this point? You're having weird thoughts because you've been stuck in a place like this. John smiled to persuade me, saying one thing after another to rattle my resolution. But the decision was made. I couldn't back down. John, I've already made up my mind. Gazing at his face, I shook my head. Gently, I placed my hand over his that was resting on my shoulder and stared back into his eyes. You've been with me all this time. You know how I feel better than anyone else. If I was someone who could think that revenge doesn't matter, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. Pin drop silence took over the room. It was so quiet we could hear each other's breaths. It's no use to try and stop you now, is it? No. You. Okay, as you wish. I'll deliver this. I'll deliver this letter to Sullivan. Thanks, John. Thank you, truly. You always support me unconditionally. If it wasn't for you, John, I wouldn't have made it this far. John's hand slipped down from my shoulders limply to shake off the remorseful feelings that arose. I stood up quickly. Okay, I'll be heading out now. Spinning on my heels, I headed for the door before my resolve could waver. Was this really the only way? I heard him asking in a small voice behind my back. However, I didn't turn back even as I closed the door.
これでいいんですか？
Are you truly alright with this?
面白くなさそうですね。それはそうだ。
And you don't look happy about this. I guess that's to be expected.
まさか彼女がこんな決断をするとは。あなたも思っていなかったでしょう。俺だって。
I'm certain that you didn't expect her to make such an extreme decision either. It's not like I don't care.
本当は止めたかった。無理やりにでも。だけど俺じゃ。
I want to stop her even if by force. But I'm not good enough. I can't save my lady from her suffering.
受け入れるしかなかったんだ。
The only thing I can do is respect her decision.
あー、くそ。
The day of the exhibition, I snuck into the royal palace with Alfred. I haven't been here since the ball. Back then, it hadn't crossed my mind the day I'd form an alliance with Alfred of all people and infiltrate the palace. Don't act suspicious, be confident. I know. It was a week ago I accepted his proposal. This is the bad ending. This is the clown ending, which honestly feels like it's dragging. Like that meeting with Lucas felt longer than the other meeting with Lucas. At the time, I had gone to give him my answer. After announcing my cooperation, there wasn't so much as a twitch in his cool expression. Frankly, I figured it was a 50-50 chance you'd accept. It seems I misjudged how profound your feelings are. Were you that desperate to save Lucas? One of the men who destroyed your village? His blunt wording got on my nerves, but when I saw his solemn gaze, I realized that he was testing my earnesty. I can't say that it isn't one of my motivations, but the main reason I am here is that our alliance is bettering my chances of taking down the queen. Now have I left my revenge of Lucas, nor have I left my revenge on Lucas behind me. I see. I was under the impression that you had forgiven him. It seems I have been mistaken again. Don't presume. You don't know a thing. You don't know anything about how I feel. I was drawn to that man, but my past self deep inside my heart couldn't tolerate it. The me who wants to forgive him and the me who can't. How much easier it would be if I could just choose between them. You have affection for Lucas, don't you? I glowered at Alfred, who barged into my personal affairs again without reservation. It's none of your business. I've planned my revenge on him. And Alfred, you also are on one of my mortal enemies. Imagine. I know, I said this before, but once this matter is settled, you can do as you... Ha! What would you know? The ire that had built up in me at his aloof attitude and rude statements reached a boiling point. I clasped my hands and smiled bitterly. No one would know how I feel. It's impossible for anyone to understand. I was 11 when my village was attacked. It's been 8 years. For 8 years, I thought only about vengeance. It's been my one source of consolation. My sustenance. I can do it. I love an enemy of all things. That's absolutely unforgivable. Who said it's unforgivable? The deceased? No. I won't do something horrible like shift the blame to them. I'm the one who said it. My 11-year-old self can't forgive it. Though saying such things to Alfred would achieve nothing, my turmoil spilled out of me. Oh. For a moment, a shadow fell over his eyes. I didn't know whether it was guilt or something else. I was curious what Alfred thought of that tragedy, but I wasn't in the mood to ask now. I don't want to take in any... Oh gosh. I don't want to take in unnecessary information that could shake my resolve. It was improper of me to shout like that. I'm sorry. It was unneeded. It was an unneeded tangent. There's no need to apologize, I asked. Furthermore,
心した。一時的にとはいえ、
Now that I've
共
learned
闘
how
する仲間だからな。
strongly you feel, I'm reassured. Though it's temporary, we will be allies after all. Saying that Alfred offered a knife to me.
銀と鉄で作り上げたナイフ
It'll
だ。
cut her wings. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Her wings. Oh, we're not gonna reread this according to them. His research. He discovered that silver had the ability to cut the
加
wings of
え
a
てそのナイ
fae.
フにはスプリガンの力が込められている。もちろん私も攻勢に出るつもりだが、
In
手数が
addition,
多い方がいいからな。
that knife is infused with my powers. I don't think you mentioned that last time. As a Spittigon, I plan to join you on the offense, of course, but the more tactics, the
姉
better.
は等しく力の源。勝って女王をさらに弱体化させろ。そして
See, he mentioned absorbing her power in the last one, but we didn't even try. It's held the wings. Without exception, wings are a Fae's power source. Cut them down and weaken the queen, and then you must absorb her powers. Absorb her powers. You mentioned it when you proposed our deal, but is it really possible?
ああ、エインセルの血を色濃く継ぎ、ピュアの器になれるほどの力もちろん。
We've heard this
これ
before.
まで女王の力を奪った者はいないから、推測の域は
That's why you came to
その通
me.
りだ。
This is like repeating
私
stuff.
の
I'm
前
not
か
gonna
ら
reread stuff
女王
I've
の
already
鼻を
read.
刈る機会を伺っていた。守備よく刈り取れたとして、羽をどうするかが悩みどころだったな。
I've been seeking an opening to hunt the queen's wings for a long time. Even if I managed it, the problem was that I would be, what I do
器という
after.
受け皿がいれば、羽を取り込み、女王が再び力を取り戻さないようにできる。
However, there was a receptacle, a vessel for them, then there would prevent the queen from regaining her power. I see, I'll do what I can. I swear that I will drag the queen to the depths of despair. Staring at the knife he handed me, I whispered to my reflection on the blade.
こっちだ。デビュタントの時も来ただろう。もうすぐ玉座の間につく。
This way, you've come here during the debutante ball as well. We'll be arriving at the throne room shortly. Yes, we have you dealt with the guards.
私の提案で、
They're
ア
on
テネは
watch.
仲間と共に
Planted bombs. Casualties to a minimum. Won't come
お
again.
前のことは女王が招いた
A guest. He addressed
ご
them.
苦労だ。ロー
Head
ワ
to
ン
the scene. Left.
ここからだ。失敗すればお互い命はない。
I braced myself for the long ago. Alfred placed his hand on the door. When we entered the room, the queen on the throne recognized Alfred and smiled cheerfully.
どうしたの？
下級のため無礼をお許しください。陛
The queen's crew.
まあ、あなた、今日この子を連れてきたっていうことは、わかった。嬉しい。
Oh, God. Okay, so we're doing a lot of repeating the same dialogue. I'm not going to repeat the same stuff I've already read. She was careless with her smiling. My fury broiled. I'm afraid I'm not. Yeah. The problem is when they do this, they because it's a different ending, you can't do the red. It won't fast forward because it's considered a different route. Queen exists. We're happy, but you burned them all down. My real name is Apros. I've been carrying in my heart, my blood poured.
そういうことです。
Terrifying, blah blah blah. The queen stiffened in shock. Okay, this is different. This is different because she didn't do this right away. I don't think she did this right away. The next moment, she let out a sonorous, hearty laugh so loud that it must have echoed. No, that did happen. How wonderful.
アプローズ、やっとあなたに会えたわ。こんな素敵なサプライズってあるかしら？
I get to see you. That's not. There's not a more splendid surprise in the world.
その美しい姿、みなぎる生命力。間違いないわ。あなたこそ、私がずっと探していた器。私の安心。
There's no doubt you are the vessel I've been looking for all this time, my other
ま
half.
さか自分から
Offering Al a reward that happened, she hasn't changed. There's no concept of guilt, my
入
family.
うんだってそれは
Their fault for
器
hiding
になる子
you.
を差し出すという約束
You're the one who broke the promise. I didn't give my acceptance. You wanted your vessel at all
彼
costs.
らは私とあなたを引き裂いたのよもういいじゃない
They're already
それ
dead.
よりせっかくなら一緒に博覧会へ行きましょうこれからは
I wonder what the outcome would have been if she hadn't revealed who she was to the queen. Seriously. Like, use your stealth skill. She's like, oh, she's gonna take me to the exhibition. Be like, yeah, bitch, why not? Act chill for a minute. Charade.
もう可愛い顔が台無しよ私がいなければあな
無駄だ。あの方に何を言おうと響かない。心の作り、あり方の根本がそもそも違うんだ。
Don't waste your breath. No matter what words you cast at her, they won't stick. Her nature is nothing like ours, even down to the core.
そうねあり方が違うというのは合っているわ
My existence itself is unique, but that girl is the only exception. With an enthralling gaze, the queen watched me as I trembled with anger.
ベルテやっとまたあなたに会えたのね
This has happened. What on earth is this woman going on about? Ridiculous. I took it out.
まあそんな危ないものを持ってダメよ誰が持たせたのかしら
Okay, this is the first different actual statement.
さないといけないかしら
Oh dear, you have something dangerous there. That won't do. Who gave that to you? Was it Al? Does that mean I have to kill him? She got her hands without warning. A great tree sprung out.
私の城へ結界を張る。
Get behind me, I'll summon a barrier. Good, great. By a hair's breadth, Alfred's barrier repelled the queen's barrage.
私がこのまま結界を維持する。お前は隙を見て女王の羽を刈るんだ。
I'll stay here and maintain the barrier. You look for an opening to cut the queen's wings.
おい、アプローズ。
Apros, are you listening? Bitch. I didn't respond to Alfred. I only stared at the queen, who sent out her attacks one after another.
やはり弱っていようと女王は女王か。
She may be frail, but that doesn't change the fact that she's the Fae Queen. A little longer.
どういう。お前何を狙っている。
What are you aiming for? Wait just a little longer. I could feel the mighty power shrouding the queen. As we just barely held our ground, she was reserving her strength even with those attacks. I was right. She's only aiming for Alfred, so that she won't harm her vessel. How laughable. Just you watch. I won't let you have your way. Eventually, the countless branches she manipulated began making cracks in Alfred's barrier.
まだか。くそ。
Are you still not ready, curses? Damn, imagine the person you brought out here doesn't help.
アプローズ。
Apros! No sooner had Lucas rushed into the throne room than the barrier shattered. Branches pierced and stabbed Alfred's arms and legs.
ルカス、なぜここに。
Lucas, what are you here for? Did you ask him to come? Yes, I did.
アプローズ。なぜこんなバカなことを。自然に知っていたら絶対に止めたものを。
Why are you doing something so stupid? If I knew you were going to do this, I'd have stopped you. But in the end, you came for my sake, just like I predicted. Now all the pieces are in place. The queen looked to Lucas and knitted her brows in disgust.
私の邪魔をしに来たのまったくどういうことなのかしら
Even Lucas has come to get in my way. Seriously, what madness has taken over you? Alfred fell to his knees from pain, and Lucas ran past him. He put himself in front of us like a shield as he faced the queen.
陛下、彼女を器にするのはどうかおやめに。私にできることならば何でもいたします。
That's also something to think about. Yeah, imagine the person that you brought here doesn't help you. Oh yeah, you happen to kill her family and people? Like, imagine she doesn't give a fuck that you're getting injured. Of course she doesn't. Why should she? Honestly. You guys are... You won... What's the word I'm looking for? You're helping each other. It's a help of convenience. Does not mean shit. She is your enemy. You're forgetting things. Please, I beseech you, reconsider. If there is anything I can do, I will do everything you ask, so please. Lucius got onto his knees and lowered his head, desperately trying to quell the queen's frenzy. Such a frantic attitude was unthinkable considering his usual demeanor. And at first the queen froze with wide eyes. She glanced between the two of us then. She burst out laughing, clutching her belly. Neither Lucas nor Alfred nor I dared to move.
まあそういうことなのルーク。みんなに人嫌いと言われていたあなたがこの子のためにそこまで必死になるなんて。
Goodness, is that how it is, Lucas? Everyone called you a people hater, but you're so desperate for this girl's sake. Her attitude transformed again in a blink of an eye. Her eyes sharpened on
会え
Lucas.
なかった間に私の大切な子に悪い虫がついてしまったようね。
It seems that a wicked pest has clung to my precious girl while we were forced apart.
そんなもの見逃せないわ。もう二度と同じことを繰り返すものですか。
I can't let life slide. There's no
絶
way
対に
I'll ever make the same mistake again. Never.
結界を
Will summon a barrier, but before Alfred had constructed it, the queen commanded a branch to beat him down, then sent him crashing against a wall.
アルフレッド
動きが遅いわ。あなたたちが私に勝てるなんて本気で思って代替わりを重ねたあなたたちなんて
Too
数ではない
slow.
のよ。
Did you people really think you could beat me? Your blood has thinned out over many generations. You are ants. I knew that from the beginning. That's the reason I chose this method.
待っていてね、アプローズ。邪魔者を消してからゆっくりお話ししましょう。
Be a good girl and wait there for me, Apros. After I get rid of the nuisances, let's have a nice long chat.
さあ、次はルークの番よ。私からこの子を奪おうとするお邪魔虫。あなたは念入りに潰してあげる。
Now it's your turn, Luke. You're meddling pest trying to snatch my girl away from me. I'll be especially thorough when I crush you. Under her control, a long and supple branch swooped down on Lucas this time. Now. Now? The persistent creaking of branches died out instantly. The air was deadly silence. When I slowly opened my arms, all I saw was Lucas's stunned face. Why are... The queen's branch has pierced his chest. As I looked down, it seemed as if a branch had grown out of my body. Pain shot through my chest, splitting and hot. I did it. This is what I wanted. Why is Apros there? She took a page from Lucas and decided to kill herself. Dude, crazy. This isn't real. This isn't real. It can't be real. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. The queen sounded like she had lost her mind. The branch that pierced my chest was pulled out, and I flopped into the ground like a lifeless marionette. My entire body slammed against the floor hard, but was already numb to all pain. It was only natural. My heart had been stabbed. I was sure that my time left was short, but there's one last thing. My vision jolted. The next moment, Lucas lifted me into his arms in a daze. I stared at his face, and he looked down at me. Why did you do something like this? Were you trying to shield me? No, I wasn't, Lucas. I decided I'll die in front of you. If I die, both you and the queen will regret it, right? This is the revenge I chose. Bitch, win. My brother and I died because of you. Because being left behind, you'd regret it the rest of your life. The queen would lose her vessel. In exchange for my life, that woman would taste the same pain I did, achieving the flawless revenge. Lucas's eyes wavered with despair. He squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat.
アプローズ。どうしてそんな。
Tell me you're lying. Why would you do this? The thing is, I fell in love with you, but I couldn't forgive you. That's why this was the only method. No matter what kind of justification you had, I wasn't able to forgive Lucas. Nor could I forget myself or forgive myself for falling in love with you. That's why the only way it's punishment for you and me.
嫌だ
Please no.
嫌だ嘘だろ行かないでくれアプローズこんな終わり方僕は嫌だ
Don't. You've got to be joking, right? Don't go, Uprose. I don't want it to end like
僕
this.
の命なんてくれてやるだからこんなのはやめてくれ
If you want my worthless life, then I'll give it to you. Please don't do this. Lucas screamed hysterically, as if he would start harming himself at any moment. I couldn't let him. Mustering up my last of my strength, I reached out and touched his cheek. Lucas's tear mixed with my blood on my hand. The sensation of his skin was warm. I'm tired. With this, everything can end once and for all.
僕だアプローズ
Don't go up, Rose. Keep your promise. Don't ever end your own life. I could no longer force out any words. I had to breathlessly mouth my last message.
だからあんなくそダメだ目を閉じるな行くな
10/10 voice actor skills. Yeah, he's got this. He's nailing it. So that's why you... Damn it, don't do this. Don't close your eyes. Don't leave me. This was the most heartless and cruel revenge possible.
嫌だ嫌だ
No, 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 no.
起きてくれアプローズ目を開けろよ起きろ
Wake up, please. Aprose, open your eyes. Wake up. And I never opened my eyes again. Everything was swallowed into darkness. Lucas's voice swiftly grew distant. The sound of a bird flapping its wings, a sorrowful song, reached my ears. All the birds of the air fell a sighing, a sobbing, when they heard the bell toll for poor dead dear Robin. Goodbye, Lucas. I loved you, even now and forever. I love you very much. May you have a life more painful than death. That was a good one. That was a good one. I liked it. I liked it. Girl couldn't even. The memory of the life leaving your eyes burns in my mind. I still don't get it. I just want to be with you. Stop remembering. I can't imagine how wonderful it'd be just to forget everything and disappear, but I can't. I promised you. His cries were so good. Oh goodness, which one of us survives off pain? You or me? Oh goodness. Alfred, is that you? Alfred and Lucas sound the same in this part only, because I've said that twice now. Like, see? That sounds different. Alright. Did we get all of it? Did we get all of it? Oh my god, I forgot people's names suddenly. 13 of 13! We're not missing anything! Woohoo! Honestly, this is probably my favorite CG. It's just him looking out a window. He's so cute. That one's good. That one's fine. That's cute. Best. The best ending. And their triangle ending was also good. That was a good triangle. Just kill me, bro. Kill you, bro. One of the few good triangles of the whole thing. Oh goodness. Have we gotten any more of these? No, just these two. I assume the rest of these are from the true ending. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we're gonna Shut up, Linus. Shut up, Linus. So
どの
yeah,
話を
we're gonna start John Boy's story on the next one, and then we'll see how far we can get. That'll probably be Monday. I'm gonna have to peek at my schedule. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Monday. We got some extra streams in this week, which I'm proud about. It was an accident, but we did it. Let's see if there's anybody to raid, because I keep forgetting to raid people. And then I don't know if we're going to sneak on and play, oh, we have a lot of friends on right now, actually. Who to raid? Oh no. We'll raid. Oh goodness, there's so many. There's so many choices. I don't usually have this many options. I'm already at a loss for words. Let's raid. Let's see who we haven't raided in a minute. You know, we haven't raided Jermizan. She's playing Persona, but she sometimes plays Atome. But yeah. I liked his route. I think his route was good. It had some weird stuff near the end, but that's alright. They do that sometimes. So we'll be back to play the rest of it later. Thank you, Calypso, for hopping into stream to let us know that you're watching Ascot. Sorry, I read it as a Court of Thorns and Roses in my head when I first saw Ascot. And Blue, and Perv, and Rin. Thank you guys for being here and watching. I appreciate your time. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can check me out over there if you want to see what we're currently playing. We're playing Mistonia. We're also playing Borderlands, and we're also going to get back into Zelda, hopefully, soon. We're going to see. We're also gearing up for Pokemon, which is going to ruin my life, by the way, because it's Animal Crossing style, and I cannot wait to play it. But that's in March, so we got a little time before my life is over. But if you're watching this on YouTube, don't be afraid to stop over there. If you're watching this on Twitch, remember you can check out YouTube for all the VODs. We might be doing dual streams soon, just to stream on both at the same time, but that's gonna be a later date. I hope you guys have a lovely night. I'll see you later.